Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good on with you. Welcome to your course. Welcome to your first section, first lecture, and first video. So, we're gonna start with the main question. What this course is about? Of course, it's about ethical hacking. So, what's ethical hacking? I would suggest to get in touch also with the ethical hackers. And we're gonna see also another two types of hackers. So, like we're seeing in here, guys, we have three pictures. This is the first picture, second picture, third picture. So, the first picture is about ethical hackers or white hat hackers. The second picture is about black hat hackers, and the third picture is about gray hat hackers. Let's start with ethical hackers because we are discussing ethical hacking. So, ethical hackers or white hat hackers are hackers that will try to hack the system, and sometimes they hack the system, but they don't have the intent of damaging that system or stealing data from that system. The official definition of white hat hackers are: a white hat hacker is computer science specialist, or it calls also an ethical hacker, like we said, who breaks into secured system and networks to test and access their level of security. Those are the good guys in hacking, because like we said, the ethical hackers, they don't have the intent of hack or of damaging that system. They just hack the system and they will report it to the owner of that system, and most of times they will of course have money because that's their job, that's what they do for life. So let's get back to our definitions. These are the good guys in the hacking community and use their skills and knowledge to improve security by exposing vulnerabilities before a malicious hacker detects and exploits them. So they get to the system, they try to hack it, sometimes they hack it, but they just want to get this hacking operation before the malicious hacker do. So you may have heard the word vulnerabilities. Just don't care about that. We're gonna be talking about that in this exact video. So we have also talked about malicious hackers. Who are malicious hackers? Are this second type of hackers. This second type of hackers are black hat hackers. You can see that there is a white hat in here for white hat hackers, there is a black hat in here for black hat hackers, and this should be like gray, but I choose this picture to be easy to explain and for you to remember it. So, the black hat hacker is a hacker who go farther and go more than the white hacker does. What that means, he will hack the system, he will get into that system, and he will try to steal some data from there. Sometimes they turn to crackers. And what are crackers? Crackers are the hackers that damage that system, which means that there are two types of hackers. The first type is that the hackers, they get to the system, they steal some data, and they go out, and they try always to keep anonymous. But the second type of hackers, they get to that system and they damage it. They will just try to delete everything, try to mix everything, try to change everything. They will try to get as much harm as they can to that system. And those are called crackers. So, the official definition of black hat hackers are: so, a black hat hacker. A black hat hacker is an individual with a good computer knowledge and with a sole purpose to bypass or break internet security for malicious reasons. Black hat hackers are also known as dark side hackers, or like I said, crackers, but I have talked about the difference between the crackers and the ordinary hackers. And the more professional ones are, of course, the ordinary hackers. They will just get in there, get out, without doing any damage to the system. So they get their feelings out, they just look for information, they look for data, they look to steal anything they can anything they can benefit, because of course if they steal data they can buy that data with a huge amount of money, and that depends on which data they have stolen. So blood hackers are also known as dark side hackers or crackers. These are the bad guys, of course, with whom white hat hackers have to fight all time. Like we said, the white hat hackers are against the black hat hackers. The third type of hackers, which the most hackers are, because most of white hat hackers, sometimes they will use their knowledge to just break the law and do some things for them, for their own benefits, and maybe not stealing money or something like that, but they can, for example, hack someone just by curiosity or to get information, and there is no kind of financial benefits. That's what I'm talking. So the gray hat hackers, like we are seeing, half black, half white. It can be like 80% black and only 20% white. It doesn't matter. So the gray hat hackers have the knowledge, of course, of hacking, just like those three ones, but their attempt can be mixed between good attempts. They can play the good guys and they can play the bad guys at the same time. So let's move to the official definition. A gray hat hacker. The term gray hat hacker refers to a computer hacker or computer security expert who sometimes violate laws or typical ethical standards for personal purposes, of course, but don't have the malicious attention like a typical black hat hacker, of course, because black hat hackers, they are always black, but the gray can be moved between black and white every time. So, like this, I think that we have understand the three types of hackers, and we have understand what's ethical hacking. Let's move to another term, which is root. So guys, I will give you the official definitions on a PDF file and you will find everything. So, root simply is the super user. So, if you get, for example, through the terminal and you are as a root, just type who am I and you will see kind of root if you are root. If you are an ordinary user, you will find your username. So this is a Linux or a bash command line. You don't know what's Linux, you don't know what's bash, we will just discuss there down on the practical lectures. Just don't care about that. So a root is the administration. He is the super user. He is the one can change, can add, can remove anything he wants to the system. That's basically root. If you want to read the official definition, you will find root is the highest permission level on computer that allows the user to modify anything on the system without a single restriction. I think that it's so clear. The next thing we're gonna be talking about is a backdoor. So, what's a backdoor? Just imagine it like you have a house. So, in that house, there is a front door in which everyone can get in and out, of course, according to some conditions. If you are one of the family, you will get in and out whenever you want. So there is kind of a security restrictions in there. But a back door is a door in the back of your house that you don't know about which is opened for someone who created that back door. And he can get in, he can get some data, he can get some things from that house, he can put some things on that house too. That's the definition of a backdoor, simply. So if we move to the official definition, we will find a backdoor or a trapdoor is a hidden entry to a computing device or software that bypass security measures. Of course, you are bypassing security, because security didn't notice that you are getting in and out from in that house. And in terms of hacking, it will be mostly a software or a program. That's what you will see every time. If you are talking about backdoor, you will see an executable program or something like that. So let's move to another term, which is the FUD, fully undetectable. So, fully undetectable, I think that we should just read the official definition. It's very clear. So, fully undetectable, or FUD, of course, can stand for a data that had been encrypted, making it appear to a random noise. So it's fully undetectable. It will appear like a random noise or a normal noise, it doesn't matter, but it shouldn't appear like a dangerous noise. So, this term is used in hacker circles to refer something as a clean software. That's what I was talking about. So backdoor is always kind of software. Not always, but often, and most of times is a software. So, too many antiviruses, but still contain some kind of hacking tool inside it. I think that the definition was clear. You have understand what backdoor. There is something called a FUD backdoor, which is fully undetectable backdoor, which can be created in a such way to look like a random noise or a normal thing, and the antiviruses can detect it. So clear, I guess. Let's move to the next definition, which is two definitions: exploit and vulnerability. You will always see these two terms, and I hope that you won't mix between them, because exploit is not a vulnerability. So, what's exploit? Let's get to the official definition. It says exploit is a piece of a software or a sequence of commands that takes advantage of a bug or a vulnerability to compromise the security of computer or network systems. We have seen the word vulnerability inside the definitions, which mean that an exploit is kind of sequence of commands. You can call it also software, but it shouldn't, I don't like to call it software. So it's kind of sequence of commands that are created to use some bug, some error, to exploit some weak point on a system. So by exploiting that weak point on that system, you can hack that system. That's exactly what exploit. You have listened to the word vulnerability on this sentence. So it says an exploit is a piece of software or a sequence of commands that takes advantage of a bug or a vulnerability. A vulnerability is an exploit. But it's not just an exploit, but it's an exploit that can be used to hack. Which means that if you hacked a system through vulnerability, so it turned to kind of exploit. I hope you get the point. So, a vulnerability also can be not an exploit, which means a weak point on that system. It's like this chain in here. So this chain, you can consider a system like this. There is no weakness in here, there is no weakness in here, also in here, also in here, but there is kind of vulnerability in here. So it looks like something is not normal. If I could break this chain, I will call it like an exploit or an exploitable vulnerability. But if I can't break this chain, it will still an exploit, a weak point, but I can't use it to hack that system. I hope you get these 2 points. Let's move on to the next term, which is a firewall. So I am explaining these terms because you will see these terms always on my course, or you will see them always everywhere. So what is a firewall? The official definition said that firewall is a filter designed to keep unwanted outside connections to a computer system or a network while allowing safe communication between system and users on the inside of the firewall. Which means the firewall is kind of rules that can get or that can let or that can give permissions to some connections that the user know about them. Which means, for example, if you are using for example uTorrent, so uTorrent will try to access to your firewall. Maybe you didn't notice that, but sometimes when you install uTorrent, you will just say, or BitTorrent or any torrent software, you will just say allow you will click it. You will click on allow button, which is kind of a security request. So torrent is telling you, I need a port, or I need to get outside to some other systems to get the file. The firewall is asking you, would you allow it, or would you allow the torrent to get in there? And you will say, yes, I allow it. That's how it works. That's the normal cases. And that's the use, or that's the benefits of a firewall. So it allows connections, and it's kind of it's not a system, but it's kind of some rules that allowing things to get in and out under some conditions that the user knows about it. But sometimes it doesn't work, which means a hacker can hack that system and the firewall will not detect anything, and there is in and outside connections and the firewall doesn't know about it. So this is the firewall. There is no next term, guys. I hope that you have understood what I was talking about. Those was kind of the most important terms that you will see them always on our learning, and you will see them always in your own learning outside of my course. I hope that you have understand them. I hope that I didn't take a lot of time, and I hope that you have enjoyed this video. So see you guys in the next video, and peace! So, hi, how are you guys? Welcome to this course again. In this lesson, we will talk about the port forwarding, which is a very important lesson, I think, in any hacking course or ethical hacking course or whatever. So, let's just explain it, and let's go through examples like we do usually. So, let's suppose that this is the hacker's machine. This right here is a hacker's machine. This hacker's machine is, of course, in a network, in his local area network, in his LAN, which is, for example, this is the LAN of the hacker's machine. This local area network contains also other devices, like, for example, here the hacker's smartphone, and here the hacker's tablet, and here the PC or the desktop of the hackers. So, or this the desktop of the hacker. So those are just randomly machines. Maybe one of the hacker's family is connected to his router. So this is the local area network, like we said. And this right here, let's suppose that it is the victim's machine. Let's write in here V to understand what we are talking about. V, and this is H, which means the victim and the hacker. Using the reverse hacking method that we have talked about before, we are opening a backdoor here in the victim's machine, which allows the hacker's machine to get data from the victim's machine. So data are getting from this backdoor here into, of course, to the hacker's system in here. So in the reverse hacking method, we will pass through two important things, which are the firewall of the local area network, if you are using a router, for example, and the firewall of the hacker machine. So in this lesson we will talk specifically about the journey of the data that came from the victim's machine to the hacker machine. So let's just name it data. This is the data journey. So when the data came from here, how could she know that from all the PCs on the world, because we are talking about external hacking in here, from all the PCs on the world and all the networks, how can she came to the hackers, specifically to the hackers machine? Because it comes there because it follows very important things. When she came in here from here, so it have the IP address of the hacker and the port. So the data is came in with this IP address. Let's say, for example, 41.1.1.1. This is randomly IP address, and the port, for example, is let's say 4444, for example. So when the data came from here, it has these two elements in here, if we can say so. It takes this way in here in this network using the IP address, and when she came to this network, the router will allow her to go through this port, which is 4444. Then she came to this IP address. How can she came to this IP address? Because in here, in this firewall, there are some important things too. The data that came to the firewall using this specific port, the firewall of the router will redirect her to this hacker's IP address. Hacker IP address. For example, let's say this is the IP address, for example, of the hackers. So it is a very important thing to have the hacker's IP address. In Linux, you can just simply use this command right here. I think we have talked about it before. config. So this is the internal IP address. So the data will pass through this firewall, and this firewall is allowing her to get through this IP address, and to this IP address, and when she came to this IP address in here, which is the hacker's machine, the hacker must open its port, so he will allow her to get through the same port, of course, which is 444, to the machine. Then through the machine it will go to the tool you used to hack. So in this, the very important thing, I guess, is this firewall right here. So let's just talk about it. So the firewall right here have very important things, which are that the name. Those are the basic information that you have to use to open any port in the router's firewall. The name of the protocol, let's say, I will just use a random name, for example port 1. So this is the name, and the IP address, which is the IP address of the hacker's machine, like we said before, which is the IP address that the data will be redirected to, which is like, I will type mine in here. So config, let's just type it. So this is the IP address, and the port, like we said before, the port is the same port 444, and the protocol, just allow both of them, the UDP and TCP protocol. So to open port or to port forward any data came to this firewall right here, you will need this information. The name of the port, just name it what you want. The IP address that will be redirected to, which is the hacker's IP address. The port of the hacking tool, of course, or the port that the data is going through, and the protocol TCP IDP. Just allow both of them, both of TCP and UDP. So, and in this port right here, I will explain it just to get, because it's a familiar problem that beginner hackers have, which is they don't receive any data from the victim because their firewalls basically are blocking anything that came to them. Just install the firewall apt-get install ufw, install ufw, I forgot the sudo. I have already installed it, just you install it, it's basic installation, then sudo apt-get install graphical firewall interface. So I have already installed it. If you don't have this firewall in your computer or in your hacking system, I'm using Linux like I said before in here, which is Backbox. I installed it before, so that's it. Just open it, enter your password, and this is the interface. Just if the state you in here is on, and whenever was this is green or red, just don't think about that a lot and disable it and make the state you off. Like that, you have disabled the firewall and you are allowing the data comes from the victim to get into your hacking tool or into your system. So let's close this, and in the in the firewall of the router, like I said before, you need to have this four important informations, like I said before also, which are the name, the IP address, the port, and the UDP TCP protocols, which are, like I said before, allow both of them. So I think it's very clear. I will talk yes about a very important thing, which is this IP address right here. Let's say right here, which is the internal IP address of the hacker's machine. If you are connected using this IP address, for example, this IP address won't be the same IP address, maybe won't be the same IP address next time you connected to your router, because the DHCP is giving IP addresses first, then second, then the third one which connected, which means the IP address of the hacker here the IP address of the hackers is finishing with 1. Next time, maybe when the hacker connects with his mobile phone, the mobile phone will get 1, and the hacker's machine, which contains the hacker's tool, will get the IP address which finishes with 2. And when you are opening ports in the router,
in the firewall's router using the IP address 1, next time when the IP address is 2, the IP address in here won't change, because of course you didn't change it. So what you have to do is you have to fix your IP address. Just what you need to fix it is just going to the Wi-Fi, or just edit connection, get to the Wi-Fi that you are connecting to and click edit. This is not the same for all the operation systems. Just change this DHCP and make it manual. Click add IP address, type an IP address, which is in my case 3043. If you are using a router, just keep the same number in here. These 3 numbers, keep them and change only this last one, and make it as far as it's possible, make it 24, because if you are connected, because if you choose, for example, the 2, like let's say we choose 2 in here. If we choose 2 and we have connected before with the smartphone which has 2 also in his last number, this means that we are giving 2 IP addresses, the same IP address to 2 machines, which won't work, of course. So just to avoid that problem, make this last number as big as it gets. How big it will be, so just type, for example, 27. It depends on how many people are usually connected to your network. If you don't have a lot of people, you can just type 7 or 6. I will type my IP address in here is, I will check it, yes, 101. So the first who connects will have the 101, because I know that I'm the first one who connects to this network. I will make it big, so I will make it 120. In this net mask, just type 24, or type 255, 255, 255, 0. And the gateway, type your gateway, which is maybe in your case, it's usually finishing in here with 1 1 or 0 1 if you are using a router. I'm using a mobile hotspot, so my mobile hotspot is giving me 43 100. So just like that, and click close, and you have fixed your internal IP address. And use this IP address that you have typed, like in my case I typed 120 to open the port, or to port forwarding in the firewall in here. Don't use the IP address that efconfig gives to you. It will change, of course. If I connected secondly to this network and I type ifconfig, I'll have this IP address that I have changed, and I will use always this IP address in my hacking operations. So this is a very important step to do, because like I said before, most of beginners are having this problem, because the firewall is not allowing data to come through the port, and maybe the IP address it's the problem, which changes every time you connect to the router. So like that, I think we have fixed all the problems. Opening ports in the firewall, I won't show you how to open ports in the router's firewall, because it depends on the router, and there is a big difference maybe in some routers So I won't just explain that because, like I said before, not all the routers are the same, and the method to open a port in D-Link router is not the same on maybe highway routers or any other router. So you have to port forward into your firewall's router. Just type in YouTube or in Google, you will get how to open ports using the IP that we have changed in here, and disable the firewall like we disable it in here. I will do that again. Disable it. Just disable that password that shows it's only the super user's password, the pseudo password. Just disable it and you won't have that problem. So the other way to port forward from the hacker's machine is not a common way, which I don't use it because it's not a free way. It's using the VPN, because VPN is opening all the ports of your system or of your machine. You can use a VPN to port forward any port you want. I'm not advising or recommending this method because, like I said before, it's not free, and the free VPN, maybe it will change every time. So the most common way and the way that I like is by opening ports and port forwarding the router and disabling the firewall of the hacker machine. So that's the basic and the common way. So I think we have done from this lesson. I hope you understand it, and I hope it will works, and I know, I don't hope, I know it will works with all of you guys. Just be sure to open the ports in your firewall router, and I know it will work. So see you in next lesson, guys, and peace.
So, hi guys, how are you? Welcome again to this course in which we're gonna talk about no IP service, how hackers can benefit of no IP service, and what's the use of it on hacking. So, first of all, guys, let's understand what's no IP service. So, we will give examples as usual. In malware hacking, guys, or in backdoor hacking like we said before, or in Trojan hacking or something like that, server hacking, we are basically manipulating two important things. The first thing is the IP address. So for example, let's say an internal IP address, for example, guys, because IP addresses are external IP address and internal IP address. I will explain that. So this is an internal IP address, and let's say there an external one, which is like in my case this one right here. So this is an internal IP address and this is an external IP address. The difference between them, guys, is when you are connecting to your home network, for example, you are connecting to a local area network, which is your laptop, your desktop, your phone, your tablet. Each one of those have an internal IP address, which is communicating with the router or the modem. This is the internal IP address. The external IP address is the ones of the router. For example, it's the same for all the local area network machines. This IP address right here is the same in this laptop, and the same in my phone, and the same in my tablet, and the same everywhere, because this one is connecting me to the internet.
if I change the router, this IP address will change. So this IP address will define what's my name in the internet. I think that's clear. The bad thing about this IP address, you can consider it as a bad thing as an ethical hacker, is that it changes whenever you cut the network or you reboot your router or something like that. It changes, so it doesn't keep his numbers. The internal IP address changes also, but you can get back your IP address. So guys, let's move on to talk about the port. The port. Let's say for example 4444. That's the port. So guys, this port is the enter to the hacker machine, because when a hacker hacks your machine using a reverse hacking method, is basically doing that. Like I think I have talked about that in the backstory. So this is your system, and this is the hacker's system. We are saying that you are the victim in this case. So if you are the victim, there is a backdoor right here which sends data to the hacker, and the hacker can also send data to your machine through this backdoor. So when this backdoor tries to connect to the hacker's system or the hacker's machine, he have two things: the IP address and the port. I think it explains itself also. He will get from all the machines in all the world or all the network, he will choose the hacker's machine through this IP. And when he get to the hacker's machine, he have to choose a port to enter to the hacker's machine. And we said, like, for example, 4444. So that's basically the way the hacking is done. So guys, the bad thing about this IP address, like we said before, this one right here, is that it changes every time you rebooted your router. So when the hacker reboots his router, this backdoor tries to connect to this IP address through this port. So he gets in here, he doesn't find, because this one has changed his IP address because he rebooted his router and he got another IP address, and when he tries to connect to this place, he won't find the hacker. So the hacker loses his victim. Now the victim is free. So that's basically the explanation of that scenario. So guys, this is the use of the no IP. So the no IP is the part or the domain that is stable and that doesn't change. For example, guys, we will say that this IP is equals to this domain name, like I said before, maybe udemy.ddns.net. Sorry, this equals to this one. This one doesn't change. That's the use of the no IP. So this one is fixed, and he tries always to connect or to be in relation with this IP address. So The scenario will be like that. When you are giving the backdoor to the victim, you won't make your address as like this form here that changes every time you reboot your router, like I said before. The reboot router is just an example of how IP addresses change. You will keep the same port, of course. This part here is stable too. The port doesn't have any problem. The problem is only on the IP address which changes. So in the backdoor, let's try this. This backdoor is right here. This is the backdoor. Your IP address won't be this. The IP address will be this one. And the port, like we said, it's the same every time. So when you are given this now IP domain, if the IP has changed, the domain is always stable. So when the backdoor tries to connect to the hacker, he will use this domain and he will connect to the hacker. Now the question is, I think that the question is, how can the IP address stays in relation with the no IP domain? It's very simple. The service is very simple. He uses a method in which he is always updated to the IP address of yours. So for example, if the, let's say for example at 8 o'clock, change the black color, at 8 o'clock your IP address was my IP address, for example 18, and it equals to udemy.ddns.net. Then in mine, my IP address has changed into some random numbers. It goes randomly like that. So the Udemy ddns.net won't change because the website or the service, sorry, will always be updated with your IP address. So it will be also udemy.ddns.net. So I think that everything is clear right now. If my backdoor is trying to connect to, sorry guys, if my backdoor is trying to connect to this domain name, it's the same if it tries to connect to this domain, because this domain name is always referring to the same IP address. I think that's so clear. How it is always connecting to the same IP address, I said like before, it's using the service. So you can do this in two different ways. So this is the no IP dashboard. I won't explain how you can register in no IP, just get in this website no IP. So sorry, no ip.com. Just noip.com and register. I won't waste a lot of time in this, guys. Just sign up for and you will get your account. Just some basic steps. So you will add a host name. This is the host name. Let's say for example my host name will be Udemy, sorry guys, Udemy 0001 .ddns.net. Add the host name. We will add this host name, host without recent dynamic updates. He is active, So this is my host, udemy.ddns.net. He is referring to these IP addresses. You have noticed that my IP address has changed. It has changed, yes, guys. Without even I think that I have lost network. So this is the IP address. When IP address changes, this udemy.ddns.net, like I said before, and I will say it again, won't change, and he will refer to the new IP address. How you can use it manually from here. So just like that, I will change my IP address and I will say that it doesn't refer anymore to this one, it refers to this one. And how can I get my IP address? I will just type IP address. What is my IP address? And a lot of websites, guys. It's just, oh, I like it. I don't like this captcha. So what's my IP address? This is your IP address. I use this website for just an example. It's not the only website. There are a lot of websites. You can choose the one that you like. So this is the IP address, and you will say this is not my IP address because my IP address has changed. In my case, my IP address doesn't change, so I will just let it like that. Or this is the manual way. You will always have to log into your dashboard in here and change your IP manually. Another way, you can just use the now IP. You can install the now IP in your Linux, and I won't show you how to install it, guys, because there are 1,000 of tutorials in YouTube or in everywhere how to install now IP on Linux. I'm using Backbox Linux here. You maybe don't know this. It's built in Ubuntu. Maybe a lot of guys of you are using Kali Linux. There are a lot of tutorials how to install now IP in Kali Linux. So sorry guys, I won't explain it. It's very simple and it will waste just our time. So you can do that by just going to here, cd user local bin cd. Yes, I will explain these commands for you guys, because in this course I didn't explain commands and I won't explain commands. I just will explain them when I'm using them. I won't do any specific lecture about that. So cd simply is change directory. We are changing our directories, which is the users or the home directory, into this directory. We are just changing directory, like you are in, I will give you an example. This is a file manager or file explorer, like you are, this is the home, and like I want to get into this folder, I'm changing the directory like that. I'm changing the directory, this is the directory. So I will list everything. So this is the now IP. I can start it from here. I'll do now IP2. I have already installed it, and you have to install it, of course, guys. I just told you that I won't show you how to install it, but you have to install it. You won't have this now IP if you didn't install it. So like that, you have can't locate configuration. Yes, it's no, don't. I have an error message. I didn't check it before using it. Try Control C, IP Control C. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, guys. It will just run with you guys.
without any problems. I will show you a trick for you guys to don't change your directory anytime you open the no IP, because it's problem. I have that problem when I was a beginner. I was always changing my directory to this directory, and I was always tired of doing that, and I was running two commands to doing that. So I have I have I have skipped that, guys. Sorry, just by using the alias command on Linux. So it's very simple. You have to change the bash and C configuration. So just do that. Get in here. This I didn't told you. Sorry, guys. This is the home. This is the home. When you type this one, you mean that you want to go to the home directory. So just go to the home directory in the way you want. In another way, the CD, you get to the root folder, you type ls, you get home. This is the home. CD home. This is another way. The list. This is the my user cd sm root. This all from here to here, it's equals to this command. So list, I will list ls dot a. So when you type ls.a, you will show all the files. What I mean by all the files is the hidden files, because as you see here, there are not a lot of folders and files like in this list in here. Those folders and files are the folders and files in the home directory. So ls a, it will show you the hidden files. The hidden files and the hidden folders are starting with this point. The point is telling you that this is a hidden folder. This folder, the blue one are folders, the white one are files. So I'm looking for this file, bash.rc. gedit, I will open it with gedit. You maybe don't have gedit, you will open it with vem, or if I think it's good for you guys to install gedit. Just type sudo apt get install gedit. I have already installed it. So if you don't have gedit in your Linux, I think it's very good and very important to install gedit. I like it so much. So gedit and the bash rc that I told about you guys, and we will open it. So that's it. Press Ctrl F for session or find now IP. I have already added. You will ask. So you won't have these lines in here, guys. You won't have these lines in here, guys. Just enable core support. Remember this place. Just remember this place, guys. You can add it in here. Just remember this if and this fi, this condition, enable core support and something like that, and you just add this line. You won't have maybe those lines. These lines you won't have, and these lines you will not have. You will have only this line. This line, sorry, you won't have also. Maybe you have this one. Just don't care about that. Just copy this line. is now IP equals to this directory we have talked about, and this this symbol, it's a comma, point comma, I don't know how to say that in English, but in French it's point virgule. So in English I don't know how to say that, but just it what it means it that you have finished this command and you will start this new command. That's the meaning of this symbol in here. It's very simple, I guess. The system and the bash will execute this command, then when he finishes he will execute this one, and that's what we did. If you remember, guys, I think it still is here. That's what we did, as cd change directory to this directory, then this command, sorry, this command. Like you are seeing, guys. So what I have did in here is that I used this alias, and I told him to make this command now IP as city as this whole commands. It's very useful, I think, and I inserted it into the bash.rc, sorry guys, just to save this alias command, because if I used it once in the terminal, if I reboot my system, I will lose this abbreviation, if you can say so. Let's get it. We get this gedit by pressing Ctrl C. If I wrote no IP, then I press enter, I will get the same commands I have typed before. I will enter the password, and my now IP is activated now, and I am, like you are seeing, guys, in the user local bin, because I have changed my directory. So this this took a lot of time, guys, sorry. So this is the way you change your IP address using the software, the now IP software. So there are two methods or two ways of changing IP address. Like I said before, the first one is manually, and the second one is using the software, the now IP software. So these are all what you have to know about now IP, guys. Another use, yes, I will tell you about another good point about the no IP. So guys, just imagine that you as an ethical hacker, you want to penetration testing, you want to test a victim by sending him a page in which when he opens he will get some fake page maybe, or something like that. What you have to give him in real cases is this IP address, this IP address, or maybe this one, or it does not matter. So when you are giving a simple man, even child, those numbers, he will be like, what's this? This man is trying to hack me. This guy is trying to hack me. Why he's sending me these numbers? So the best way to do that is sending something like that. Characters. Yes, it will keep the victim think that he is safe, because just imagine that you want to hack someone's Facebook account. For example, if you send him this IP address, no, he won't open it. I'm sure that he won't open it. But if you send him like an IP address like that,
For example, I think that facebook.ddns.net, but it's not sure that you will find this domain name available for you guys, because people buy these domain names, and people use these domain names a lot, so just try to change it. For example, Facebook, maybe Facebook like that. Sorry guys, Facebook 3 O's .ddns.net. Maybe he won't notice that. Or maybe Facebook ck.ddns.net. Yes. Comparing this IP address and this domain name, this is very how to say that, it's very trusted than this IP address from the victim. So that's another good point about using a domain name or using no IP service. It's very better than using an IP address directly. There are a lot of domains. It's not only the .ddns.net. There are a lot of you can see guys, there are a lot of domains, which means that this part right here can change. There are a lot of domains. This part right here can change, and it will be replaced with a lot of domain names, like we have seen in this list right here. So a lot of domains, like you are seeing guys, a lot of domains. So basically guys, this is the use of the no IP service. I hope you understand this very well. I tried to be so slow in this tutorial. I really skipped some steps like the installations and something like that. I believe that they are available in the YouTube, or in just type in Google how to install this or that, and you will get it. So that's it guys for today's lesson. See you in the next lesson guys, and peace.
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course, in which this time we're gonna be seeing the information gathering, like we are seeing of course in the title. This time will be an introduction. So in this introduction we will see first of all what's information gathering. Of course, this is the main question. This is the first and the basic question. So what's information gathering? The information gathering is basically the act of collecting as much information as you can about the victim or about your target. And it's not used only on hacking. You can do an information gathering on some website that of course you don't want to hack. Information gathering is not only about hacking. So in ethical hacking, information gathering is a very important step, because of course you want to know who you are dealing with, what's your target. Of course, if you don't know anything about the target, and if you know some things about the target, then your main thing or your first thing that you need to do is getting as much information as you can. So that's the information gathering. It's the act of collecting information about a target. Next of thing, we're gonna see the importance of information gathering in penetration testing. Why will I do the information gathering? I will do the information gathering to collect information for the second time, to collect information about the target. Of course, I don't know anything about the target. I want to collect some information about the target. I want to know who is this target, what's of course, for example, if we take an example that you are dealing with a company, you want to know what's this company, what they sell, if they sell some things, what they offers, who works on that company, or who is the CEO of that company. If I know who is the CEO, maybe I know some weak points of that CEO. For example, that CEO likes, for example, girls. If he likes women, this is a good point. If this is a good weak point, my tool can be a woman. It's simply just like that. So the second thing is collecting information about the target's entourage. For example, let's stay on the company example. I want to collect information about the employers of that company. For example, what emails they use. Are they using Gmail or Yahoo or Hotmail or what? This will be a good point. Of course, if I want to fool someone of those, maybe hundreds or tens of employers on that company, I can fool one of them. Maybe someone of them is stupid, I can hack him. If I can hack one employer, maybe I can gain access to the other one, then the other one, then the other one, to get into the CEO, to get the information that I want as a hacker. I'm predicting that I am a hacker to know how hackers, just to teach you guys how hackers think. The third point is locating the weak points. For example, I know that the employers of that company still use the old version of, for example, Adobe Flash Player or Adobe Reader. The old versions of Adobe are so vulnerable. There are a lot of exploits about on the Adobe softwares. So I can't locate the weak points of that company. The fourth point is getting first predictions. For example, if I know that the employers of this company use the Windows XP, for example, the old version of Windows, if I know that, then I can predict that they're using the old version of softwares, because the softwares companies, for example, they don't support Windows XP now. So the new version of that software won't run on Windows XP. It will run on Windows 7 and 8 and 10 and whatever. But the victim still uses the Windows XP, so I know that he should be using the old version of that software. And maybe one of these softwares, for example, if FTP software, of course the FTP is for sharing files, so if I know that they are using the old FTP software, maybe that old FTP software has a lot of exploits, so I can send files from an employer to a CEO. I will break that rule. I will break the rule that the FTP software don't receive files from the employer. I can break that rule. Also, I can hack the CEO through simply a protocol, which is the FTP. The file transfer protocol, that's what means the FTP. It's first predictions, getting first predictions. The fifth point is predicting a passwords list. Of course, if I know, for example, I am collecting informations about the CEO, and I know that the CEO, for example, is a huge fan of Manchester United. So if he is a huge fan of Manchester United, I can predict some passwords. I can predict that maybe his passwords containing Manchester United 3 times. Then maybe he's using the players' names of the Manchester United. I can predict some passwords. I can create my passwords list on my own options. Then maybe I will hack that CEO. Of course, if you want to hack a target, you will do anything. Believe me, if you want to hack a company, you will do anything you can. You will write a passwords list in 5-6 hours just to try. And even if you know that it won't work, you will do that, because that's the hacking is not just magic tricks. You will try to do a lot of things, and one of those things may work and sometimes it won't work. Of course, if you are talking about a huge company, of course it won't work. It needs a professional hacker, and with a huge luck. Professional hacker plus a huge and big luck to hack, for example, a company like Google or Facebook or something like that. And a lot of purposes about the information gathering. You can, for example, have your own purposes of information gathering, because I'm giving informations about company, and for example you want to hack just a system. For example, you want to know if that system what uses Windows, for example uses Windows 7, and you want to hack that system using the USB, because the auto run, how I can explain that, for example, yes, I'm getting out of the subject, but I will give you this experience as fast as I can. The auto run on USBs don't work on the Windows 8, 8.1, 10, and maybe the version that will come over time. But the Windows 7 XP allows auto run through USB, which means if you plug the USB, like you see, for example, if you have a CD of a game, when you just enter that CD, when you mount that CD on the DVD reader, so on the DVD lector or reader or whatever, an auto run program will start showing you want to install, you don't want to install. It will run automatically. This thing won't work on the Windows 8 and 10, sorry, through USB, but in 7 XP it will work also through USB. You can create a USB auto run. So this is very good. It's a very good option to have a program launches when you plug a USB. A hacker can do a lot of things. And on the Windows 10, 8, like I said, it don't work. But there is a new exploit that came up on 2017, I guess, in which the creator, of course, it's not we, it's not us, the creator of that exploit created some links to run some softwares on that machine, sorry, and he can gain access through running also. I think it was a system file. I forgot the extension, sorry, but it's just a file, of course, a malicious file, a malware on that USB that's running through links to get on that malicious software and then open it and then gaining the access, of course. So I get out of the subject a little bit, but I gave you some information. So we're gonna see the difference between active and passive information gathering. So, like we are reading on the title of this section, we are talking about passive information gathering. We are not talking about active information gathering. What's the difference between them? Is that the passive information gathering don't need a direct interact with the victim. Means you don't have to get to that company and talk to the employers and looking for the CEO and something like that. But this in the passive information gathering. In the active information gathering, you're gonna be active. You will get to that company, you will talk to them, try to get as much information as you can, like I said before, try to get who are the employers, who are the stupid employers, what that employer likes, and that's the active information gathering. It's special interact with the target. It's personal interact. But in the passive information gathering, all is doing at home using some tools which are the passive information gathering tools, of course. In this course we will use 4 tools, which are first of all the harvester, then whois, then Dimitri, then the famous nmap. Those are the 4 tools that we're gonna cover in this section. I hope that we will cover as much information as I can provide, because the nmap tool is very big tool which needs a whole different course by itself, but I will try to cover as much information as I can and not make this section a long section. So see you guys in the next lecture, in which we're gonna be talking about the harvester, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So today we're gonna be talking about the tool that we have talked about, of course, the last time on the introduction, which is the harvester. So the application helps people who are interested in discovering their client's footprint on the internet. It's simply like that. So if you want to search, so if a hacker want to search about someone on the internet, or it's not about someone, but it's about a company or a domain on the internet, he uses the application, the harvester, to see how much emails, how much subdomains. It's a very tool that it's very good tool, that fast the information gathering thing. It makes him fast, speed and easy, so using only some commands. And it also helps the enterprise who want to view how much their system is secured, of course, in the eye of the hackers. That's why we have talked about in the introductions to secure your system. You have to have an eye of a hacker. You should have an eye of a hacker to see how hackers think and just secure yourself. It's simply like that. So the harvester, we can write the harvester like that to see the options that we have. So there are a lot of options. Of course, I won't explain all of these options because I will waste a lot of time, and they are already explained, and we're gonna use the most important options, of course. So for an example, we're gonna use the harvester like that, and we're gonna look for a domain name of a company. For example, like you see in this D, I will use this help page for you guys to see how you can use it. So D, it talks for domain to search our company name. So we're gonna search, for example, for our website, for example, udemy.com, and where we're gonna search, it's in the B in here, which is the data source. So let's limit it first. Use the L in here to limit the number of the results. So it's simply like that. We're gonna see the first 500 results out of all the results. Using results, of course, these results are using search engines, which are a lot of search engines, Baidu, Bing, Bing-Api, a lot of search engines. We have Google, like you are seeing in here. We have LinkedIn, Twitter, a lot of search engines. So we're gonna choose, for example, this Bing. So using a data source, of course, the search engine must support, the search engine must support the harvester. So you can choose one of these search engines in here. There are a lot of search engines in here. There is Yahoo also, I forgot to mention it. There is VirusTotal. yeah, a lot of search engines simply like that. So, and we're gonna use Bing like I have said. So let's explain the command again. The harvester, the tool, we're gonna search for the domain name udemy.com. We're gonna see the first 500 results using the search engine Bing. So if we tape enter, we're gonna wait a little bit. It will take some time, not a lot of time. It depends on the search engine. So if you use Google, it will be faster. So I just want to use Bing. So for example, in here, Bing didn't show me any emails. So Bing didn't found any emails about udemy.com, but it have found a subdomain or a host name IP address, which is the main host. It's not a subdomain, it's the domain by itself. It's the main domain of udemy.com. So I will show you another example in which you can find some emails. For example, I will search for big company. Let's say Oracle, for example, oracle.com, so the famous Oracle, and we're gonna wait for the Bing. So these results in here are depending on the search engine, of course. So if you are using search engine, if on Udemy, it may, for example, Google may give you some results in here, and more results may be in here. Bing didn't give us that, so it's not a problem. So Bing did give us some email addresses about oracle.com, about the Oracle company. So, and it's the MySQL sales, the oracle.com, e-learning, www.oracle.com. Those are some emails that Bing found, and they have relation with oracle.com. I have repeated oracle.com a lot of times. So it have found also some subdomains, which are the docs, of course, oracle.com, the e-delivery, the investor, the IP projects, protocol, and a lot of subdomains. So that's the main use of the harvester. There is another use. For example, if we want to talk about, for example, let's say we want to use all the search engines. What can we say to the harvester to use all the search engines in here? Where are they? Yep, in here, all the search engines. We can use this keyword all, just like that. It will take a lot and a lot and a lot of time. So he will first of all use Google for his 500 results, and he will use the PGP query server for his 500 results, and it will take a lot of time. But of course, if a hacker wants to have as much information, he don't have any problem. He will use this option all for sure and surely. So if he really wants to hack that company, also if a company wants really to secure their itself, or of course the engineers, the security engineers want to secure their company, of course they will use this all option. So of course I won't wait for this to finish in here, but I will show you another option. So it's kind of useful, I think, for some of you guys, which is this option. Let's get back to Bing, and we're gonna use a parameter which is f. You can see in here f. What f did, it saves the result into an HTML and XML file, both, of course, not all, both, of course. So if you say I will save this result, where I want to save it, I want to save it on the desktop, for example, desktop, and I will name it, for example, result.html, like that. I will type enter, wait for the same time that we have waited. So wasting a little bit our time. I don't like to cut videos, like I've said before, so for you guys to live the moments with me and live the mistakes with me, and leave everything. I think this the best thing to do. So this is our two files that we have founded. If we clicked on the HTML file to open it, so I want to open the HTML file. Yep, here it comes. So, and this is our result. So those are the 4 emails that we have seen the last time. Those are the 6 house. This is the 60% of the results, and this is the 40% of the results. Those are the house, those are the emails, those are the field, the vhosts, the tld, the showdown. Those some options that you may see a little bit useful. So but in most of times you will see only emails and hosts. So guys, this was our tool for today. It was the harvester. So guys, see you in the next lessons or in the next lectures or in the next videos, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you, and welcome to your course. So today we're gonna move on to the next information gathering tool, of course, which is the DMI try or Dimitri or Dimitri, or it's not Dimitri actually, but it's DM try, or you can read it DM try or something like that. Just feel free. So what's DMTry? It's another information gathering tool concerning websites and servers and IP addresses that have some other options. Sorry guys. So to see the options of Metry, you can just type like that, Metry, enter, and you will have this list option. It's not a long list, so we will explain each option. So the first options means save the output to a host txt or a file specified by all file. Of course, it's saving the information gathering result to another txt file. The I means perform a who is lookup on an IP address. So we're gonna use the who is lookup. So not the previous tool who is, but a who is lookup. The tool that we have talked about, it's called also who is like that. Who is, but the who is lookup, which should be right in capital letter like that, it's a common lookup on websites. So this who is and this who is are not the same thing. This is a lookup or a method of searching or a protocol, not a protocol actually. It's some kind of searching in some kind of lookups, just like that. And who is. So what we need to do actually, we need to get back in here. So perform a who is lookup on IP address, and this one perform a who is lookup on the domain name of a host, and this n means receive netcraft.com information on a house. Netcraft, it's a kind of information gathering website, and the S perform a search for possible subdomains. It's kind of studying the possibilities of some subdomains and showing them. Of course, the subdomains. What are the subdomains? For example, if we are on Oracle, let's say in our example oracle.com. What is this? Is the domain oracle.com. What's a subdomain? Is, for example, my name dot oracle.com. This is it is not my complete name, but it's just a part of my name. So this is a subdomain. This tool will help us to search for subdomains. The E perform a search for possible email addresses. That's so clear. The P perform a TCP port scan on a host. The F perform a TCP port scan on a host, and also showing the output reporting of filtered ports. You're gonna see that. So B, it's read in the banner received from the scanned port. It's reading the banner from received port from received scanned ports. It's so clear. And T0 to 9 set TTL, or it's just a time to limit in seconds when scanning a TCP port. Default it's 2, requires the P, of course, flag edge on the passed. So on the passed, I think it's an abbreviation for time to limit, which means how much time should I spend on scanning a port. So it should be between 0 and 9 seconds. Let's now try the real work. So let's call our tour. Let me try like that, and let's use a basic option, which is the W, and we're gonna scan udemy.com like that. Enter. We have used, like we have said before, who is lookup. It should be the same result, or kind of the same result that we have received on the sorry, I will zoom in a little bit on the previous video, in which I have explained who is. It's just domain name, registry ID, server. We have talked about that in the previous video. So another option is by scanning this IP address using the I, like you are seeing in here. So the same thing, but just I in here, and like that. It's the same thing, it's the same results. You have scanned an IP address, so it might be looks like the same result, but exactly actually it has the same information. So another option is performing who is lookup. No, this one retrieve netcraft. We're gonna not use, it's the same thing, just we're gonna use netcraft for scanning, and S, perform a search on possible subdomains. For example, I don't know if Udemy has subdomains, so I will try another. It was S. So I will try the previous example also, oracle.com. Some subdomains of Oracle. Profile oracle.com, video hub oracle.com, linux oracle.com, some subdomains and their IP addresses. Another option, we're gonna see a TCP port scan and TCP port scan in the output report. So you have, you know what I'm talking about, to show the filtered ports. So I will look for site imagery like that, and I will scan our website udemy.com. Then I will give the option in here, so P, like that. I will copy this one in here. So this is copy, and pressing Ctrl and Shift or merge, then T for a new tab, like we are seeing in here. We're gonna zoom a little bit, and we're gonna paste it using the F. So the difference that you will see will be so clear. In here, like we are seeing, we have 2 seconds, like we are seeing in here, default 2 seconds. So after 1, 2, another 1, 2, like we are seeing, we have 2 seconds per port to scan a port. So all these ports are filtered, which means that they are inaccessible. In here we can't see these inaccessible ports, but we will see only the accessible ports, or the open ports, or just call them what you want. It may take a lot of time, of course, guys, so I will stop that. To see the perform port scan, we have talked about read in banner received from, you don't need this one, this timer to set the time that I just recommend you to let it like that. 2 seconds, it's a good time. 1 second, maybe just a little bit. Maybe a little bit of time for port scan. So this is our tool, guys. This is our options. This is our parameters in here. That's how to use Damtry for example, to have Of course, guys, we can use the whois lookup, in which we can find addresses, email addresses. Let's try the email addresses one here. The e, yes, e. So let's zoom in a little bit, and let's say metray e, then oracle.com. We can get some email addresses from here. Concerning Oracle, 0 email addresses. It didn't find any email address. Let's look, for example, from our website, google.com. So you can see that actually the 0 email addresses, the 0 emails for house google.com searching, 0 pages contain, 0 results, all scans complete, exiting. So you can see that the entry is a little bit is weak on concerning the email addresses. Whois is better, and we have seen the harvester too, which is also a good email addresses founder or something like that to search for email addresses. So guys, this is an opened port, which is 80 in here. We can find it in here too. So yes, this is an opened port. So guys, let me think a little bit of what we have did. Guys, we can use the whois lookup, so we can use a little bit of whois tool that we have seen in the last time, but you can just use it from whois like that. Why get into dime tray then go into whois? So guys, those are the options of geometry assertion or an information gathering tool that we have seen today. See you next and peace.
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So thank you so much for enrolling in the course. Thank you so much for choosing the course, and I hope you will enjoy your learning, because of course it's not just learning, but it's enjoying your learning. I really care about that. So let's just start with our introduction. So this man is in the picture, is our man. He is Garden Lion. It's written just like that on the picture, Garden Lion. So this man is the creator of the network mapper, aka also known as Nmap. So this man had some kind of problem with multiple or fragmented or separated network scanners. So he got an idea in his mind, which is, yo man, why we don't create a tool which can be used to scan networks, and we don't have to use separated network scanners. We just regroup everything in one tool. We regroup all the purposes of network scanning, all of the purposes of the network scanners in one tool, which can do all the job. So he did it, and it was a very nice idea, and it got much support. So he created it on the 1st September 1997, and he has wrote approximately to 2000 line of code. So this idea was a very important idea, and it got much support because it's an open source tool, which means that it's free and anyone can use its code and copy it, paste it, and develop that code. He has created this code to function only on Linux systems or Linux environment, and it was like the best scanning tool on the world at his time. So he got much support, and he has developed the tool to be like able to do more than it was able to do in the 1997. In about 2004, it was able to do multiple things. For example, it was able to remote detect the operating system, and detects also the service, the version of the service, and we can, for example, talk about the ping scanning, which means that it can do a ping scan, and you will learn all these things when in the practical lectures down on the course. So of course you will understand what I'm talking about. And it got, like I said, more and more and more support, and it was like publicated or posted on all the website. We can include Linux Journal, Info World, linuxquestions.org, the famous one, and also we can see some movies. So it was included on the Matrix Reloaded. It was included on the movie. I remember its name was like, yeah, it was the Bourne Ultimatum, and a famous one which is Die Hard 4. So the application or the tool get a lot of support, large worldwide support to be the best network scanning tool in the world, and sometimes the best project on ethical hacking and security. And now it's used by all the network experts and all the ethical hackers and all the penetration testers, the information security experts, anyone who has relation with network or using the internet, and to scan or to create is of course using the famous Nmap, and he knows what's the famous Nmap. If he don't know, he must know. So and that's the goal of my course, of course, is to teach you guys. Now Nmap is used on also Windows and Mac OS. So now it's used on Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. It has two interfaces: the Linux command line interface, or the it's not obliged to be Linux. It can be Mac OS, or it can be also in Windows. So that is the command line or the terminal interface, which is this one, and the graphical interface, which we can order it using the ZENMap command, like you are seeing in here, guys. Sorry. So like you are seeing, we have this graphical interface. We can write our command in here, and we have much more details. It's not options, but it's details. We have statistics, we have ports, hosts, we have topology, we have host details, and we have scans. And in here we can detect hosts, we can switch between hosts and services. So this is the graphical interface that we're gonna not use in this course, because of course if you want to be a professional or an expert, you must learn the always in any tool. If you want to be an expert, don't use the graphical interfaces, use the command line interfaces, because I'm sure that one day you will have to use the command line interface as a troubleshooter, of course, as a troubleshooter. If you want to use the graphical interface, just type what we are typing in here in the code, in this command in here, and you will have the same results but in different ways. But I highly recommend you to use the terminal or the command line version. So like I've said, now it's supporting Linux, Windows, and Mac OS, and it's worldwide used by all who is or everyone who have relation with ethical hacking and security in a part and in another part, or in a side and in the other side. Anyone who has a relation with networking. So guys, to use the Nmap, it's very easy to use. The usage is very easy. Just type Nmap to the scan type. We're gonna see all this, the options and the target specification. The target specification can be an IP address or a domain name or whatever. It just have to express a target. The options are a lot of options, a lot of options. There are a lot of options. Three times. A lot of options. and we're gonna study and we're gonna see a lot of these options. Of course, we're gonna choose the most important ones and we will study them. Of course, I will be updating this course, guys, and I will add more videos every time that I see that there is maybe another option, or maybe I will add some options. But guys, this to talk about every option in here, it's, guys, very it's not very hard, but it's kind of it's not impossible, but it's kind of, you know what I mean. There are all these options in here, and I don't want, guys, to waste your times on some maybe you don't need these options as a network administrator or an ethical hacker. I will just teach you the most important ones. And the problem is that these options in here can be used together. It's not a big problem, but just get in mind that you can use these options together. Of course, we're gonna talk also about that on the practical lectures. So, guys, for now, this was our introduction, guys. I hope you have learned some things. You have learned. Let me ask you a question. When did what's his name actually? Did you remember his name? It's Gordon Lyon. So just try to remember it. Another question. What's the date when he created this tool, this project? If you don't know, or if you don't remember, it's the 1st September 1997. Get in your mind, man. So, guys, I hope you have enjoyed this lecture. See you guys in the other lectures, or the next lectures, of course, and peace! Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good well with you. Welcome to your course. So today we're gonna be talking about network and how networks work. So if we're gonna be talking about network, we're gonna have to make a definition. So I will talk about some things that I think that you know what are these things. Just I'm talking for those guys of you who don't know. Maybe there are some guys who know. So networks are simply a set of devices. It can be like, for example, computers, smartphones, maybe we can be talking about printers, and you can be talking about cameras. You can be talking about any device that is in some way is connected with other devices. So this is simply what's network. And of course, those devices are exchanging data between them. There are mainly 4 types of networks. There are the WAN networks, WAN networks, which are the wide area network, which can be called of a network that covers a large area. It's something like that, a large area, like the famous internet. So the internet is a WAN network. We can be talking also about the LAN network, LAN, not LAM, the LAN network, which is the local area network, which can be used, for example, on some enterprises or some companies. It's a local area network, simply like that. So those definitions or these words are kind of relative. You know what I mean? So the word local can be used also on, for example, enterprise, hostel. It can be used only on a home. So it can be used on different parts, or on, for example, cyber. You know what I mean? It can be used on many things. The word local. We are talking about the MAN, which is the Metropolitan Area Network, which is a kind of networks. I hope that you know what's WAN. Not I hope. I think that you know what's WAN and LAN, and you have already seen these words. The MAN, I think that you never, or most of you never seen the MAN network, which is the Metropolitan Area Network, which is a network between other networks on kind of big area. So, and the speed of this network should be higher than, of course, the internet, the wide area networks. This is the MAN networks. And there is the fourth tape, which is the last main tape. Those are not just the tapes, there are some types, sorry guys, not tapes, there are some types of networks, but those are the most common ones. There are the PAN, which are the personal area network, which can you created between, for example, a hotspotted a smartphone with a hotspot and a computer. It's a personal area network. So that's it. Those are the four most common types, not tapes, types of networks. Those, like I have said, some devices that in some way are connecting between each others and getting and receiving, which means exchanging data. Those data are exchanged or are sent and received in some ways. Those ways have some rules. Those rules, the set of rules, which called protocol. So a protocol is a set of rules. The plural of protocol is, of course, protocols. So one protocol doesn't mean one rule, but one protocol means a set of rules. So the protocol are simply the set of rules that allows or that control the data transmission, sending and receiving or exchanging between the devices on the network. Those are the protocols that this is not definition of protocol, but in terms of networking, this is the definition of protocol. It's the set of rules that control the data on the network. How those data are controlled and how networking functions, it depends on the protocol. So if we are talking about TCP protocol, for example, we are talking about the three-way handshake. What is the three-way handshake? We're gonna see it on the practical course. So if we are talking, for example, for UDP IP, we are talking about another protocol. So how networks functions, it depends on protocols. Networks can be connected together, of course, using the cables, and this one is called wired network, or using without cables, you know what I mean, which is called the wireless network. So those are some basic terms, some basic comments that most of you, I think, know what I am talking about. So this is the simplest, I guess, definition of network, and this is the simplest way to explain how networks function. So how networks functions are using protocols. Of course, the purpose of creating a network is exchanging data, transmitting, sending, and receiving data. And how the network functions, another time, sorry if I'm repeating the same thing, it's using some protocols. What are those protocols? We're gonna see what are those protocols. Of course, we won't talk about all the protocols because there are a huge number of protocols, but in terms of networks, we're gonna be talking about some protocols. So how these protocols works, we're gonna see in the practical lectures. So guys, hope to see you down in the lectures. Don't escape, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So today we're gonna be a demonstration about how to install Nmap on Linux, and it will be very easy, very simple. So to install Nmap on Linux, that's what you should tape. So if you are using Kali Linux, you don't have to tape sudo. So if you are using other distribution, so just tape sudo apt get install Nmap, just like that. That's how you install Nmap. So if you are using Kali Linux, like I have said, you don't have to tape sudo, and you already have Nmap installed on your system, on your operating system, but you can type sudo. So sudo apt get install nmap. This is the standard command to install nmap. Just type enter and wait a little bit, and for in my case nmap is already installed and upgraded and updated. This is simply like that. To see what's the version of your nmap, just type sudo, no, you don't have to type sudo, just nmap then version. That's it. So you can see that the version is 7.70. So guys, this was a simple video about demonstration how to install nmap on Linux. If you are using Kali Linux or any other ethical hacking or penetration testing operating system, you don't have to install in nmap. You have nmap already installed in your system. So but if you have kind of Ubuntu, some distribution of Ubuntu, just type sudo apt-get install nmap. So guys, I hope you fully understand this video. See you guys in the next video, and peace. Welcome back to your course. So this time I'm gonna be install the nmap on a Windows machine. So welcome to my Windows 8.1 machine, like you are seeing in here. So the installation will work on most of Windows versions. I mean, I'm talking about Windows 7, 8, 8.1, 10, and above, if there is above. And for XP, I don't know, actually, maybe it will work, maybe it won't, but I don't think that some of you guys are still using Windows XP. So guys, get to this website, nmap.org, then click the download section in here. After doing that, get down just a little bit in here, click latest stable release self-installer nmap. So click on this one. You don't have to download this one, just click on the first one. So like that, your download will start. Me personally, I won't start it because I have already downloaded. I will get to my download folder and run the nmap setup. So sorry guys a little bit because my Windows may crashes because I'm using a virtual machine and I didn't give a lot of performance to this machine. So guys, click I agree, let it just like that, everything checked, and next and install. So I have installed it myself, so I won't install it again. So what will happen guys is that you will have another install window of mpcap. You just click install and something like that. The same thing in this window, just wait for it and it will be some simple basic installation. So for me, he's saying that you already have the mpcap. Do you reinstall? Possible with different option. For you won't have this window in here. Just you will have another window tells you yo install mpcap, click next, and it's simple installation. So for me, I would say no. If you have mpcap, you will do the same, of course, and it's done. Complete next.
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good. I'm with you. Welcome to your course. So this time we're gonna start the real business of nmap. So we're gonna use the first command, or the first option will be, of course, we're gonna call the nmap. Nmap is network mapper, mapper by the way. So, and we're gonna use the S and the T, and for me, I know that this is my gateway's IP address. This one in here. I will show you how to find it for you guys. So just type root, and this is your gateway IP address. You don't need to try to scan your gateway IP address. Just write down any IP address you want to scan and find some ports in. So and we're gonna paste it. So in this command, guys, we are trying to see which it's a very simple command in which we are testing a TCP connection. So what's a TCP is? TCP is an abbreviation for the transmission TCP control protocol. It's just like the transmission control protocol, which means it's protocol that controls the data that is getting in and out of your PC. It's just simply like that. There are two famous protocols that do this same way, which is the same thing, which is the thing that I've told you about, receiving and sending data. They are mostly the famous two ones, which are, of course, the TCP and UDP. So the difference between them is that in the TCP the data are checked. For example, if we say that there is two IP addresses, for example, this IP address and this IP address. I'm just giving examples. This IP address don't have any relation with this IP address. Yeah. So if this IP address, or the computer in here, or any machine in here, any device or any system, or you get the meaning, try to send anything to this IP address in here, so it will be like that. This one will send the information to this one, then this one will tell him if he received the information completely or correctly or not. So that's TCP IP, that's the TCP packet. It will be a TCP packet. He is not sending bits, he is sending tons of bits, which are the packets. A lot of information, a lot of data, regrouped or something like that. It's called packet. So he's sending a packet to this IP address, and this IP address replies, yeah, I have received all the packet or not. That's it. But in the UDP there is nothing like that. So this one is sending data to this one, and this one is receiving data and process it. So the difference between them, the TCP IP is most used because it has this ability, but the UDP will be used in case of you don't want to lose time. So if you are playing for receiving all the data, so you should use the TCP. But if you are playing for time, use the UDP. And the UDP is mostly used on, for example, in live streaming. For example, if you are on live streaming, you don't want to lose time, of course, because if you started to lose some time, you want to be live. Yes, that's it. You want to be live. It's be live. I don't mean that believe. You don't be in live mode, like that. But that's if you use the TCP, because you are always checking, you are always sending that. For example, if this one sends something to this one and this one didn't receive it completely, it will tell him send me back, then this one will send him back the data, so we'll lose some time in here. But if you want to stay in live mode, you should receive the data like it is and show it. For example, if we are talking about live streaming, and show it to the user, even if there is some corruption on the data. And in games also, it will be the same thing, because gamers don't want to lose some time, and they can be killed if they are playing Counter-Strike. I'm just giving you examples, guys. But if you want to be sure that your data is completely received, like in the download, if you are downloading something, you are using the TCP. You will use the TCP. Sorry guys if I have took a lot of time on explaining this thing, but I think it's very important to explain. So we start this sample scan and we had this result in here. So we have some port. So we read everything starting nmap is the version of nmap. This is the website of nmap at this time in here. So nmap scan report for the IP address that we have given. So it gives us a report. So host is up, which means there is actually a computer or a device on this host. There is a system on this host. Not shown. So those are the closed ports. So we don't want to see the closed ports. They are not shown. So if we have seen like 994 lines of ports closed, so there is no meaning to see some ports closed. So, and this will be kind of table, in which in this part in here we got a ports, their state, and the service. So the first port will be the SSH port, which is the secure shell port. It is completely open. But the 111 TCP, of course, we are making a TCP scan like I have said before. It is filtered, which means that there is a firewall who is blocking the connection. This is the RPC bind, the name of the service, and 143 TCP. It's filtered also. The IMAP, the SMAX, the H, I don't know what's this port. There are a lot of ports, of course. It's above than 65,000 ports. This is the 5,900 port, TCP port, of course, which is for the VNC. This is a famous port. This port in here, it is like we have said, filtered. So this was a sample TCP scan using the command st, simply like that. You can find this command in here. If you try to write nmap to see the options that you have, you will find it like in here. So this is the st command, this one in here, which comes from connect. So we are trying to connect to a TCP port actually. So this was the first lesson of the nmap. You have learned, I guess, some things. So guys, see you in the next lecture, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So to another option of scanning using nmap, which is the SS scan, which is, if we type in here nmap to see the SS scan, SS scan is for TCP SYN. So SYN is the name of the packet that the hacker sends, or the penetration tester sends. So if you get back to our previous example, when we say that this one sends packets to this one, so that's how the TCP works. To just say it again for you guys to remember. So TCP in the normal cases is like that. This IP sends packet to this one. So if this one has an opened port, so he will tell him, yeah, my port is opened, send me what you want, go ahead. So this one would say, yes, this is what I want to say. And this is the handshake. It's called the handshake. It's called like 3 ways handshake. So send, receive, send. It's three ways handshake. It's like that. And in the first example, it was just like that. So in a filtered port, this one sends to this one, then this one replies. If the port is open, you will say, yeah, go ahead. Then this one give him what you want, a packet. It's not important what the packet is, because we are just want to see if the port, if it is open. But in case if it's filtered, this one will send a packet to this one. So this one will not response. So in this case, the port is closed. The port is filtered, sorry. But to be sure that the port is closed, this one will send packet to this one. Then this one replies, yo, sorry man, the port is closed. It works like that in the first example. In the second example, which is this example in here, will be of course a TCP scan, means the same protocol, but this is the case. So this one sends a SYN packet to this one. Then this one says back, if the port is open, yeah man, go ahead, send what you want to send. Then this one would say, never mind, he will not send a packet again. So he won't complete the 3 hands shake, the 3 times handshake, and that's it. So in this case, we are kind of gaining more time, if you know what I mean. Do not send in another packet, then this one will reply, and having a responsibility to close the connection will waste more time. So at this case, we can gain more time. In case of the port is filtered, so let's start with in case if the port was closed. Forget the filtered. In case when the port is closed, that's what will happen. This IP address will send a SYN packet to this IP address. Then this IP address will say, yo man, sorry, the port is closed. And that's it, port closed. In case of the port is filtered, this of course this one is for the hacker or the penetration tester or the network administrator or the expert. The nmap will send a SYN packet in the case of filtered, so it will wait for the data, for the packet to get back to it, to tell him if it's closed or open or something like that. But in case of the port is filtered, which means that the firewall blocks any connection between these 2 IP addresses. So he will send a SYN packet, he will wait a little bit, so maybe he will get in mind, he will wait a time. Of course, nmap knows what's the time limit, so if it didn't receive any response, it will send it again another time and wait for the response. If it didn't receive any response, it will say that the port is filtered, which means that the firewall don't allow any connection between these 2 IP addresses. I hope you get the story behind the SYN and the SYN TCP, of course, and the sample TCP connection. So if we perform this command in here, we are using the SYN. It's very common and used on the nmap scans. We might see a little bit of difference like we are seeing in here. So in here we're gonna see 1 2 3 4 5 6 ports, but in here we are seeing 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 ports. So the nmap took the advantage of the case that we have talked about in this example, that we are not wasting time on the 3 time handshake, and it says yes, why not scanning all the ports. So it did scan all the ports, getting up to the maximum limit. So we got to the 62,078 port, which is the iPhone sync port. A lot of ports like you are seeing in here. So this is the difference. This one will gives you more details and more opens port, and will take of course more time than this first one. This first one took approximately to 1 minute. This one take about a lot of time, 771 to 72 seconds, which is of course a lot more than this time, but it will give you more details about the host. So that's how the SYN packets works. And guys, hopefully see you in the next time with another option, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome back to your course. So this time we're gonna be talking about the UDP protocol. So in general cases, the UDP protocol functions like that. Let's get on our example, our previous example, and this is the system A and this is the system B. Example like that. Let's suppose that system A is the hacker's system, or the expert, or the penetration tester, or the network administrator, or we don't care. So let's suppose that this is the A and this is the B. In normal cases, let's forget the rules, just two systems working together. When A try to send data to B, then the B receive or don't receive the data, and it will show or don't show, or use or process the data or don't process the data. It's simply like that. So there is no handshake back. So the UDP is not friendly. You don't shake hands. It's simply like that. There is no confirmation that the data is is well received or something like that. And it's a negative point, but in another way, it's a kind of fast protocol. So you don't have to waste time in here on shaking hands. So that's why it's used on like live shows and some things like that. So now let's get to our A B example. So A, it's the hacker, B is the victim, or you can call it a victim or what you want to call it. So when the A sends let's say it will send him an empty packet. That's how the mmap functions. It will send an empty packet to the B. So if the B didn't respond anything, that means that we have two cases. Even the port is opened and the data is received and it's processed, and everything is going good, or there is another option, the port is filtered. So that means that the port don't allow any connection, so we can't know if the port is filtered or opened. We have such case. In another case, when we got IC MP reply, this reply means that the port is filtered. It's definitely filtered like that. So we send an empty data, then it responds as, yo, you have sent, this is an error. It's something like that. The ICMP unreachable reply means unreachable, if it's written like that. I don't know. Sorry guys for the mistakes, if I did some mistakes on this unreachable. So if we got an unreachable reply, this means definitely that the port is filtered. It's simply like that. So I have already did UDP scan, and it was simply like that. So nmap SU on the same IP address. So I got some results. It shows me that there is 994 filtered ports. Thus got an ICMP replies, and I have some opened ports. So yeah, I think I forgot to talk about the opened ports. So if the A send the empty packet to the B, then the B respond with anything else than the ICMP. It's a rare case, so that means that the port is opened. What that means, that the B will receive data and it sends something back to the A, and this is exactly means that there is nothing is between the A and the B blocking some things like that. So in this case, I have received some data when I have sent an empty packet through the mmap, of course, which means, of course, that the port is opened. In this case, I didn't receive any data, which means that the port is filtered or opened. We can't know using this UDP scan. The same thing for these ports in here. So this was basically the UDP scan using the su command like we are seeing in here. So guys, I hope you have understood the idea behind the UDP scan. It's kind of I know you can mix it with the TCP and UDP. Just guys, get your ideas back, write them down if you want, take notes or like you want. I believe that everyone has his own way for his best learning method. So guys, see you in the next lecture and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So at the beginning, I'm so sorry for my voice. I'm a little bit sick. I hope that this will not disturb you a lot. I hope that my voice is not annoying you as I am sick. So today we're gonna see another option of the nmap. Of course, we're gonna see the v option. So nmap sv and the IP address that you want to scan. It's so easy and simple. The v is for checking the version of the services of some opened ports. So like you have seen in the previous times, we have make a lot of scans and in which we have find some ports. So what's the version of the services of that port? So if you can see in here, we got a like a table. First column it's port, state, service, and version. So like we are seeing in here, also we have the port is the 22, which is 22, of course, TCP. The state is open. The service is SSH, which is the secure shell, and we got the version. So Cisco SSH 1.25 protocol 2.0. So why we need this version is basically because we can use at some vulnerable yeah, I don't know how to spell that word, exploitable services. For example, if maybe for now I don't think that there is an exploit for this version of this service, but maybe for after 2 years, 3 years will be like an exploit for this version, or maybe after a week, who knows. If you are so interested on that service, so make researches and maybe you will be the one and you will be the first man in the world to discover an exploit on this service. So there are a lot of old services that you can see in old systems. For example, if you are scanning like a network which has been made maybe 10 years ago, you will have maybe an FTP port opened in which there is a remote exploit, a remote overflow exploit or something like that on that port, which is on that version of service, sorry, which is really so dangerous. And to know the versions of the services of the ports, of course, is very important and very helpful in case you want to hack really, or you want to securely. You are not hackers, like I say always. If you want really to secure something, you need to do this option in here, which allows you to scan the services. I'm so sorry because I'm sick, guys. So like you are seeing in here, we got 999, which is 999 ports closed ports, of course. We have seen in previous times that we have some like in here in the UDP port scan, we have seen that we don't have that much of closed ports. We have only 1992 filtered ports. Maybe we have some open ports, we have some opened or filtered ports, and some things like that. But in here we are finding, like we are seeing in here, 1999 closed ports, which is a result from the nmap scan that we have made. But in our case, we are tried also to use the two options like we are seeing in here, the UDP option and the version option, and to see what these options will provide us. Of course, I know what these options will provide us. I know by experience, and I have already tasted them. Of course, I will show you also the SSV, which is the scan made
we have seen the SS. I don't have to talk about this one, and it was like the result has been made. So it was like also 999 closed ports. So basically the version is mostly will be the same if you are using the SS or the S scene that we have talked about. So in the UD port, like we are seeing in here, we have collecting the how to say we have used something like that. We have used the both of options which can determine UDP open ports and their version. So the result, I was waiting for the result. It will be like you are seeing in here: 2%, 51%, and 66%, and it's done already. It have been like for, I will calculate it for you guys. I'm so sorry. Just for you guys to know how much the scan has take from me. It can be the same for, it can not be the same for you. So you have your own network. Maybe it will be faster, maybe it will be slower. So it have take up to 16 minutes this scan in here, because as you know, the UDP scan scans a lot of ports. So like you are seeing in here, there is also the open ports that we have found in here. These two open ports, this service is the NTP and SNMP, which are opened also, and they are this is their versions, sampling like that. This is their the version of the SNMP. And for the open filtered ports, we couldn't determine that because mostly they are filtered, and the nmap couldn't determine that. So this is the option, guys, that allows you to see the versions. I have talked about why we should see the version of the service in that port, in that opened port. I will say it again because maybe we have a remote exploit that will be used on the hacking. So guys, I hope you fully understand this video. See you guys in the next videos, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome again to your course. So this time we're gonna see another type of scan using the nmap, of course, which is the ping scan. So how can the ping scan help us? It will provide us if this host is alive on the network or not, which means if, for example, I have entered the nmap, for example, this is the ping scan, and for example I gave it some IP address like that. No, not like that. This, for example, IP address. He will say if this IP address is alive or not, if there is a machine on this IP address or not, if there is a device on this IP address or not, if there is a system on this, a live system, of course, on this IP address or not. So if I type enter, he will tell me that one IP address, 0 hosts up, which means there is no host on this IP address. So in my case, I will use an IP address in which I am sure that there is a host, or this IP address is alive, and we will see the result. So one IP address and one host up. This the MAC address of the host, and this is the system that the host use, which is Cisco system, which is of course my gateway on this example. So the idea behind this scan is that the nmap sends, of course, a packet. Of course, what's a packet? I've already talked about, which is some bits, some data together, and it's simple like that. It's some group of data. I can't express this any easier. So some group of data, this called a packet. So the nmap sends a packet to the
an ICMP packet which is used for the connections, and it waits for some replies. The ICMP packet is mostly used for connections. It's simply like that, and it's common on errors, so it doesn't matter. The idea is just the nmap sending some kind of packets. If the host or the IP address replies, that means that it's alive. If it don't reply, that means that it's not alive. But if it don't reply also, it will be a case in which the firewall is blocking the ICMP packets. The firewall gets in our way again. So what do the nmap? So what's the solution in this case? The nmap do also a TCP ping scan, which means it uses the common ports, which are the telnet, the SSH, the HTTP, the HTTPS, some common ports, and it sends data through those ports that most of times they are unused and opened, and it tries to get some data. If they are also filtered, so there is no way. The nmap will tell you that there is no host in this IP address. This IP address is not alive, but actually it's alive. So how we can do that? I have already talked about that. This is the command S and P. So the nmap also has added a beautiful extension, if I can say extension, which is the name or the OS of the operating system of the system used on this host, which always provide us more information. We are on information gathering tape. Always remember that. So knowing that it's Cisco system, so it's mostly a gateway or router, or call it what you want to call it. It's just a network device. There is also another option which I didn't talk about, which is this option in here. So this option allows you to scan the devices from in this IP address, but in the last IP address we will scan from 1 to 255. So it's a good idea, of course, scanning all these IP addresses. So it won't take a lot of time. Why? Because we are just sending packets, and the nmap is not sending through all the ports, and when it didn't receive anything, which means that maybe the ICMP is filtered, it will try some common ports. It's limited number of ports, and not like 65,000 ports, of course. It will be much faster. So if I taped enter and we wait a little bit, so you can tape enter too to see the progress. Every time you tape enter, you can see the progress of your work. So enter again. This is a useful thing also. So I am actually in Moscow dormitory. I am a student, in case you don't know me. So I don't want to tell you my story of life. So actually I am in Moscow. I am in a dormitory and to study, of course, software engineering. And I have already studied computer science, and you can get down and see my personal information. So it have take for us 12 seconds, which is of course a fast scan. Like you are seeing in here, I have a lot of devices. In your case, maybe this is not the IP address. Mostly it's not the IP address. It will be your IP address. Mostly will be this kind of IP address. So your scan, it mostly will be like that. This is the range of IP address. It's not a problem. I just want to make this remark for you guys, because maybe someone of you didn't notice that they are trying to scan my internal. They won't scan, of course, my internal IP address because I'm in Moscow and they are at home or in another city.
mostly they are not in the same dormitory. So this is not the IP address that you will use, guys. Use your own internal network IP address. So I've talked too much, I'm so sorry for that. I have found a lot of devices. So the first one is my gateway, it's a Cisco system. The second one has the 2 IP address, which is Riviet Networks. The third one has 4, which is Lithium Technology. This one have 11. I'm talking about this this numbers in here. So, which is Samsung Electronic Mechanics. Yeah, something. This is Apple. This is unknown. So it didn't get to determine what type of this IP address, what operating system is used on this IP address. This is OnePlus Technology, Apple, NATO. You can see a lot of devices because, of course, guys, I'm in dormitory. We live in 9 floors. A lot of guys are connecting to this IP address in here. Not, of course, this one, because I have selected this IP address, I'm talking about only one device. It can be 2 devices, but if I select all the 3 columns, so this one can be variable from 1 to 255, which means that there is a lot of IP addresses, and of course, if there is a lot of IP addresses, a lot of devices, we are talking about network. So I have talked too much. I'm so sorry for this, guys. So there is a lot of systems that we are seeing in here. So it's so good to know who is connecting with you and how many people are using the network. Of course, it's so useful comment. So guys, this was the ping scan. Hopefully, guys, I see you in the next videos, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome again to your course. So this time we're gonna not talk about another option, but we're gonna talk about another helpful options. It's simply like that. So it's not you can call them like auxiliaries or something like that, because they don't do specific scan, but they just help you to search for ports. Of course, they will help you on your information gathering, port services, and something like that. So first, we're gonna start like we have did the previous time. Sorry, not the same time. We have did this type of scan. This one. So if you type enter, we'll get our result, which will take a lot of time. Like I see here, it will be, and this is so. That's our scan result. This is our scan result, guys. Sorry for losing myself, and sorry more for my voice too. So like you are seeing in here, guys, we have 22 TCP open ports, and this is the scan that we have did, like I guess the second time or something like that. So we can do this type of scan by specifying a port. So this one do scan on the nmap customized ports. So we can specify ports using the option P, not capital P, but the small p. And let's say example, I want just to scan the port 22, which is this one. If I did enter, it will be faster, of course, because it doesn't have to scan. Yeah, it doesn't have to scan all the ports, but it will just scan one port. But in this scan, it will scan, I don't know exactly how many ports, but it will scan a big range of ports. This time in here we have only scanned the 22 ports. This will be helpful, of course, guys, if you are specifying a port. You don't want to scan all the ports, you want just to see if that port is opened or not. And this will be also faster on a network. So if I did it on a range of networks, and it will be up like that. And these are all the results. So open, filtered, closed, like we're seeing here, guys, filtered, closed. Of course, you can, this is the range of the network. You can do this also by asking for more than one ports.
For example, the FTP port, the telnet port, the HTTP port, for example, these ports, and we will have the results after a couple of seconds. And boom, those are the results. So those are the ports that we have specified on the our internal network IP addresses that we have choose. Of course, we are the ones who made this range in here, and we have the result in here. So this one have an HTTP port open. This one has filtered, closed. Of course, I'm on geometry, guys. I have already said that before. So I have a lot of devices in here. Closed, filtered, closed. I like RC in this, guys. Open. This is the gateway IP address. Like RC in here, guys. So, guys, this is a good option. Of course, this there is also another option which can maybe helpful for you guys. Is the V option, not the capital V, which is the version, but the small v. You have seen already the capital V. The small v will help you to see your results instantly. I don't know how to say it, but you can see it's just like that. Let's see. Sorry, guys, there's the problem. No, I'm so sorry, guys. This shouldn't be in here, but it should be in here. Like we can see the progression, like I see. The scan didn't finish yet. Maybe you have not noticed it, but I will do it again. Scanning those ports, and it's scanning like we are seeing, and we have the results. Like we are seeing, we can follow the progression of our result. If I have tried a big range, I will specify only one port, and let's say the 21, and let's specify a big range, guys, to see the option works more. So I will scan the range of IP addresses between 1 and 36, and between 1 and 255. So exactly it will be the number of houses that will be scanned are 255 multiple, or this one. I will write it. So it's actually this one. In here we will scan 9,180 IP addresses on the port 21, which is the FTP port, of course. So enter, and we can see scanning. I am so bad on mathematics, so and let's wait. You can see some progression, like you're seeing, has grown to over 2.3 seconds, decreasing to 2.0 seconds. So it's time progression. Ping scan timed out about 10% done. About, like I see now, 11, and we can see our progression, guys. Of course I won't wait for all the work to finish. So this is an option, a helpful option for you guys. The last option for this video, guys, is this option in here, in which you can specify a range of ports. You don't have, for example, if you want to scan the ports 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, you don't have to write them like this, and like this, and like this. You have just to type from 21 to 25, and boom, like we are seeing, guys, in here. Of course I won't do this. Let's remove something, and let's get everything back to its place. And boom. We are scanning the ports 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, like we are seeing here, guys, a range of ports. So guys, those was some helpful options. I hope you have understand them well. I'm so sorry guys for my voice. So guys, see you in the next lectures, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So today we're gonna see another option, which is an option that will help us to see and discover the operating system used by the scanned host. We have already seen this on the ping scan, but it was kind of not certain result, because of course the ping scan is just scanning some ports, but on this option we're gonna scan a lot of ports. The nmap will scan a lot of ports and it will tell you the truth. It's simply like that. So scanning a few ports and telling and reporting the information, it's not like scanning 1000 ports and reporting the information. And this time we're gonna scan 1000 ports to see the operating system used by the host. So how to do that? Basically, we're gonna use the O option and we're gonna use the V. The V, we have already seen this in the last video, which is the option that will help us to see the results on our screen in live stream. So the IP address will be this one. Let's change it to 4, for example, and boom. Like we are seeing in here, guys, we are scanning 1000 ports. It can take sometimes. Just wait for it, guys. Of course, you have the right to tape enter to see how much work are we doing, or how it's going, man. So remaining is 56 seconds. Of course, guys, like I have said before, scanning some ports, maybe up to 10 ports or 20 ports, and telling us the result is not like scanning 1000 of ports, because scanning 1000 ports will provide some information which can be more guaranteed. It's like that. And of course we can get more information about the operating system if there is more information. Let's tape enter again. Let's wait for 4 seconds and try 1, try 2 against, and it's done. So host is up and all 1000 scanned ports on the operating system on the host are filtered. This is the MAC address, and there are too many fingerprints, of course, fingerprints which can tell us what's the operating system match with this host to give a specific OS or operating system details network distance 1 hop. So of course the operating system is lithium technology. This is the operating system used by the IP address. We can scan another IP address, guys, using the SP that you have learned last time, and we will scan, for example, a Naples host. Sorry, guys. We will scan Naples host. What's this? This is the IP address. House down, house down, house down, house down. I don't want to see house down. That's what happens when you use the V option. So where is Naples? I'm looking for Naples. This is a Naples. This is of course an Apple host, which its scan report host is up, MAC address, and this is and house to the V option has really screwed on this example. Let's remove it to see the information clearly, and it's better like that. So MAC address reporting for this one. Let's see this one. So this one is the information about this IP addresses are the information in down and not in here in the upper lines. So what's the IP address that you have? I'm so sorry guys, this is the IP address, and we're gonna do an nmap, of course, S and not S, O and V to this host. Let's wait guys a little bit. Enter. It's just 25 seconds guys. I don't like to cut the videos guys, I want you guys to live the moments with me. So there is an open port, which is this open port. It might be an Apple service, and let's do enter again. 24. The time is getting up or not going down. I was expecting that it will be kind of 10. Like I said before guys, I don't like to cut the videos, I don't like editing videos too much. I just like to be on live mode for you guys to live the moments with me. And of course in this time maybe I will explain some things, but for now I think that you have all the information that you need. So it will finish. Try 1, try 2, try 3, try 4, try 5, and this is some information. This is scan, this is OS. We don't care. Difficulty, it's kind of difficult, which is 251, and no exact OS matches for host, so it didn't find like this last time when we have seen like there are a lot of fingerprints, but in this time we don't have many fingerprints. We have no exact OS matches with the host, but if you know what OS is running on it, see HTTP. No, we don't look for that. But guys, we are just seeing that it's an Apple operating system, but sorry guys, we are not sure about that. It's simply like that. So guys, this was the video for today guys. Hopefully I'll see you in the next videos. I'm so sorry guys, of course, again because of my voice, and maybe of course with how I'm reacting. Sometimes I stop where I'm talking because I like have some, my nose is running directly like that, and sometimes I may stop when I'm talking. So guys, see you guys in the next videos, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So this time we're gonna be talking about, of course, another option. So I hope guys will like this series of nmap videos. It's kind of a different course by itself, but it's a very useful tool, the nmap. And I hope that you are understanding the background of the nmap function. So I'm just explaining what's behind the curtains on what nmap is actually doing. I'm explaining the packets. I didn't want to just talk this for example, this is for a TCP scan and you guys don't know what's TCP. So I want you guys to understand what's TCP, how it functions, and how nmap is actually doing. I hope guys you are interested in this, and of course if you are not interested, I don't care. No, I care guys, but if you are not interested, you have got some information, which is a very important thing, because you are in here to gain as much information as you can, and now I am talking and wasting your time. So guys, let's just directly to the work. So this time we're gonna see this option. So nmap, we're gonna call the nmap with a option this time, and what's the IP address? I always forgot it. This is 10.77.63, and let's try the gateway. So what's this option do? The A option, it will provide us with a lot of information, which are the service that we have seen, the service version, and it will provide us the OS operating system, and it will provide us also with the
trace route. We're gonna see what's trace route. So if you click enter and we wait a little bit, it won't take too much, and boom. So that's it, and boom. So in here, guys, we can read this one in here. We have a lot of closed ports, and we have only one open port, which we have talked about it. We have seen already these results, and 22 TCP, it's open SSH, and this is the version of the service. We have also detected the operating system, which is this one in here, and we can see the details, Cisco, and those are the versions. So the trace route and the network distance are those ones in here. So to get the trace route is exactly how much time do I need to get to this host or this server, and simply like that. So in let's get to our example. In a simple trace route, in a simple connection, that's what happens. So the server start the A and the B in a simple connection. The A start to send packets from like 0 to a full packets, to a lot of packets. You know what I mean? So if, for example, let's say that it sends in here like a packet, 10 packets with this speed, and the next time, if this connection wasn't established well, so it will send in some higher speed, and it will be just like that, and it will see how much time do I need. So it will start from let's say 0, not 0 actually, but it will start from a small number, then up till I get the number that I can establish in. That is the best number of packets, quantity, and speed. But in the trace route, Nmap does the opposite of this work. So if it starts with a huge number of packets, then it will get down to 0. You know what I mean? Which means that Nmap will give you the result just after the 0. You know what I mean? So if I send, for example, A packets with B speed and I got connection, then I send D packet with E speed and I lost connection. That means that the A packet and B speed is the limited, or it's the best, not the best, it's the smallest speed and smallest packets that I can send to establish connection. I hope you get the idea. So it starts from a lot of packets with higher speed, then down till I get to 0. So if I get to 0 and there is no connection, I will take the result up, just up, which means that this result has already established a connection, and this one didn't establish a connection, which is the higher one. So I will take the upper one. I hope, guys, you got the information, guys. I hope that I'm explaining well. So, guys, we need only one hop. So we skipped only one hop to get. I don't know. We have only skipped one hop to get to this host. If, for example, we have a lot of routers, then we will do one hop, then 2 hops on the first gateway, then 3 hops on the second gateway, and then 4 hops on the fourth gateway. You know what I mean? So hops are dependent on networking devices. This is the time that I can. This is the smallest time or the fewest time, or I don't know, that I can use to access to this server or this host. So the smallest time is 2.31 milliseconds. It's kind of if you're a gamer, it's not exactly the same. If you have some experience on gaming and Counter-Strike, it's kind of the ping. You know, if you know what's the ping. If you don't know what's the ping, you don't care about this. So the explanation is this is the smallest time that can be used in order to access to this host in here. So, and this is the address that I have that I want to access, or that I want to establish connection with it, and it's simply like that. This is the hop, number of hops, this is the time, and this is the address. This is the tracer, guys. So guys, this is the option A. I hope you will understand this video. See you guys in the next videos, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome back to your course again. So this time we're gonna be talking about how to hide yourself on your scanning operation, which means how, because in some of the options that we have used, especially the services and the operating system, discovery is an operation that leave a lot of logs on the network, which means that the administrator can actually, if he was of course a good networking expert, he can actually track you. So how to avoid that? It's simply using two types of things. The first thing is the fragmentation of the packets that you are sending, which means that if you are sending a packet of for example, just an example guys, not a real number, of for example 80 packets, so the attacker or the user of the mmap, to hide his scanning operation, he will send not 80 packets once, it will send like 10 packets. So like this, the firewall will find kind of difficulty to regroup these packets and say that this packet is coming from this IP address, because this 10 bytes packet came from this IP address, and the other 10 can come from this other IP address, and you know what I mean. So this is the first operation. So how to perform it is simply using the F option, not the F, the big capital F, but the small f. We have already seen the big capital F, which is the fast scanning. So after that we're gonna do, I always forgetting, it's 10. Then of course we're gonna write our victim or our destination, then 36, then 1, like this, and like that the nmap is doing a fragmentation to the packets and send them to this IP address, try to discover some things. That's it. So this is simply the first thing that you need to do. The second thing which will be better is if you have used the D option. What's the use of the D option? It actually uses some decoys. So we will try to tell the host, this expert of the host, that we are not the only one that we are scanning the host, but there are a lot of IP addresses that scanning the host. To be more clear, for example, any criminal, if he wants to avoid the police to chase him, what he will do, actually he will do kind of crime, but he will get to the public. So when the police come and see a lot of crowd, see for example 1,000 person on the crowd, which only there is only one criminal, it will be so hard for them to know who is the criminal between 1,000 of them. So the criminal will just get with the crowd, he will get in the crowd, and no one can know if he is really the criminal or not. This is the same case in this D option, which will allow us to choose some IP addresses to be with us on the scan. It's simply like that. So how to choose IP addresses? It will be better if we have chosen some real IP addresses. How to find some real IP addresses? Using the command that we have seen the last time, which is the SP command. Then we're gonna write our range of network, which will, for example, like this. We're gonna wait, guys. We have already seen this command. So in this case, guys, we will invoke some crowd with us on the crime. So if the hacker has chosen a lot of crowd, when the victim try to complain to the destination or try to complain to someone who have the authority to check every one of the IP addresses, they will be like, yo victim, yo victim, you have gave us a lot of IP addresses. This will be a lot of waste of time, and it's so hard to find who is actually the attacker between them. It's simply like that. So we will invoke some IP addresses with us. For example, we will choose this IP address. Then what you have to do is a comma space. That's what you have to do. Then Control C, comma space, then Control C, and comma space. For example, you can choose as many as you want. So these IP addresses will be invoked with us, will be our crowd that we're gonna hide in. Failed to resolve decoy host service not known. No, sorry guys, we don't have to use the space. So sometimes I I get confused between some commands. So in this command, guys, we don't have to use space. I won't cut, of course, this part of the video, guys, for you to avoid what I have did, the mistake that I have did. So for you guys to avoid it, it's simply like that. So this crowd will be with us on the attack. I hope everything was clear. The scanning result will be, of course, the same, but we are kind of invisible between a lot of crowd. You can choose as many IP addresses that you want, and of course, if you are scanning an external or a public server which is out of your local area network, which is out of your LAN, you can simply use, of course, you won't use the internal IP addresses, you will use some external IP addresses. Choose some computers from all around the world and say those were with me on my attack. It's simply like that. Choose as many as you want if you want to stay as invisible as you want, as much invisible as you want. So guys, this was our lesson for today, guys. See you guys. I'm saying a lot of guys, so see you guys in the next lectures, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome back again to your course. So this time we're gonna be seeing another Nmap option, which is the fast scan. So what's the use of fast scan? It's exactly fast scan. It's simply like that. So the Nmap will try to scan fastly using some common ports. I think you got the option. So to use the fast scan, you just need to tape this and tape fast scan, or you can use, we're gonna use the scene that you have seen the last time. We're gonna use both actually. So fast scan for you guys just to get the two options. I don't remember it was like that, I guess. This is my router or my gateway, and this was a fast scan. So it have actually scanned 100 ports, and it have discovered that 99 are closed, and we have only one open ports that we have seen. Those 99 are not the first ports. It's not going from 1, 2, 3, 12 up to 100. It's some common ports that they are usually opened and they are usually used. This is exactly the use of fast scan. So it's only the ports that are usually used. We can use also the option that we have seen, I guess in verse. No, it's not in verse. In some of the videos, the first videos. It's the scene scan, and enter to see the result, and it was completely the same. So this is the scan, guys. So we have used the scene scan to see that to scan 100 ports, and it's completely the same, and we have discovered our open port. It's simply like that. This is the fast scan. So guys, I hope you got this video. I don't want to make it longer. So guys, see you in the next videos, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome back to your course, which will be of course another option of map scanning, and for now without any updates. So for now it's the last video on nmap scanning. Maybe I will update the nmap scanning section, but I will for now it will be the last video. I won't talk more than that. So guys, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna save our scan to an external file, simply like that. So how to do that? It will be so easy. You can use any kind of options that we have learned, or other options that we didn't learn, and simply save them. I will get back to my last option to not write more. This is the last option that we have seen. I'm so lazy, I don't want to write more, and this time we're gonna use in here we're gonna save our results to an external file, which for example I will call it logs.txt. So in here in desktop will be appearing a logs file on the desktop. So if no guys, I'm so sorry, I was expecting that, by the way. I was expecting this, by the way. We need to remove this. So guys, of course I won't cut the video, because guys, I want you to learn. I usually use it on this place, but I tried to use it at this place, but it didn't work, because the option wants only IP addresses after it. It don't want some kind of other things. We can use it I guess on this place in here, because after the D comes a lot of IP addresses separated by comma. You know what I mean? It doesn't come any other option. If I have complete the option, then I will pass to another option, which will be the ON, of course, like I have said, desktop logs.txt, and boom. Wait a little bit, of course, for your scan to finish, and boom, this is our scan, and we can see the result of the scan in this file in here, the same result. And you can save your scans to another file, which will be of course useful for you guys if you want to save, or you want to save your work, or you want to compare, or something like that. Everyone has his own purpose. So guys, this was our video for today, and it will be the last video for nmap scanning. See you guys in the next lectures, and peace.
So let's just get into it. So what is the mass mirror? Mass mirror is basically the act of sending the same email to an emails list. Like for example, you want to send a simple text to a lot of people. You have just to make an emails list, and using a tool it will send that text to all the emails in that list. Using a tool, of course, you won't send it manually. So let's see what's our tool. Our tool is basically called Social Engineering Toolkit, or SE Toolkit, or SET. It has a lot of names because it's the owners who changed its name a lot in this last years. So in the hacking operation systems like Kali Linux, Backbox, or any Parrot security or any hacking operation system, it will come installed with it, so you don't have to uninstall it. I'm using Backbox in here, it's installed also, but if you are using Ubuntu, for example, or any distribution or Debian, you have to install it. I won't show you how to install it because there is a lot of tutorials in the internet about how to install it. I will just get into it, and I believe that most of you are using Kali Linux, so we don't have to go through the installation operation. So let's get just on. I'm using Backbox, so type sudo se toolkit, type your password. We have seen what sudo means in the last lesson, I think, so let's get just on then. So that's it. We're gonna select 1, social engineering attacks, and we're gonna select 5, mass mailer attack. Email attack, single email address. You will send the email to a single email address, and of course that's not what we talked about, so we will use an email attack mass mailer to an email list. So let's select 2, path to the file to import into set. So my email list will be this list. It contains only 2 emails. You can make any number you want of your emails. You have to enter the full path of the emails list. It's better to be a txt file, so you have to get the directory of this file right here. So it's, if you don't know what's your directory, just get a terminal, and in the desktop, of course, in the folder in which the emails list is there, so just type print work directory pwd, and this is the print work directory. Just make copy and paste, and of course enter the emails emails.txt. So that's it. Use a Gmail account for your email attack, or use your own server or Open Relay. We're gonna use basically a Gmail account for our attack, which is my email, of course. So 1, your email address. Then I will enter my email address. That's my email address. The form name the user will see. The form name, I will write it as a standard email, just to explain, guys. In the next lesson we're gonna see the phisher and the phishing attacks. We will see how to make tricks in that using social engineering, just for the victim, just for the victim to hack it. Of course, we will not send what I will type to the victim. It's just a test. So form name, email password, it's the password of the email you have entered. I have entered an email, of course, this email right here, which is my email, which will send the email that I want to send to the email address right here. I think it's clear. Let's type the password of this email, which is my email. That's the password. Flag this message as a high priority. Let's type yes to see what a high priority means. Do you want to attach a file? I don't want to attach file. You can attach files as you see. Email subject, that's type basically subject. Send the message as a HTML or plain. I will send it as a plain. Enter the body of the message. Type and capitals, of course, when finished. This is the body of the message. Thanks. And type and in capital letters when you have done with typing the email. And so he will send that email sent to the first address, which is this address, and the second address, which is this address. Of course, those are the email addresses that I have typed in this email list. The first one, the second one. Let's check the emails. These two emails, of course. As you are seeing, I'm sending an email from the same email. I'm sending from the same email addresses. I'm sending to the same email address. It's not a problem, of course, in Gmail. So that's it. That's what means a high priority email. It contains that symbol or in here, and it shows on the first of the reception. So this is the body of the message, this is the form name, this is the subject as we typed, and in this email more spam. It's on the spam, as you are seeing, guys. This email, it considers it as a spam. Of course, this is because of the rules or what Gmail thinks about that. It considered it as a spam. In some emails it won't, because that emails his settings are changed. It's old, and I'm using it, of course. As my first email, I changed some things on it, but this email, it's not that old, and I don't use it for the ordinary use and for the daily use. So this is the form name, this the subject, and the body of the message. It's similar to a message that were detected by our spam filters. Yes, it may show as a spam, and it may don't show as spam, of course. In this case it shows as a spam, but in some cases it won't. As you are sending to a list of email addresses, when it shows at spam in maybe 20% of that email address, it's a good number to have 80% of them. So it's not that big problem, because when you are using a mass mailer, you are hacking just randomly. You don't have a specific person or specific system. You are hacking randomly, and losing some of that emails is not a big deal, of course. So that's the email, and that is the mass mailer address, the mass mailer attack, of course. So well, how we gonna use this mass mailer attack? I remember the first time I learned the mass mailer attack, I remember that I hacked a website using a simple SQL injection, and I didn't aim for the admin user and password. I aimed for the email addresses. I want to, it was, I think, a shopping, yes, it was a shopping website. So I downloaded all the emails in there using, as I said before, SQL injection, and I send a mass mailer to all those users, and I got relatively a lot of PayPal users and passwords. I think it's a very important tool to just randomly penetration test a lot of people and a lot of because of course in here we are not hacking systems, we are hacking users, so we are hacking people's brains, if I can say like that. So I hacked like I said before, and I got a lot of emails and a lot of passwords of PayPal, because like I said before also it was a shopping website, so the users in there are using PayPal. Of course most of users have PayPal. So that was today's lesson, guys, about the mass mailer. I hope you enjoyed it and I hope you understand all what I said. In next lesson we will see the phishing, which we're gonna use the mass mailer attack, of course, because it's very useful there. So see you in next lesson, guys, and peace. So hi, how are you guys? Welcome to today's lesson in which we're gonna talk about phishing and spamming. Let's get just into the subject. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a fake login page to a specific website. Let's choose for example Facebook, the famous Facebook, and we will have to convince the victim to open that page as a trusted login page. So when he got in and he entered his information data, so we will have access to all of his information, login information, sorry. So that's it, simply. So we will use the social engineering toolkit that we have talked about last time. Let's just open it. It's very simple method, but it's so powerful if you choose the right way. Zero so that's it, password, and we are using the social engineering toolkit. Tape 1, social engineering attacks, then 2, website attack vectors, then 3, then 2, site cloner. So enter your IP address, it's the same one right here, or you can use this IP address from here, it's the same one, this one right here, and enter the URL. Yes, we said that we're gonna try Facebook, www.facebook.com. This could take a little bit, and yet that's it, we have our login page. Let's try it. Copy this one right here, sorry guys, copy this one right here, because he is the IP that you have to give to the victim, and yep, that's it. It's a fake login page that looks like the original login page of Facebook. So that's basically it. If you have entered your data, for example test and password test, then well, that's my real Facebook. Then the email test plus and the pass test, that's what we have entered. So that's it basically, guys. But you have to use your own methods to convince the victim. of opening this website. For example, you will send him someone who likes to play video games, and you can send him that login page and tell him that it's a page that can give you some coins, or I don't know, because I don't play games on Facebook. So you have to convince the victim in your own way. And I know that you can't do that, because that's hacking, guys. The hacking is more hacking the person than hacking the machine, because the person is not very secure and he don't follow rules as the machine does. So we have used this method right here, in which we create a fake login page and we send it to the victim to open it. If you want to send to an external victim, which means a victim who is not on your local area network, you have to use, guys, the external IP address, and we have talked about it in the previous lectures. Or you can use the no IP domain name. And make sure, guys, that you have your ports opened clearly. Just open your ports clearly and send the external IP address or the domain name of the no IP. You can use a domain name that can make the victim confident, that you can convince the victim with it. For example, I don't know, I will try Facebook, for example, 3 O's, because the 2 O's, I don't think that you will find the 2 O's, .d, .dns.net. This victim who don't know about no IP, or don't know a lot about networks, he maybe will get into that trap, if we can call it trap. Or if you didn't find this one, try this one, Facebook like that, or 3 O's and CK, or 2 E's and you know what I mean. Just because you may not found the all what I have typed in here, because in no IP people buy their domain names and they have it for life, and they can use it whatever they want, and it will be theirs. So just find your domain name. You have to update it every month, because if you didn't, then you will lose it, and maybe someone else will take it, and you can lose the victims in which you used in their backdoors this domain name. Yes, just choose a domain name and keep updating it every month keep updating it. So that was about the no IP. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna send this fake login page using a mass mailer, like we learned before. So the mass mailer we have talked about, we won't take a lot of time on it. So let's just open the session toolkit 0 0, sorry guys, the password, and we're gonna use the mass mailer. Social engineering attacks and 5 mass mailer attack. We're gonna use email attack mass mailer, path to the file, the import into, like we said before, this is the file that we're gonna use. It contains 2 emails. They are my emails. We're gonna send it to the first one and the second one. So this file right here is on this directory, home sm root desktop emails.txt. Use a Gmail account your email address that you're gonna send the email with it. You can create your own email address, for example, name it Facebook with 3 O's, because the victim will, or Facebook administrator, just try to use a name that the victim will be confident to open that email address. I won't do that, of course, because I'm just trying. So I'm gonna use my ordinary email address. The phone name, the user will see Facebook admins, for example. Be someone who can choose the right words, who will choose the words that can convince the victim, because you are the one who knows the victim, and you are the one who knows what the victim trusts in. Phone name, so email's password, it's the email that I have entered. Flag this message as high priority. Let's say now. Do you wanna attach a file? No. Email subject, security alert, for example. Send the message HTML or in plain, let's say plain, onto the body of the message. For example, hi sir, we Facebook admins think that you have a security problem in your account, and we highly recommend you sorry guys, recommend you. Maybe I'm making some mistakes, because you maybe know, guys, that I'm not a native English speaker, so I'm just trying to do my best. And we highly recommend you to get in your account to check your identity. Use this link and type your no IP address, because the victim won't open an IP address. Just use the no IP address. You can shorten you can make it short, your IP address, but it won't be trusted. I prefer and highly recommend you guys to use the no IP address, because victims trust in that, because it contains a name that looks like Facebook. So I would say I won't try no IP address, because we are just making an example right here. 192, 101, I guess. Let's check it. Yes, that's it. 101 and some or maybe let's use best regards. Then Facebook. Just choose the right words, guys. It's the social engineering. It's that's the most important thing of the hack. So enter and type and in big letters. And so the mass mailer would send the emails to these two emails. So let's check it. Gmail, and that's the email that we gonna open and check what the mass mailer does. This maybe can be so useful in random attacks, guys. You can have a list of, that's the security alert. You can have a list of emails address, and you can send this email to the biggest number of email address you think, and maybe send it to 100, 200, 1000 email addresses, and they will open it. Maybe 100 of them will open of 1000 or 50, or it's very useful in random attacks that hackers do. But remember, guys, we are ethical hackers, that we don't hack people without any reason. So if you type the link, then it will gonna be a link. It will be a link, so you will open that link. What's the problem in here? That's the problem in here. I got a problem in the social engineering toolkit. It will be opened, guys. That just don't think about that. Don't think maybe I have a problem in my browser or something like that. But the victim can open this email address, and he will get the fake login page that we saw before maybe 10 minutes or something like that, and you can get his information data. So let's make a report about what we have said. We have said that we used a fake login page, and we send it to a victim, and we tried to make him trust this email that we have sent using social engineering, specific words that you think that you can convince the victim with it. So guys, that's the most important thing, like I said, because hacking is like I said before, is hacking people, and don't hack and not hacking machines. Of course it exists some ways that you can hack the user without talking with him or something like that, by hacking the website. But in some cases, websites like Facebook, guys, or Gmail or PayPal, you can't, it's very very hard to find an exploit that you can hack the whole account using it. And there are specials and experts who can do that, and they find the exploits just randomly and just by luck. So there is no way to hack Facebook directly. You can hack the person using Facebook, but you can't hack the Facebook directly. Like I said before, I have these questions a lot when someone came to me and they tell me, hi, I know that you know about hacking. I will give you this Facebook profile and hack it for me. I can't hack anyone like that. If you give me that Facebook profile, I must know who is the person behind that profile, and I have to talk to him, and I have to get his trust, and then I can hack him. It's impossible to hack a Facebook profile just like that. You have to know the password, or to guess the password, or you have to talk with that person and hack the person, not the Facebook website. So it's basically like that. And we learned the mass mailer. Like we saw, so the mass mailer is, like I said before, is useful, very useful in random attacks, in which you will send this email to the maximum of email addresses. You can dump email addresses from some websites using SQL injection. Like I think I said before, you can dump a huge amount of email addresses and you can send it to a huge amount of people. So, and you will get so many profiles. And like I said before, guys, we don't hack people. I'm just telling you what's happening and how hackers can hack, because we are ethical hackers, like I said before, guys. So we don't hack people just randomly. And honestly, I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of hacking people without any reason and randomly. Even the gray hat hackers, even the black hat hackers don't hack randomly. I mean the experts ones. The beginners hack randomly, I know, because I used to be a beginner and I hacked some machines just randomly like that, uploading my backdoor, and I'm waiting for victims to come. It's a good experiment, I guess, but it's not useful. So guys, we have seen, I guess, sorry guys for my language, all what I have talked about. I hope you enjoyed this lecture and this lesson. Like I said before, guys, use the no IP. I'm just giving you information like that randomly without any order, because guys, I really want to give you everything that I have, because I believe in maybe I'm not talking with some order, but when I get information on my head, I just want to give you as fast as I can before I lose it. So use the no IP, guys. Use the no IP. Don't use the IP address or just shrinking the IP addresses. Use the no IP. You can get so benefits of it. So see you in next time, guys, and peace.
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome another time to your course. So this is of course an update video on how to create a FAD backdoor or a fully undetectable backdoor. I have found another way which I think that I should add it on the course. So for me this way is even better than using the FATRAT. So it will be an update video, but it will be not after the old video, fully undetectable backdoor video using the FATRAT, but it will be before the video. So like this, guys, like I'm saying, sorry, like this, guys, if you are watching the course for the first time, this is an update video. So this will be like if you got on the 15th of October 2018, so this will be like the best method on these days, and the video after that will be using FATRAT. Maybe it won't be the best way, so I will make this video before the FATRAT video. So guys, how to create simply fully undetectable backdoor using a script called shelter. So how to do that? Simply you have to install the shelter, apt get install shelter like this. If you have Kali Linux or Backbox Linux or Parrot Security OS or any of these ethical hacking distributions, and the installation will get started and finish with you. After this, we're gonna need download. We're gonna need to create a fully we're gonna just need to create a backdoor using MSF Venom, which is the one of the Metasploit framework project. So simply msfvenom.p windows. This is payload that we're gonna use. This is the local host. For me, it's my internal IP address. Of course, if you want to hack on the one or on the internet, you need to use your external IP address. And for the best cases, just use the no AP service domain name. I have already talked about that, and this is the port that I'm gonna use this time, and we're gonna use the Shikitaganai encoder. So this is for encoder, and we're gonna encode it like 12 times. And the format of the file will be raw, the output file, and the output file, or the result of everything, will be in the desktop and named fad.raw. So if you click enter and if you wait a little bit, we will have like a new file in here, which is fad.raw, simply like that. Then after that, what you need to do is just simply get into the shelter, type shelter, this is our script, and choose an operation mode, automatic or manual. We're gonna use the automatic, type A, and PE target. So in this case, I'm gonna use WinRAR. So like that, I will have the icon of WinRAR on my how to say it, on my encrypted backdoor, simply like that. So how to do that is basically and simply write the path of this file. Sorry guys. So this is very simple: root desktop and rar.exe. Enter. Shelter will proceed, and that's it. So guys, we're gonna scan our our backdoor. Sorry guys, I'm kind of lost in my mind. So we're gonna scan our backdoor on this website. Please guys, just don't use VirusTotal, because VirusTotal is not VirusTotal is simply reporting the scan operations or the scan result to all the antiviruses, which means that if the developers of that script, this is not good for the developers of that script, because every time they are developing a new script and a new encryption, then everybody will upload to VirusTotal, and VirusTotal will report everything to the antiviruses, and the antiviruses will get the point that this file containing a bad thing, so we're gonna remove it. So just try another one. You can try Metascan, this one in here, Metascan. Just upload in here, and you can try this one. I will just, guys, for my case, sorry guys, VirusTotal. In my case, I'm gonna use VirusTotal. So just to show you guys, do not, please do not use VirusTotal. Choose one of these two ones. But just to make just to prove you guys that the backdoor that we're gonna that result of our encryption will be clean, I will upload it to VirusTotal. But you guys, please don't upload it to VirusTotal. If you respect the ones who are helping you and the ones who are creating the scripts for you, don't use VirusTotal. In my case, I will use it just to prove. Normally, I swear I don't use VirusTotal. So in my case, like I said, I will go to VirusTotal. So it's in Arabic. I don't want it to be in Arabic. I want it to stay in English. And where is our script? There is our shelter. So enable stealth mode. No, don't enable stealth mode. And use a listed payload or custom. We're gonna use a custom. This just focus in this point. Don't use listed. Just use a custom. And select a payload. We're gonna select our fad.raw payload. So just type the path of that payload. In my case, it's on the desktop. Fad.raw, this one that we have created using the MSF Venom. Enter. Is this payload a reflective DLL loader? No, it's not. Then and like this, enter, and our WinRAR is set to be encrypted and containing virus, containing malware, containing a backdoor. So at this time, to not waste a lot of time, I will start the Windows machine. Not now. We're gonna just before that we're gonna scan our output file. So the output file is the same WinRAR that you have copied in the desktop. So like maybe you have noticed that there is kind of WinRAR in here. When I started, that was the WinRAR, the normal WinRAR software. So now it's a virus, simply like that. We're gonna scan it, open, okay, uploading and scanning. The operation may take some time. Let's wait just a little bit, guys. And like you are seeing in here, this is the result of the scan. So it's 3 out of 66. 3 out of 66. Like you are seeing in here. Those antivirus are Kaspersky, Zone Alarm, and Sfoz Avi. So if you have chosen like the I 13 times, you know what I mean? We have created our backdoor using this MSF Venom command. Like if you have used 13 times, you may have a better result. It might be not 3, it might be 1, or it might be even 4. So you know what I mean? There is no exact thing to do. Maybe after an update it will be like 0 in here, so just kind of relative. In my case, Kaspersky has described it. This one, no one knows about this one, I guess, and also no one knows about this one. They are not uses a lot, but there are a lot of antivirus like AVG, Avast, Bitdefender. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of antivirus that didn't Avera. A lot of antivirus simply that didn't find this virus, this malware. Sorry, guys. But Kaspersky found it. This is a bad thing, to be honest, because there are a lot of people that are using Kaspersky. So try to like use it 13 times. I mean, the one in here. Try to change the number till Kaspersky don't find it. Just to try to use maybe another encryption. So how to you can find encryptions? I mean encoders. Sorry, guys. This one's in here. Try to replace it with if you do like this one in here, MSF Venom list encoders. Enter, you will find a lot of encoders. That one that we have chosen is the best one. But maybe there is in our case some encoder which is better than the one that we have used. Just try in here, guys. Try to read about them. Try to do your best. If you didn't like this result, of course you will use a lot of your effort, guys. Maybe it will be not a lot of effort, but it will be some effort. Maybe if you have changed only the number of encoding times, the result will be better. If you like the result like that, just keep it like that. Maybe if you have did the same thing after some days, after some updates, Kaspersky won't detect it. It's simply like that. It's not it won't be like this forever. I have talked a lot, sorry guys. So I'm gonna close this one, and at this point we're gonna test our backdoor if it works or not. Of course, maybe the shelter has corrupted the backdoor. So we're gonna close it. I'm gonna start our Windows machine, close the virtual box. After this, we're gonna start MSF Venom, MSF console. Sorry guys, this is our MSF console. At this point, you need to wait. You need to have passion. So, guys, let's make this smaller a little bit. So that's what you need to do. Simply use multi-handler. Then we'll set localhost. It will be your internal IP address, and the local port will be your port, and the payload will be Windows Mesh Operator Reverse TCP. Then run, simply like this. I will type my password to get into my virtual machine to test the encryption or the backdoor, guys. Like I have said before, the multi-handler or the listener is ready. So not this one. I'm gonna go to the desktop of the Kali Linux and copy the backdoor. So this is the desktop of Kali Linux. This is the backdoor. Copy paste like you are seeing in here, guys. I already have the icon of WinRAR. If I double clicked it, then I have clicked yes, like every software does. And wait a little bit in here, you will have your interpreter session. So sysinfo, and this is the Windows 8.1 that we have hacked. So guys, this is basically how to create a fully undetectable. It's not a fully undetectable backdoor, but it's a good result, having 3 out of 65. So guys, this was the video of today. This was the daily video. See you guys maybe in the next lectures, and peace.
So, hi guys, how are you? Welcome again to your course, in which today we're gonna be talking about encrypting backdoors. So guys, if you are talking about encrypting backdoors, basically we are talking about 2 ways to do that. The first way is manually, which is the principal way, if we can say, in which the developer can get access to the code of the payload or of the backdoor and start making some circles to let the antivirus trust that software. And to make the antivirus trust that software is just to change the code. It's just to make circles, which means we will not let the antivirus see that those coding is properly ordered of a virus. We're gonna just make some noise on the backdoor. So that's the principal way. Of course, guys, if you are noticing, we have to use our coding or our programming skills, which means that the beginner person won't be able to do that. He needs to get some experiences on programming, and he needs some programming skills. Maybe the most common programming languages to do that are C# and Python. I see that those are the famous ones. Guys, this is a whole course. We're gonna not talk about that side. We're gonna not talk about coding, because coding is another whole course, like I said. And we're gonna talk about a second way to do that. The second way to do that is we're gonna use what coders code and what developers made. So we're gonna use their codes, and we're gonna use their scripts and their tools in order to make our our encrypted backdoors. So guys, to do that, of course we need tools. The most common tools are sorry guys, not MSF Venom, it's Evasion and FATRAT that we're gonna talk about today, and Phantom Evasion, and this one right here, and NXCrypt. Guys, there are a lot of tools, because the ways that developers encrypt the backdoors is not a one way or 2 way or 100 way or 1000 way. There are a lot of encryptions, and maybe an infinity of encryptions, and we cannot just say that there are 4 tools or 5 tools, because anyone can make his own encryption and he can share it to the beginners to use his tool and to get their FUD backdoor. FUD, like we said before, is fully undetectable. So that's it, guys. The bad thing about this second way or this second method is that the users that use those scripts are uploading the backdoor to the scanning websites. And when websites scan that backdoor, they will send reports to the antiviruses companies. So when antiviruses companies get a lot of scans about the same thing, it's of course something that is not trusted, and we have to see what's happening with that software. So the companies start to scan those softwares, and they will make their engineers work on that, and then they will find the encryption easily, so the encryption will be added to their database, so the encryption has been detected. So sorry guys. So that's the bad thing about it. The good thing about it is that it is so easy to use. Like I said before, the tool that we're gonna be using today is called the FatRat. You can just install it, guys. Just type on Google the FatRat. It's the first GitHub website, or you can get access to this website right here. I will share it with you. Just get down. You will find getting started. So just type these 3 commands, guys, to install the FatRat. It's not so hard, so I won't install it. I have already installed it before. To open it, just type sudo FatRat. So so this page is very important, guys. Like we have talked about it. Warning, 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 warning. You can upload output backdoor file to www this website. Don't upload, please, please, please don't upload to VirusTotal, because this is the most famous one, and this is the most common one who sends reports to like I said before, antiviruses companies. So if you do respect what those developers are don't upload to VirusTotal. Use this website right here that they have told you about, guys, and please, please, please don't use VirusTotal or use any other website. So let's press enter. Let's get rid of this and enter. So like you are seeing, guys, in here, create a backdoor with MSF Venom, which is the factory of payloading Metasploit. Of course, if you don't know, guys, Metasploit, it's a whole big project which contains posts and modules and exploits and payloads and everything, guys. It's a very big project, the Metasploit. So it contains, like I said before, the pilot factory of Metasploit is called MSF Venom. It's the first one right here. I don't highly recommend you to use MSF Venom because it's a very famous one, and his encryptions are always detectable because the companies of the antiviruses knows all the news about this thing. You can see, guys, create backdoor with MSF Venom, create FAD 100%. There is a lot of ways. We will use, let's use this one, the 6. So create a bat file. We're gonna use the Matterpreter file right here. So the host, guys, this is very important. I will talk about it. So if a hacker wants to hack outside of his local area network, in this local host IP, all host IP address in here, he won't put his internal IP address. His internal IP address is the one that is in here. that we have talked about on the no IP address and the no IP in the no IP lesson and the no IP lecture. He will not put this one right here because he wanted to hack outside of his network, so he will put. I highly recommend you guys to use the no IP domain name to not lose the victim if you want to pen test something, or your external IP address. So
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and with you. Welcome to your course. So in this lecture we're gonna be seeing how to use the no IP service on creating a backdoor and test an ethical hacking operation. So this video was a response for a student who asked me to do that. I don't know if I have the right to mention his name or not, but it doesn't matter. So this is a video to that student, and for you guys, of course, a practical, useful video. So guys, the first thing that you need to have and you must be sure of is that you have a clean port forwarding in order to make your ethical hacking operations. The second thing, of course, is that you create a host name. So when you get to your now IP service, you will have this interface in here. Just click in here and create a host name. So in here I'm gonna write just a name. I'm gonna write pseudonix, and I still to stick with this domain. I like this domain, ddns.net. And the other thing that you need to do, the next thing in here, that you should keep your external IP address or your public IP address in case you want to proceed your ethical hacking operation on the internet. It will be so great. So guys, like I have told you, maybe you don't know yet, I have moved to Moscow. I have moved to live on a dormitory. I'm figuring out a way to get access to the router and to open some ports in there, but for now I don't have that permissions yet, but I'm working for. And so the uses of the no IP simply is that it will make, or it will rely this address in here, which is pseudonix.ddns.net, with the IP address in here. So if your port forwarding is clear and everything is going good and you want test operation external of your network, of course you should, or in the internet, of course you should keep this IP address in here. For me, I don't have those rights to access to the router yet. There is some kind of ngrok and those things, and I have already talked about on the Termux or on the Termux section, which is down. I have made an update to the course, maybe you don't know about that. So on that Termux section I have talked about the ngrok, which gives you an interface to use a tunnel which can help you for port forwarding, but I don't really like that thing because it's so limited, and the most thing that I hate is being limited. So I'm not gonna use the ngrok, and as I told you, I don't have the permission to access to the router. So basically, I will make this. Host name. Sorry, guys. Access to my internal IP address, which I can get it from ifconfig, of course, guys. So you should keep this IP address in here if you know that your port forwarding is going good and great. Of course, if you want to hack on the internet, I mean hacking external of your local area network, you know what I mean. So I will get my internal IP address and just type it in here. I should type ifconfig like you already know, and copy this one in here. Copy, then paste it in here. So like this now IP would be relied to my local IP address. You got the idea, I guess. So create a host name. And this method won't work on hacking externally on the internet. I'm keep repeating the same thing, guys, for you to do not test it on the internet, and then you will have some trouble. So the relay operation between this IP address and this host name may take 4 or 5 minutes. 4 or 5, maybe 6, I think at the maximum 10. So if you are that kind of fast ethical hacker that does his work fastly, you might have some trouble, but I don't think so, because 10 minutes is not that bad, and you will receive your data or your meterpreter session easily. So the next thing we need to do actually is that we're gonna use the first method of creating a fully undetectable backdoor. So if you didn't watch that video yet, you should watch it, because I'm gonna use it. It's the better one, and I want to show you the best things. I can just create a payload which is not fully undetectable, which can be detected by a lot of antiviruses using the MSF Venom. But I don't want to get into the easy for me and hard for you. I want to get into the good things, which is easy and better for you, and for me I got no problem. So what we need to do now is that we need to use the MSF Venom. So I don't need those. Let's delete them, move to trash, like this. So MSF Venom, like you're seeing here. So I've already used this command. So MSF Venom payload Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP as usual, localhost. This is the now IP, so this is the point, and the local port would be 8080. The encoder, I used the Shikita Ganai as usual. I encoded 15 times. You can use 17, 18, no problem. The format of the raw of the file would be raw, and the output will be in the desktop. So enter, and we don't need this Google Chrome anymore, so let's close it to have more space on RAM and to avoid a little bit the lag. So I will bring the WinRAR and they will be back, guys. So I brought the WinRAR in here. Like you know, guys, in Shelter we use another software, and I like to use my victim WinRAR. I don't know why, but it's so easy to use it, and I just get to use the WinRAR as a software victim. You can use any other software. You can use VLC. You can use whatever you want. So, like we're seeing in here, when you are running a virtual machine and in your system and running some MSF Venom and those kind of stuffs, the PC gets some lags. So we have created our FUD.raw from this MSF Venom, and we got our software. So the next thing that we need to do is, of course, the shelter. Enter, and let's wait for the shelter. While waiting for the shelter, we can start the MSF console. Still waiting also for the MSF console. I'm so sorry for this waste time, guys, but I really don't know what to do since my laptop is getting older. So this is the Metasploit framework, and this is the shelter. So like we do, always choose operation mode, automatic or manual. We're gonna set the automatic mode. The target would be our WinRAR, which is root desktop winrar.exe. And we're gonna wait some time for the shelter to be ready. At this time, we can use the MSF console. So just use multi-handler as usual, multi-handler. Then we're gonna set the payload Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. Then we're gonna set our local host. So guys, always in the MSF console, your local host should be your internal IP address. I think I still copied it, and I don't know, I really don't know. So yeah, I still have it on the clipboard, and this is my local host that I can get from ifconfig. Then set the local port, like on the raw file when we created it using the MSF Venom. We have created it with the port 8080. So this is our port. Then simply run. Our Metasploit now is ready. In the shelter, enable stealth mode. No. use listed pilot or costume. We're gonna use a costume pilot and select a pilot. This fud.raw, it will be so root desktop fud.raw. This is not a reflective DLL loader, so no. And press enter to continue. Our WinRAR is ready. Let's get to our victim, which is the Windows machine as usual, and let's bring the WinRAR from there. Where is the WinRAR? It's on the desktop of the Kali Linux, which is root, then desktop, then WinRAR, this one in here. Let's just move it in here, close, and open it. Yes, and let's wait a little bit, and wait also a little bit in here for our meterpreter to be opened. So like you're seeing in here, guys, send in stage, and the meterpreter session 1 opened, and this is the meterpreter shell. So guys, like you are seeing, we have made, or we have succeed for an ethical hacking operation using the no IP service. But like I have told you before, guys, my port forwarding is not clean. I'm not clear with port forwarding. I have used the internal IP address, which is just for demonstrative purposes. It's really useless. But I believe that your port forwarding is clear, so you are willing to use the no IP to hack on the internet, or for ethical hacking purposes on the internet. So don't use the internal IP address, but use the external IP address on the no IP website. So we can check that by sysinfo, and everything is going good. So guys, I hope you understand this video. I hope you, my student that told me to do this video, that he has understood that video well. So guys, see you in the next lecture, and peace!
So hi guys, how are you? Welcome again to this course, and this time we're gonna be talking about cloning websites. So, cloning websites. What actually we're gonna do simply is that we're gonna send a link to the victim in which he will see an HTML page, which is a page of the VLC, for example, and he will download the VLC, but actually he will download our backdoor embedded with the VLC that we have made last time. I have made the WinRAR one. I don't know why I like to make examples with VLC. So actually, let's draw this thing. So it's a page in here. Change the width line. It's a page, and that page will take us to two other pages, which is this page right here and this page right here. So this page is called the index page. This one in here called the, let's call it the backdoor. It's actually not a page, it's a file, which is our backdoor embedded with the WinRAR, like I did in my example. And this page will be an ordinary download page. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna open this page right here. We're gonna send it to the victim. How to send it? We will see the Apache, and we will understand all of that. So that page won't be even shown. What it will do, it will be just a trigger to these two pages in here. So it will active this page, which is downloading the backdoor, and the ordinary download page of the VLC, like I said in my example, or WinRAR, like I said. So you will understand that, and you will see the final result. So let's just get into this subject. What we're gonna do in here is guys, we'll have these two files right here. In here it's the backdoor embedded with the WinRAR, and in here it's an HTML page. I have made it for you guys. I will make it with this lecture. You will find it. So it's basically the trigger that we have talked about. It's the index page. It's just some script, JavaScript script, and it's on an HTML page. It will open the document location, and in here we will put the name of the embedded backdoor, and in here we will put the name of the ordinary download page. So where we can find this ordinary download page, it's basically in here. In my case, I have typed download WinRAR, so I got this download page on the web. All you have to do is to save it. Just Control S or save it, or do whatever you want. So next, then choose this folder. I have made a special folder to get this all of the contents onto that folder, which called clone, and just save it. Let's see what is new in that folder. We have that page. It's the download page which I have talked about in here, the ordinary download page. It comes with the CSS and the JavaScripts. It's its own CSS and its own JavaScripts. I have downloaded so these two things right here, a folder and a page. So what we're gonna do, guys, is simply this. We're gonna make rename, then copy all of that, even the HTML extension. Copy, then get into the index. Sorry guys, not double click, but open it with a text editor. I like gedit, and place it in here, in these 3 points. Remove the 3 points and place that name. And in here, in that one, just rename the embedded backdoor, the same thing. Control C, close, and get it in here, and Control V. Save it. Save this index page. Save. So that's it. We got our index page, and we got our ordinary download page, and we got our embedded backdoor. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy all of that into this folder. So what you're gonna do is you will have to access to this clone folder, which is in here. Just get in, open terminal here. So this is the directory, so this is the location. What you gonna do is type sudo. If you are a Linux user, you don't have to type sudo. So sudo everything, which is this symbol right here. I don't know how to call that. So everything to this location, var www html. The password of the sudo command not found. Sudo index.html. Sorry guys, I forgot the cp. Before I do that, just before you do that, access to this location in here. It's not the folder I have talked about. Just access to this location in here, because I have already some files in there. Type ls. As you are seeing, I have some files in here. Just I have to remove them. Sudo remove everything, including the non-empty directories. So that's it. If I type ls, there is nothing in here. So let's get back to where we was.
No. So just close it. Get in here. Welcome again to the clone folder. So what you have to do is to, like I said before, sudo cp. That's the mistake that I have done the previous time. So sudo cp r and everything to the var www html password. Let's get there to check them. cd var www html. Let's type ls, and yes, we got our folders in here. So what you have to do, guys, is basically, as you are seeing right here, I will make a mistake for you guys, yes, just to make you understand that. So we're gonna launch an Apache server. The Apache server makes your PC as a server, so it can be accessed through the port 8080. So what means if someone typed your IP address, if he's external of your local area network of your NAN, he will have to type, of course, the external IP address or the no IP domain name, and if he is internal and if he is connecting with you using the same router or the same modem, he can type the internal IP address. So when he do that, he will get the index.html opened. This is the index.html. So what that means, if someone opens or typed the IP of yours, he will open this page in here. It's always the index.html. So we will launch the Apache server. Just type service Apache 2 start, password, and yes, we have started the Apache 2. So I said that I will make a mistake. Remember this page right here. Let's get into the Windows, close this one. If I type my IP address like I said, which is this one, like it was always, I have two things like you are seeing right here. He is telling me if I want to download the winrar.exe file, which is the backdoor. Like I have said before, that's what will happen. We will get the download of the backdoor and the ordinary download page, which is this one. This is a real one, but I got this one. Let's close that. I got this one, which means there is a big difference between this one in here and this one in here. Yes, they are the same HTML. So the problem is that the CSS and the JavaScripts in the folder that we have talked about before, which is this one, are not opened. Why? So you will learn a new thing on Linux, which is the permissions. Like, so you are seeing in here, guys, if you typed ls l, you will see this result. You don't have the read and the execute permission. So permissions are just like that. 3 permissions for the owner, 3 permissions for the group, and 3 permissions for others. So what we will do is we will give the permission to the group and the others to can read and execute some things from our page. Sorry, not from our page, from this page right here. So everything that we have to do is just sudo change mode. It's like that. 755. 55 means this binary coding. It's something it will take time for you to understand, guys, if you don't understand binary coding. So just type like that 755, and I will make another mistake for you guys, just to understand. I'm making mistakes for you guys. So if I type like that, change mode cannot access to winner, change mode cannot access to download, change mode cannot access to end, change and like that. What he's doing is like he want to change the mode of the winner, and then he find this blank right here. There is no winner, but there is no winner in this directory in here, in this location. So he tries the download. There is no download in here. He reads that name like it was a different directories or different files. So if you have a blank on your name, any name you want to cp, or that's how the terminal works. If you have a blank on a name of a folder or a name of a file, you have to do that. The quote at the end of the name of the folder or the file. In my case, of course, it's a folder, and quote at the beginning. Tap enter and everything is done. So let's try to run our page again. This is my IP address. So that's it, guys. Like you are seeing in here, we got the download page, which is beautiful. Not like the old one. And we have the save page. So let's click save. The victim will open this one like it is nothing, of course, because he is seeing an ordinary download page, and then a file, it's ordinary with his name. Just he will open it when he clicks run up. In this case, he is opening two things, like we have said before. He's opening our backdoor and the installation of the winner, and he still don't know what he have opened. So let's launch the MSF console. Let's close this one. Let's launch the MSF console. Let's close even this one. I think you understand it. Discard this one, and let's open the MSF console. Sudo MSF console. Take the password. So of course, guys, if you want to hack external of your network, be sure, I'm repeating that again, that your ports are opened clearly, and what I mean by that, you are clearly port forwarding the firewall and disable the firewall. I'm repeating that again and again, but I think it's very important step. And when you send to the victim the page, when you send it to the victim, be sure to send the no IP domain name, because it will be very bad. I don't know how to express this, express that, but it won't be good if you send him an IP. Of course, he won't trust you. Send a domain name, which you can choose a trusted domain name. For example, you can choose this. I like the DDNS extension. You can choose, like, for example, download winrare.ddns.net. Yes, it's very trusted. Or you can choose this one. I think it's better. This one is better. Just make a domain name which is trusted. I think that this one can be trusted. So let's try like we do as usual, use
we use the multi handler, then we set payload, windows, matter, operator, reverse, TCP, then we set local port 1111, and we set localhost, our internal IP address. Then we exploit or run, it's the same, sorry guys, exploit. And let's try it again. If you send him the IP, of course I said the domain name, the IP is very bad. Just send the domain name, and when he opens it he will get the ordinary download page, and he will save it like it was nothing, and he will open it and just run, yes, and he will install the winner like nothing happened. But what happens in here is that we have a metapret session, sys info, and it's our system, our Windows 8.1 system. So let's get back again here. I hope everything is clear, guys. I think it's a very trusted way to a hacker to hack someone. I think it's very trusted way. There is another better way thing, guys, for you. If you know something about HTML, you can guys, it's very better to change the href. I mean, you make the victim, when he clicks for example on English version, it won't be redirected to the website from where there is the real winner, but it will be redirected to your backdoor or your embedded backdoor. Guys, it's I think it's very better than the method that I show you. I didn't show you this method right here because, guys, there is some things not very advanced, but they are medium advanced. I know how to do that, but for you guys it will be very not very hard. It will be hard to explain, and there is some websites which use the scripts, and the scripts are hard to explain, guys, and it will take a lot of time. Just if you are interested, learn some redirecting using HTML or the href on the HTML, or learn some JavaScript, and you will be able to do that easily. So even our method is very trusted, I guess. So in here we finished our lesson today, guys. See you in next lessons, and peace. So hi guys, how are you? Welcome again to this course, in which today we're gonna see how to persist a victim. Persistent victim means making the victim saved on your hack machines list, which means in other way saving your hack into that system. I will show you guys how to persist Windows victims at this time. So persistent Windows victims have a lot of different methods, using a lot of different ways. To be honest, guys, there is a lot of maybe different ways which are better than the way that I will show you at this time. But why did I choose this method? Is because it's guaranteed 100% without any problems. There are a lot of different ways, like I have said. For example, some scripts, for example the famous persistent script. I didn't want to show you that script because I remember one time I have hacked a machine and I have used the persistent script, but I lost that machine. I hacked it externally and I lost it. I didn't know why, because I didn't have the knowledge that I have at this time, but for that, guys, I choose to avoid the persistent script, and I choose the most guaranteed way, which will works every time. So while I'm talking, let's let's just run the MSF console. So like I said before, this is the most guaranteed way that you can find. So it's very simple. You will make your payload or your backdoor runs with the startup applications or startup programs of that system. For example, guys, if you have installed Skype, you will notice that Skype will always start when your machine starts. Internet Download Manager as another example, guys. What we will make is we will make our backdoor runs with those programs. So to do that, it's very easy. You will just upload your backdoor into the startup folder of the system. Different systems have different startup folders. Maybe in some systems you won't find the same startup folder like in my system, which is like we always do. We hack Windows 8.1. It will work for every Windows, for any Windows, sorry guys, but you have just to look for the proper startup folder of the Windows. Maybe it will be the same one that I will show you at this time, but maybe not. Just Google it. It's very simple. Startup folder of, for example, Windows 7, and you will see the directory of the startup folder. So like we do every time, guys, we will start the multi-handler and we will listen for our hack. We will hack ourselves, then we will see if the hack has been worked. So like we do, use multi-handler, then set payload Windows Matter Operator reverse TCP, then set localhost. Like I say always, guys, if you are hacking externally, make sure that your payload is using the external IP address, but at this time you will have to make your external IP address of the backdoor, which means on creating the backdoor, not on the listener in MSF console like we are doing right now, but on creating the backdoor. You will make sure that you are using the no IP service, because it won't work without the no IP service. Because if your IP address changed, which means if you rebooted your router, you will have another external IP, which means if the backdoor try to connect to the external IP, it will not connect to your external IP if you're because, like I said, your external IP has been changed, but the no IP don't change. It's always the no IP. I won't talk about that more than that, because I have always talking about this story of external IP and IPs in general and no IP. So set local port as usual, then run. Let's run our backdoor. Run Mozilla. Let's just run our backdoor. It's in here. It's in here. Home. SM root. It's on the desktop. I'm getting into the desktop of the Linux machine. So it's simply hacking ourselves. Of course, you won't hack yourself. You want to hack another victim. So you will use the methods like the methods that we have talked about in the previous lessons. So, and we have the meta session. Just type sysinfo, and you have the system's information. Like you are seeing here, operating system is Windows 8.1. Just type startup folder of startup application startup folder of Windows 8.1 and you will have that folder. I will go with you guys step by step to get onto that folder and upload our Udemy hack backdoor in here. Just cd guys, just cd and it's on the operating system disk. Like you are seeing guys in here, I didn't type that slash in here. I typed the anti-slash. I have typed the anti-slash, which is this one, which you can find maybe in your cardboard in the 8th number. So then ls, then you will have this list of folders in here. Just get into cd users, then ls, find the user. I'm using the modem in here. Just cd modem. My user's name is modem. You can find another name. Then ls, then cd app data, like you are seeing, cd app data, then ls, then cd this folder right here. Let's go fast. Then ls, then cd Microsoft, then ls, then cd Windows, then ls, then cd start menu. Guys, if you have typed start menu like that, you will see an error. Yes, it's operation failed. The system cannot find the file specified because the system is reading only cd change directory to start, because the blank on the command line or in the terminal line or on the bash language, it's the blank they didn't go with the folder's name. The blank means something else, so you have to tell the command line that we are using a command in which start menu is one sentence, one independent sentence. How to do that? You have two options: start menu like that, and you have this, I don't know how to call that in English, but just you have these two quotes, maybe two quotes in here, or using the anti-slash that you have talked about, because the anti-slash tells the system that the blank, that the anti-slash in any command means that the character after the anti-slash don't mean the use of it in the command line. Just use the anti-slash, just use it. I hope you understand me. So start menu, then ls, then cd programs, then ls, then cd startup, this folder in here, sorry guys, startup, and ls, then that's it. We're gonna upload this file right here. You have to find the directory of this file. I know the directory of this file. Let's see, properties, maybe you find, yes, this is the location. This is the location. I will just type it. It's on the home, my user, which is smroot, then desktop, then Udemy hack.exe. Uploaded. So that's it guys, we have uploaded our backdoor. Let's see if we have saved our hack or if we have persist our victim. Let's reboot the victim's machine. Let's reboot it, restart, and let's wait to see if we have persisted the victim. I think guys everything is easy. I have just uploaded our backdoor, which is not the backdoor that is embedded with the winner. Of course guys, because you don't want the victim to see the WinRAR installation every time he logged in his machine. We will use the payload that don't show, or the backdoor that don't show everything. It's the first backdoor, sorry guys, that we have created. So if we see in here, guys, Meterpreter session 1 closed, of course, because the machine has turned off. So let's run the Meterpreter again, and let's see. Let's enter the password to log in into the modem. Like you are seeing, it's the user that we have hacked. And let's wait in here while the user is opening his machine. The backdoor will be run with the startup applications. So we will have a Meterpreter session. My laptop is getting heavier. I think I have to buy another one. I'm just looking for the money to do that. So the machine is on and the user has logged in, and let's see our Meterpreter. It should be around in here. Just wait a little bit. It's taking longer time. And that's it. This is the Meterpreter session 2 opened. Like you are seeing in here, guys, we have the Meterpreter session opened without doing anything, without hacking the system all over again. And we have hacked it, like you are seeing in this lesson, guys. So guys, that's the end of our persistent Windows machines victim, guys. And see you in other lessons, and always remember that we are hackers, and hackers have black terminals with green font colors. See you in next lesson, guys. So hi, how are you guys? Welcome again to this course, and in this time we're gonna be seeing how to hack a Windows machine using dynamic data exchange exploit, or DDE exploit. So without talking too much, let's get into the subject. First of all, guys, you need to download this exploit, or this module in here. So just copy this command that I'm gonna give you. Of course it's too long, so you don't need to type it. I will give you this txt file in here. I don't like to give you comments, guys, because I don't believe in copy and paste. I just want you to learn too much, guys, because copying and pasting will not make you even more experts or professionals or something like that. So that's why I don't like to give you the comments. So first of all, you need to download it using this command right here. So this terminal, paste it, and boom, you have to download it. So the second thing that you need to do is you will copy that exploit on the Metasploit framework path, on the exploits path, of course. So in my case in here, that's the path of my backbox operating system in Kali Linux. This is the path. I will give you that path in this txt file. So this is the path that you need as a Kali Linux user. So for me, I will copy it to this path. Just replace this path in here with yours if you are using Kali Linux. So let's do sudo. Let's first of all, let's do ls to see where is that. This is the exploit that we downloaded, guys. So let's copy it, copy like that, then sudo copy this exploit to this directory, Ctrl C and Ctrl V. Sorry guys, Ctrl C and Ctrl V. So password, and you have that exploit in the Metasploit exploits framework, and the Metasploit framework exploits directory. So then you need to log on the MSF console and type reload all. Wait a little bit and wait much more, and you are right in. It's taking too much on my laptop, so it has been reloaded. Then just type locate the name of that exploit. It's the DDE, I remember it, delivery, locate it. Sorry guys, not this one right here, but type search is better. Locate is not for the MSF, then so the copy, then search. Locate works too, but search is even better. So this is the one that you have copied. So let's copy, make a copy, then use this exploit. Use this exploit. Then set payload as usual. Windows, Matter, Reader, Reverse, TCP. Then set localhost as usual, our IP address. Then set local port. This is the local port. And exploit. So next thing you need to do is you will make your document, your Word. I will choose Word, the Word Office, Microsoft Office Word. So get to a Windows machine. This is our Windows machine on the Word, the Microsoft Office Word. So Word, create a new document, then insert a simple table. Just follow me guys. Insert my Microsoft Office Word in here is in French, yours maybe is in English. Just follow this icons in here. I'll try to translate for you guys. I think this is insert in English, then table in here. Just create a simple table, go to a case in here, and go to, I think, I don't know, but just the second tab in here. Get to data, then formula, then just this formula. So follow me guys in here. I think in here you will see toggle something. In French it is basculer les données du champ. In English I think it's toggle codes or something like that. So just get in here, delete everything, and Ctrl V. That's the code that we have copied from here. So then done. Let's save it. Save as. browse to the desktop, then name it the name. For example, it's Udemy, for example, Udemy, and save it. Close. Refresh and let's see our exploits work. So run this document file. Yes. Okay. And waiting in here while our document give us the access to this victim, to this Windows machine victim, of course. Delivering pilot. So just wait a little bit. It's a very dangerous exploit, guys, in the Microsoft Office, Word, or any Microsoft Office. I think it will work on Excel too. It will work on a lot of Microsoft Office products. So sending stages and Metric session 1 opened. So enter, then sessions E, then this is the number of the session. Just type it again, E1, and you got the interpreter. Sys info, and this is the Windows machine that we have hacked. So this is our exploit, guys. The first thing you will do, of course, after hacking this system is that you will save your hack or persist your hack. Just upload your backdoor onto the startup folder or startup programs folder of this Windows machine, just to save your hack and to persist your victim. So that's our lesson for today, guys. See you in next lessons, and peace.
So, hi guys, how are you? Welcome again to this course. And in this time we're gonna be talking about embedding Windows backdoors. What that means is that we're gonna create a single program which will open two programs. These two programs, for you guys as ethical hackers, it will be a backdoor plus a usual program, maybe VLC or something like that. So when the victim opens the program, it will show him the installation of the VLC, but what's happening actually is the backdoor is running on the background plus the installation of the VLC, and that's the dangerous thing in this attack. It's embedding. It's a very common way to hack using malwares or backdoors. So in this time we're gonna need two programs, which are this program. So the first one is called SFX compiler. The second one is called resource hacker. If you remember, guys, I have talked about this second one, and they said you can change the icons of the malwares using this program. So in this time I will show you how to do that. The first program will embed the two backdoors, the two programs, which are the backdoor and the program. So in my case, in here we will use WinRAR. So guys, to run the exe files, which are this one and this one, which are the SFX compiler and the resource hacker, you need the wine, because as you know, guys, the Linux don't execute the exe files, so you have to install the wine. This module will help you a lot to open most of your exe files, which I think it's very useful. So you can install the wine using this simple command sudo apt get install basically wine. Sorry guys. So that's it. It's a simple command. I have already installed it, so and these two programs, download them from any website, of course trustful websites, and run them. They should be running without any problem. Any version will works perfectly. So let's just install them. Let's type ls and let's install the sfx compiler. Sudo, not sudo, sorry, wine. So basic installation, basic steps, I agree, next, start, and that's it basically. So the second installation, let's copy the name, let's copy the name, the resource hacker, and let's just do sudo, not zero, sorry guys, I'm making a lot of mistakes. So wine, not zero, wine, the boom. That's it, next install, and basically don't view the readme. So that's it. Let's start embedding the backdoor. So in here type sfx, just execute the program that you have installed, which is sfx compiler. This is the same backdoor that we have created last time, guys. If you remember, I have talked about hacking external of your LAN or of your local area network, and I have told about using IPs and port forwarding. I won't talk about that again. Because I think that you understand that very much. So just drag it right here and drag. In my case, I said I will use the WinRAR. So let's just drag the WinRAR right here. And that's it. Get to options, make the backdoor runs first in here, and then file to run before running main file, which is the winner. Do not prompt user folder, then create it, guys. Just create it in the desktop. Type a name which can be trusted. Use the capitals and the trustful names. Use a version like 9.5. I don't even know if there is 9 version maybe of the winner. Oh, I don't really know. But guys, of course, you have to look for the latest version or the version you want to give to the victim, and just type it. Do the social engineering, guys. So save it to the desktop, and it goes exe created successfully. So that's it, guys. And now we will change the icon using the resource hacker. You can change the icon with any icon you want. You can download the icon before, of course, guys. It have to be an icon file, not any kind of files, guys. So it have to be an icon file, and not a JPG or PNG file or something like that. So let's change it. In my case, I will get the icon of the WinRAR program. I will get it just like that. Just drag the WinRAR on the resource hacker. It's very simple. Get the icons. This is the icon. You can choose this one or this one or this one. I will choose this one. Simply save icon to resource, then type any name you want, and just like that. And this is the icon. So next, sorry guys, next, drag your embedded backdoor and the winner. Drag it in here, and in here just click with the right and choose replace, then get in here and choose the icon. This is the icon. Open, replace. So we got the icons replaced. If you click save, guys, in here you will have two exe files, which are the first file, it's the WinRAR original, and the WinRAR. The original one contains the original icon, which is not the WinRAR icon, and this one in here is it will show the original icon, because when we are in Linux we won't see that icon, we will see it on Windows. So guys, let's start the MSF console.
with sudo. So let's start the MSF console in here to check if that embedded backdoor works or not. So just like as usual, guys, let's start our machine that we always test the hack on it, which is this Windows 8.1 machine. Let's get back to this. Let's just tape. As usual, we will use the multi-handler to listen for the let's get this out of here to here. So it's running, it's not a problem. So basically use multi-handler, then set payload Windows Matter reverse TCP. Set localhost. This is the localhost, guys. Like I said before, use the same address IP, the internal address IP, your IP address that you can get it from efconfig, which is this one. efconfig. Let's make that bigger, which is the efconfig gives you this one right here. Use it always on internal hacking or on external hacking. Let's close this tab. Let's get in here. Set port, local port 111 and exploit or run or something like that. So guys, that's it. I have talked about the IPs, guys, because I'm always talking about the IPs because I have this problem when I was a beginner, and it's a very common problem, guys, which if you made it a simple mistake, you won't have the victim, and you will not get the victim data, or you won't have the matter precision. So I won't talk about that because I have talked about it before, about using the IPs and port forwarding. So let's get to the Windows machine, basically like that. Type in the password. We'll see the icons, we will see the backdoors in here. So this is the Windows 8.1 machine, which is installed on the VirtualBox, sorry. So sm root, then desktop, this is the folder I'm getting into the desktop of the Linux. So that's it, guys. It didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work. We didn't see the icon. I won't remove this part of the video, guys, just to show you guys that mistakes happens always, and everyone can get the mistake. My mistake in here, I didn't get this icon in this WinRAR because it's supposed to be on this file in here, but I didn't get it. It is a mistake. I don't know why it happened, because I did that a lot, and I'm not making any mistake on my changing the icon and something like that. We will just do it quickly. Like I said before, I won't remove that part of the video just to show you guys that mistakes happens. So let's remove it and let's do the work again. It will be so fast. I will do it as fast as I can. So that's the Udemy hack, which is our backdoor, and this is the WinRAR. Then get onto the options. It's checked in here and in here. Let's create type a file name, which you're gonna use, like I said, WinRAR v
let's just type WinRAR. Just choose a good name like I said before, guys, and let's make it on the desktop, and let's save. Then let's get the resource hacker. Let's get the WinRAR's icon from here. That's it. Let's save it on the desktop as the name of G, just like that, guys. And let's open it again, and let's drag that embedded backdoor and just click replace and open. Then this is the icon and replace. Let's save, and that's it. Let's check it again. Let's make refresh. Yes, that's it, guys. If you are seeing light here, this is the program. I don't think that I have made a mistake, because I think that I did the same steps without any mistake. So let's close this one, which is shown in here, and let's execute. Like you are seeing right here, guys, this is the original, which doesn't have the icon, and this is the icon that we have give to the WinRAR. So let's just open it. So when he opens it, I mean the victim, it will show him, I won't install it. It will show him this basic and this safe installation. But what happens in here, that we got a Meterpreter session. This is the Meterpreter session. You can see it by sysinfo. Yes, that's the information of the system. This is our computer names modem. I always name that name because when I remember I hacked someone and I used this name in here, so when he found the hack, he won't just do anything, because he think that the modem or the router or anything it's actually works, but it's just the name of my operation system. So that's the computer, like I said. This is the operation system architecture, which is 32 bits, the system language, the domain, the logged user, and the Meterpreter. And that's it, guys. This is we got the Meterpreter. So basically that's it, guys. We see how to embed two programs, and we have choose our backdoor and WinRAR, and we see how to change the icon. That's it, guys, for today. You can use, guys, a lot of things, because for example, guys, if you are seeing right here, you can do that. I did that before also. In here I choose the icon of a picture, and I embedded the exe payload, or the exe backdoor, which is Udemy hack in our case, with a picture. And when the victim opens that picture, it's actually a program. It won't be a picture. It won't have any extension of picture. It won't have PNG or JPG or icon or something like that. The extensions will be exe. But like you seen, guys, if a normal user don't show the extension, he will not see that this is actually an exe file, a program. Because what he will see a name of picture, just name it of any picture's name, and the icon of a picture, and when he opens it he will find a picture, but actually he is running a backdoor. So you are not hacking using a picture, but you are hacking using an exe file, but it looks like a picture. But like I said before, the victim shouldn't have the extensions shown on his computer, which means, like in my case in here, I have WinRAR.exe, but in the Windows I have only WinRAR. default settings will be like that. There is no extensions, but it can show that extension by just simply go ahead and check option view hide the extension, hide extension for known file types, apply like you are seeing in here, guys. Here it shows that it is an exe file, but the default settings were like that. So if I embedded the backdoor with the picture, when I open it, before open it, I will see an icon of a picture and the name of a picture, and when I open it, I'm opening a picture and a backdoor, and a sample victim will not see that difference between opening an ordinary picture and opening a picture embedded with a backdoor. It's just a simple idea, guys, for you. Just be creative, guys. It's about being creative. The hacking is about being creative. So I have talked a lot about this picture story. So this is our lesson for today, guys. See you in the next lesson, and peace.
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course in which we're gonna see the DNS spoofing. But before start talking about the DNS spoofing, we should know what's the DNS or the domain name system. For this, we're gonna open a nano file in which we're gonna see some examples. So nano, and here we are. So to explain the DNS list, let's use some examples, some known examples. For example, we got google.com. It's a famous website that everyone knows. But what's the IP address of google.com? Google.com, if we're trying to find this, we're gonna use a tool called ping. So ping google.com. And here we are. Let's wait a little bit, and that's it. So the IP address of google.com is this IP address. So this is the IP address of google.com. If we try to have another example, which is facebook.com, for example, what's the IP address of facebook.com? The same thing. So ping facebook.com. Sorry, not only Facebook, but facebook.com. And here we are. Here we are. This is the IP address of facebook.com. So copy. Let's get in here and let's paste it. So let's explain what happens actually. When you write google.com, it doesn't go as google.com, but it passes through something called the DNS list. What's the DNS list? It's a list that contains IP addresses and websites or links. I mean characters, for example google.com. So when you type google.com, actually it goes to the IP address that matches to google.com and it opens that IP address. So after all, you are using the IP address and not the URL or the link, google.com. So that's what's happening behind the scene. That's what's happening, and you are not seeing this behavior. I mean, so you type google.com, facebook.com, and you will be redirected to another IP address. And what we're gonna do on our attack is that we're gonna change the IP address of facebook.com, for example, to another IP address that we choose. What's this IP address? Is the IP address of our fake page. So we're gonna create a fake page, and from that fake page we're gonna get the IP address of it, and we're gonna put it on the DNS list. So like this, the DNS list will change or will go to our fake address and not to our to the main address of Facebook. I mean, so how to do it? Simply use C toolkit like I have did. Choose one, then two, then we have already done this before. So then in here type the IP address of your machine. So for me this is my IP address, enter. Then in here type facebook.com because we have chosen Facebook as a fake page. So facebook.com, enter. Let's wait a little bit. It may take some time, but not some, only seconds. We have already passed through this. You all know this. We have all created the fake login page. So like this, our login page is ready. Good. What we need to do right now is to use a tool called Ethercup. So how to use it? Simply, we're gonna first of all configure it, or we're gonna make some changes like this. Use this order locate ether.conf, and we need this file. Ignore those ones, but we need only the first one, ether.conf or conf, or read it like you want. Then sudo gedit, use leafpad gedit, any editor you want. Then this file, which is etc ethercup ether.conf. Get in here, I will write my password, and this is our file. I want you to get down in here, scroll down till you have this Linux. You will have some hash marks in here, that means comments, so you need to remove them. So you will have one in here and one in here. What I want you to do is simply remove them. Good. Save, then exit. Now we need also to change another file, the same destination, but change it to DNS, like we're seeing. Enter, and you will get another file. This is the DNS file. Get down, scroll down, and till you see this Microsoft sucks. So the owner of Ethercup is actually making some kind of jokes. You won't have those things, but you will write them anyway, because we are talking about Facebook. So what I have said is anything which means that star.facebook.com redirected to the IP address. So this IP address should be changed to the IP address that we have put on the C toolkit. That IP address that we use it to create that fake page. So anything facebook.com will be converted to this IP address. Good. Then if he didn't write www, so facebook.com should be the same thing. It will be redirected to this IP address, which is same ours, because when he asks about www.facebook.com, it's not the same thing as he asks about only facebook.com. Also we have this example, I mean. So we got anything.facebook.anything will be converted to our IP address. So those kind of requests are not the same. So you need to get all the possibilities. But for us, we got only facebook.com. So we will leave it as facebook.com. And like this, everything that will go to the URL facebook.com will be converted to this IP address. We got another example. For example, anything.anything.anything will be converted to an IP address that we choose, of course. And this is means that anything that the user types will be converted to that IP address. And actually it's not good, because sometimes it will be kind of doubt, so it makes some doubts. Like this, we're gonna save it. So anything to Facebook will go to our IP address, and we're gonna connect to my Wi-Fi because I'm disconnected, like you are seeing. And we're gonna get to, so you might be connected, so you don't have to connect again, but it's only me who lost the connection. So get to Ethercup like you have seen me doing. So just write Ethercup and you will find this graphical interface. Use inlifids or this first option to not talk too much. Use the interface that you are connecting in. You might be connecting to ETH0 or connecting to wireless. So for example, for me, I'm connecting to this interface. So this should be the same that you in here. Click OK like I have did. Then wait a little bit. Sorry for this mistake. It's just a mistake. You won't have this. Then hosts. Then in here, scan for host. So Ctrl S like you have seen, or just click on scan on host. Then see the hosts list. host list. Like you are seeing, I got only one IP address, which is the IP address of the router that I am connecting in. But that means that it's only my computer and the router that I am connecting in. Right now I will connect my phone, so just wait for me a little bit to connect also my phone. I have connected it, so wait for me a little bit. So now it's connected. Let's scan again. So Ctrl S or scan. And this is my phone. So this is the IP address of my phone, and my phone will be the victim. Add the first IP address of our router to the target one and my phone to the second target. Like this, we are good. Go to plugins, then manage plugins, then look for DNS spoof. You will have it in here, like you are seeing. Double click on it and activating the DNS spoof, I mean not spoon, like you are seeing. Then main meetem or main in the middle attack, then ARP spoofing, then select sniff remote connections and OK. Like this, we are good. You may check the poison, this one, like you are seeing, no poison between those IP addresses. So if it's good, you will have a poison between those IP addresses. Actually, sometimes it will work, not sometimes, it will work even there is no poison. If you get poison, that means that you are good, but if you don't have poison, you don't worry about this. So now poison between those IP addresses. It doesn't matter actually, because it's just a technical program. Everything is good. You don't need to see a poison. If you have seen poison, it's very good. If you didn't see it, it's not a problem. Just follow what I have did. I'm not doing magic in here. I'm doing what you are seeing. And right now I will try to connect my phone. So give me some time to connect my phone. And to get to, not connect, I mean get to the URL page. And I got to the URL page in here, like you are seeing. The IP address is trying to access to facebook.com. And it have been moved, like you are seeing in the terminal. I get this connection from my IP address. And in ethercap it says that facebook.com has been spoofed to this IP address, which is actually the IP address of our fake page that we have used it on C Toolkit. So like you are seeing in here, I have been spoofed, or the IP address that I have wrote, I mean not the IP address, the URL that I have entered. It didn't match with the right URL of Facebook, but it matched with the fake page. Another connection using only facebook.com and not www.facebook.com, and it has been also moved to the fake page. So like you're seeing, everything works, and all the devices I can choose in my local area network or in my LAN can be actually redirected to any page that I want. So this is the second connection. So actually I'm doing over voice in here, so I got some technical problems in the voice on this video, and I'm doing over voice, so I know what will happen, but not exactly in that time. Right now I have entered the email address and password. So in here I have entered the email address and the password on the fake page, and like you have seen me selected, we get email anything plus then password, that one that is selected on the terminal, and I have been spoofed to that IP address. So actually it worked. So like you have seen, making a fake page, the user will be redirected there. The email address will be the email address that the user enters, or the victim. Then the password will be also the password. For me, I just entered a random data. Like you are seeing in here, it works fine without any problem. So you can redirect, like I have said, anything you want. For example, Gmail, Yahoo, anything actually you want to a fake page that you choose. Sometimes it will get some problems with the last updates of Google Chrome. So if the user might see some mistakes on Google Chrome, but in some other browsers this will work perfectly. in Google Chrome it might have some problems with security, because Google Chrome now checks the DNS and also the DNS lists of Google. So the DNS actually works in here. If you got if the victim uses a good DNS, it's kind of hard to redirect him, but if he uses the basic DNSs, it will be a big problem for him, of course, because the hacker don't worry or doesn't matter for him those things. So this was our video for today, guys. I hope that you have enjoyed it, and I'm sorry for the overvoice because I just got some technical problems. See you in the next videos, and peace. So hi, how are you guys? Welcome again to this course, and this time we're gonna be seeing how to sniff passwords on a local area network, which means how a hacker can sniff passwords that they are going on the traffic of the local area network that he is using, or how to sniff passwords of users on the same local area network, or that they are using the same router or the same access point. That's basically what means users on the same local area network or on the same LAN. So guys, the operation is just a hacker who is getting in the middle of the traffic that is coming and going from the access point, or from the server, or from the router to the user, in and out. So for that, guys, I'm giving you in here 3 examples. The first is an FTP protocol, the second is a telnet protocol, and the third is an HTTP protocol. So without wasting time, let's just get started with the FTP protocol. So just like that, copy the IP address of that server, then type FTP. So first of all, we need to start the tool that we're gonna use to sniff the passwords. It's the ettercap. So we are using the ettercap. It's basically very simple: sniff, unified sniffing, the network that you are using. In here, in my case, we'll check that as usual using the command ifconfig. Then I'm using this one right here, which is the same one in here. So okay, and it's started. So FTP, then paste that IP address of that FTP server, enter, and connected. The name, you just type name, password, you'll type password. Just examples, guys. Of course, I'm not giving the right information here. I'm giving this information just to show you how the sniffing is going. So the FTP on this IP address on the server is giving me giving that name as a user and that password as a password, of course. So exit to try the telnet protocol. So copy, then telnet, login. Let's just type Udemy, for example, Udemy as login, and for password you'll type Udemy pass, enter, and of course they are incorrect as usual. And in here you got a telnet connection on that IP address, Udemy as a user and Udemy pass as a password. So on the HTTP, I choose that forum just randomly. I don't know even what is going in that forum. I just type HTTP websites or HTTP forums. I don't remember. I just choose it to give you an example, guys. So this is the forum. We're gonna type a username, for example, hi, and password hello. Let's type connect. Of course it's incorrect as usual. And in here we got an HTTP connection to this server, user as hi and password as hello. So, and the last example in here, guys, it's the address IP of the router, which is I think it's very important, this operation in here, because
it's one of the ways, or one of the methods to get the password of the control panel of the router. So I need to connect to the router because I'm not connecting in it, so I need to connect, and I'm connected to my router, then ethercap. I'll go to ethercap again, unified sniffing, and I will get to my router login page, and this is the username and the password. I will just let it like that. I will let it like that and log in, and I should be logged on this. Enter. Yes, I'm logged in. So, and in here we got a lot of connections because it lagged too much. So an HTTP connection, it should show on your device only one connection. So I had a lot of connections in here. It doesn't matter. So my user was admin and password was Manchester 10. Of course, I'm a Man United fan, guys. It's Manchester 10 as a password and admin as a user. So this is an HTTP protocol, like I said before. So that's it, guys, for today's lesson. All I need to tell you guys is that we choose 3 protocols, which are the FTP, the Telnet, and the HTTP. The HTTPS protocol, guys, we can't sniff password on that protocol because it's secured and encrypted. Also the 8-hash, we can't sniff passwords in that protocol. The encrypted protocol, we can't sniff passwords in general. That's the main idea. In encrypted protocols, we can't sniff passwords in those protocols. But on protocols like I said in here, FTP, Telnet, HTTP, we can sniff passwords, and we will have that passwords without any encryptions. So that's today's lesson, guys. See you in next lessons, and peace. So hi, how are you guys, and welcome again to this course. Temporarily, this lecture and this lesson would be the last lecture and the last lesson with you guys. Of course, I will make some updates to this course. That's why I said temporary. And so in this course, we will be talking about what is the best way that I can follow to be a professional ethical hacker or penetration tester. So this is a common question, guys, that I will answer, and I believe that any professional ethical hacker would agree with me. So as an ethical hacker, guys, you have to know some from everything. So you have to learn something from everything. For example, if you are a university student that studies maybe computer science in general, so don't miss any course and take every course seriously. Just don't let any information escape from you. Even the mathematics, for example, analysis and algebra or logical mathematics or architecture. Architecture, of course, is not mathematics, but some guys who want to be ethical hackers or want to be hackers, they just don't take, for example, algebra as a serious course or as a serious lessons to learn, but it's a very important thing to understand, I think, because if you don't know how a processor works or how computer in general works, so I don't think that you can be a successful ethical hacker in the future. So just don't let any information escape from you, guys. And if you don't study anything that have relation with computer science or something like that, just be a self-learner. And believe me, guys, it's the most effective way to learn something. self-learning, and me myself, I'm much self-learner as a university student. I study computer science in university, and I will complete my formation in that, and I will study software engineering from the beginning, from the first year, guys, and in university. But I believe myself that self-learner is much important as university or pedagogic learning. So be a self-learner, and believe me, like I said, guys, it's the most effective way to learn anything. So just get a course or get a book and start eating what is inside. You must be always hungry for more, guys. You must be always hungry for more to learn any new thing that came to this field, because of course what is good and maybe someone's considered bad is that ethical hacking or hacking is developing every single day. You have to be always updated. So don't just miss anything, and always be hungry for more. And if you asked me for a specific subject or specific thing to start learning, I will say 3 things to start. So the first thing is Python, secondly the shell scripting, and finally the Ruby. I said Python, of course, it's the father of any ethical hacker, and you maybe noticed that most of tools are made in Python. Bash scripting also is so important, and of course, sorry guys, it will help you to combine some tools results, and just customize the final result you want. Let me give you an example, guys. I think you have remembered that we have used a tool that's called ping. This one in here is mostly in every operating system, in Windows or Linux or anything. We have used it to find the IP address of some websites, and this is not the main objective of this tool, guys. The main objective of this tool, guys, is not having IP addresses, but the main objective of this tool is checking if that host or if that server is alive or not. This tool, guys, sends packets to the host or the server, and that server replies with packets. So if it replies, that means that it's alive, and if it didn't, that means there is no host or there is no live on that IP address or in that link or in that server. Or I said link just to remember you guys that we have used links. So like I said, the main objective of this tool, guys, is to check if that host or that server or anything is alive or not. So you can create a scanner using this tool in here, which means like we have seen that the basic use of this tools is just ping some www websites or a link or server or something like that, or it have another use, like I have said, just using an IP address, for example. So using this tool in here, you can create a scanner, which means you will give this tool in here an IP addresses or hosts list, and it will check for you if those hosts are alive or not, and it will show you only the hosts that are alive. So it's like I said, you can customize the result of any tool you want, or you can combine tools with their you can combine tools. I think you got the idea, guys. And finally, Ruby, we have downloaded a DDE exploit, and I think that you have noticed that it has an RB as an extension, RB extension, which means that it is a Ruby exploit. So I'm writing notes in here, so I'm using papers. So like I said, you have noticed it's a Ruby exploit. And I think, guys, it's a sufficient cause, of course. Sorry, guys, it's a sufficient cause to highly recommend Ruby to you guys, because as an ethical hacker, you will deal with exploits. Of course, you will read and understand them. You will write them. So there is no way you can be a professional hacker without learning Ruby. So this is the three, like I said, three things that I highly recommend you to start learning, and I have give you the reason why. And if I can add some advice for you guys, I would just say, be patient, guys. Be always hungry to learn more, and like I wrote in here, you have to earn. Sorry, I always make mistakes. You have to earn what you want to learn. It's basically like that. You will fall and get up, you will fall and get up. You will waste a lot of time in simple things. Maybe you have a simple problem, you will, like I said, fall and get up. But just get up, guys. Don't just wait for success to come to you. Just waste your time in this field, guys. And I believe that ethical hacking is me myself, I enjoy very much to learn every day, and I enjoy very much to see what are the news of this field, because ethical hacking, guys, is something that you need to use, and you need to have, and you need to have this experience. And it's not like me myself, I see that it's better than web developing, or it's better than desktop application developing, because in final, guys, in this two last fields, or in web developing or desktop application developing, you will just deal with a program, you will just deal with the code. But in ethical hacking, you will deal with persons, you would deal with ideas, you will have some logic, some way of thinking that you will think as a hacker, or you will get, and you can of course get your own money. You can have money from just see and check exploits on some servers or websites, and report them and have money in return. So me myself, like I said, I believe that it's the most thing that I enjoy to do. It's ethical hacking. Just, guys, fall and get up, learn more, earn more, be always hungry, be always updated, learn, like I said, everything, don't miss anything. You will enjoy this, guys. So this is my last lesson with you guys. We didn't write anything, we didn't make anything practical, but I believe it's a very important lesson. So see you in next lectures, guys, or maybe if I have so much support, I will do another course. So let's have faith. See you in next courses, guys, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you, and welcome to your course. So
This time we're gonna see a very basic operation, which is the installation operation. So I won't talk too much in this lecture. Let's just go to the Play Store and install our Termux. So type in the search bar in here Termux in the search bar, and we got the Termux. Let's just simply click install. The operation won't take too much. So like you are seeing in here, guys, we have 1 million downloads and 4.7 reviews. 4.7, of course, out of 5. This is a good signification of a top application, of course. So let's open our Termux. Just wait a little bit for a basic installation, so it won't take too much. You don't have to do anything, just wait a little bit. Of course, that's the speed of this installing process in here depends on your network speed. So just wait a little bit, like that, and we got our Termux in here, like you are seeing in here, guys. So this is our application and this is our Termux. So we installed our Termux successfully. See you guys in the next lectures, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to today's lesson, in which today we're gonna be talking about how to install some useful programming languages, because of course you are dealing with tools, you are dealing with scripts. So maybe one day you want to change some result on some script, or changing the way that script works, or maybe entering your own, for example on Breadforce you want to enter your own password list. You will be dealing with these tools, of course. You will be dealing with programming languages, and we gonna install some tools maybe that you will need, and this is the method how to install, and you will install what you want, because of course those tools are based on your needs. That's the main thing, is that I will show you how to install, and just after that you will install whatever you want. So to install something, simply before starting doing anything in Termux, it's very helpful to do some updates. So just to update, type pkg, which means package update, like that, update, and we will do a sample update operation. So like you are seeing in here, he is telling me that he is need to get 421 kilobytes of archives, and that's what I do. Simply I will type y, which means yes, and enter, and like that I will wait just a little bit, and I got update my Termux. So I don't have so much tools, of course, on Termux, so I don't need to download a lot of updates. That's why the operation didn't take too much. But if after a long time I will install some tools or some projects or some frameworks, of course the update operation will take too much. Of course it's always good to do an upgrade, package upgrade like that, and enter, and like last time wait a little bit, and we have 0 upgrade, 0 new install, 0 to remove, which means everything is going okay. So to install anything, just type like the previous time, pkg. For example, we want to install Python 2. So what we have here is a message showing us that it's a known command to install Python 2. So that's a mistake that I did it commonly for you guys to remember something, which is not just pkg like update and upgrade. So you have to write pkg, which means package, then install Python 2. So I commonly did mistakes, but not mistakes.
It's mistakes based on purpose. I want to make mistakes for you guys to see that I'm making that mistake for you guys to not repeat again. So just type enter. Like that, you will have this prompt in here. Do you want to continue? Yes, he needs to get 5071 kilobytes of archives. We will say Y, which means yes, and enter, and we're gonna wait a little bit. So to the installation complete. I will pause this video to not make big videos. And like that, we have installed our Python 2. So if we want to see the Python 2, we will say Python 2 like that, and we have this information in here, Python 2.7.15, which was created or updated default on the 20 January 2018. So there is another upgraded version of Python, which is the Python 3. Of course, the Python 3 exists, but why we didn't install the Python 3 is basically because there is no more people or the experts that creates tools and that create exploits and that create payloads and that create all the security or all the ethical hacking tools. They use the Python 2.7, this exact version in here, 2.7, this Python. So that's why we didn't simply install Python 3. So if you are in here, you will see that in this line in here we have a dollar like you are seeing in here, but in here we have the arrow like you are seeing here, which means that we are on Python. Actually, we are not on the Termux. We are not on our terminal. So in Python, you can, if you have some experience in Python, you will do some good things using this untracked terminal in here. For example, you can do operations to, for example, 2 plus 3. And he will give you the result 5, like you're seeing in here. You can write some things. Of course, writing will not be like that. You will have to learn how to write strings and how to use Python in order to use this untracked shell in here. So to exit it, we're gonna use simply a method. So if you have some experiences with Python, you will just deal well with this untracked terminal here. Just type exit. It's a method. So having two brackets signify that you have a method. So just enter and you have exited. Like you are seeing in here, we got $1. So don't care about what I'm saying about methods and Python. If all what you need is the hacking or the ethical hacking, because we don't need to be programmers to be ethical hackers. There are a lot of ethical hackers that don't know actually how to write some simple codes. So simply we're gonna say clear to clear this terminal in here, like you are seeing, and we have installed our Python 2 and we have tested it. So we need to install some things that maybe we will use. For example, we will install dp, I always pkg. We're gonna say install like usual. We'll install, for example, the Perl. There are some tools also that are written that are in Perl, so just type enter like you are seeing in here, and our Perl is getting installed. Just wait a little bit. Of course, I will pause this video to not waste your time. Here we are back. So we have installed our Perl programming language. So we're gonna do another clear for you guys see clearly the screen. So we will install, for example, the tool that we gonna need. So package install tool, which is wget, which will help us to download some things from some particular websites. We will see it on installing tools using from the GitHub. So simply what you need to do is just type enter like that, wait a little bit as usual, Y, and we have our tool installed. So we'll install another tool. For example, we will install the Ruby. So we will say package. It's not a tool, it's a programming language. So package install Ruby. So what's the Ruby programming languages and why we have chosen it is because basically it's used on writing exploits. So there are many exploits that are written in Ruby, and all the exploits of the Metasploit framework that we will install it, of course, they are written in Ruby. So this Ruby programming language is very useful, and I recommend you a lot to learn it. So if maybe someone of you will ask me what should I learn like programming language, I would say definitely Ruby, not Ruby, just start with Python, then go for the Ruby. So, and after that, if you want to learn, just learn some C#. It's very used in our days, like, so I'm talking like a security expert. So if you have another interest, for example, of developing desktop applications, just start to learn some C#, Java, C++. So I don't want to get away from our subject, which is the Termux. So I just want to say, if you want to learn some programming language, just start with the Python. Then after that, get to the Ruby, learn networking. I'm getting away from the subject. So let's simply type enter. Like I said, the Ruby, it's very used on the exploit field. So most of exploits are written in Ruby, like I said, especially the Metasploit exploits, and it's very used and it's very smooth on the databases. So Ruby is very important. We will install it like that, and we'll type yes. Of course, I will pause the video to not waste your time. And so, like that, we have installed very useful programming languages and a tool, which is the wget. We may install some other tools in the next videos, depending on our needs. Of course, like I said, install what you need. Now, of course, this method won't work with all the things that you want to install. It's not just as simple as write the package, then install and just name anything. It won't work like that. But most of bash tools and Linux tools and terminal tools are installed like that. So that's our lesson for today, guys. See you in the next lesson. We will talk about installing some other tools from external website, which is the famous GitHub. So see you guys in the next lesson. So see you guys in the next lesson, and peace.
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good on with you. Welcome to your course. So this time we're gonna be a very important lecture in which we're gonna see how to fix our IP address, our internal IP address. And in more formal networking term, it will be how to get a static IP address. Why do we need a static IP address? There is some kind of service which called the DHCP. The service is on the router, and this service provides us with IP addresses
according to an order. For example, if you are in a small family that contains a mother, a father, a brother, and you. So if your brother logged first, the router will give him the first IP address. Then if your father logs next, so your father will get the second IP address. Then if you logged as the last one, for example, so you will get the last IP address. So you are getting IP address number 3. If you are talking about port forwarding, which is gonna be seen in the next lecture, this will not help you, because you will tell to the router in the port forwarding operation, you will tell to the router anything that came through this port, redirect it to my IP address. So if we suppose that you told him redirect it to the IP address number 3, and the router is saved like that, which means if next time the router rebooted, or you just disconnected and connected, the whole family disconnected and connected again, if you connected as the first one, you will get the IP address 1, and your brother, for example, will get the 2, and your father will get the 3, and everything will be redirected to your father, not to you, which is of course a problem, because you want everything to be redirected to you. Your father doesn't need this data, and he maybe even don't know what I'm talking about. So that's a problem. I hope you got the situation. So we need to fix our IP address. We need to say, yo, I don't want the DHCP to give me IP addresses. I choose this IP address to use it to log into the router. In here, we have to choose our IP address carefully, because for example, if I said I will choose the first IP address, the IP address number 1, then maybe in another time your brother will be logged in as the first one on the router, then you came and you say I am the first one also, it won't work. You will not be connected, because an IP address is given to one and only system, or one and only device. So your brother will be connected, but you will not be connected, because your brother logged first. So what we need to do is we need to choose, for example, a high number. We will choose, if you are, for example, 4 in a family, choose number 7. Whatever. You know that no one will get to that number. No one will get to the number 7. So how to do it? Basically, get to your interface, or to your network interface, I mean, or to your Wi-Fi settings, and try to find with me the DHCP. In my case, I am clicking in this I in here, and I have this DHCP in here. This depends on what model of mobile phone that you are using. I can't give you all the models, of course, so just find this word DHCP and turn it to static. In here, guys, you are seeing some numbers that are chosen. They are not chosen yet. Don't care about them. So if I convert back to the HCP and I got in here in advanced, I see that this is IPv4 address, not IPv6, IPv4, which means Internet Protocol version 4, not cat, IPv4. Cat is in French, sorry for the word. So IP version 4 address, Internet Protocol version 4 address is this one. So this is my IP address right now, this small one in here. And I want to change it, for example, to be a static one. Yours, like most of cases, yours will be like 192, 168, then 1, then something else. So just I want you to save or to remember these 3 first columns, or 3 first, I don't know how to call them. For me it's 10, 77, 36. That's all what I need to remember. So remember with me these numbers. Don't remember mine, remember yours. Get to this I, or I don't know what's your interface in there, just look for the DHCP, then make it static, and in here write your IP the first 3 columns that we have talked about, not your IP address, just the first 3 columns. So those were the first 3 columns for me. Then choose a high number. For example, I am choosing 97, or let's choose 189, 129 sorry. Then click OK. Like I have said, most of you guys will have 192, 168, then 1, then choose a high number. Or it will be then 0, then choose a high number. It's simply like that. Just remember the 3 first columns. I will click OK. In the gateway, I will get in my gateway. In my case, it's 10, 77, 36, 1. So most of you guys, I think that you have 192, 168, 1, 1, or 100. If you don't have 1 on the 3rd column, if you have 0, it will be 192, 168, 0, 1. So this last one always, not always, it's not a condition, but most of times it will be 1. Then click OK. Just guys, type how to get my IP address and you will find it on Google. Just type it. So okay, this is my gateway's IP address. Don't type how to get my IP address, but type how to find my gateway's IP address. And in here, in the network length prefix, just let it 24, and the DNSs are DNS1 888, which is the DNS of Google, then 8844, which is the second DNS of Google also. Then click Save. And you see that it's connected again. If you had any problem with your network, if you lost connection or you have any problem, just do it like this. Again, disable, enable. Try it again. If you do still have problems, change static to DHCP and try another time again. So in my next video, I will be talking, I will be port forwarding on a router which has like these addresses, 17. Then in here it will be just for you guys to not get lost on what I am doing, because this video is coming a little bit late. The other one was an old video, which means the next video is an old video, by the way. That's how it's going. So 1111, and that's my IP address, and that's how I will work on the next video. So just for you to don't get confused. But the way how to find your IP address or how to find things is like I showed you. I don't have, if I click save, I won't have internet connection, and I will be just without internet connection, and I will not be connected because I have used another IP address. I didn't use the one that I have found it in here last time. You see that we have fixed it to another IP address and we have changed it. So this guys how to choose a static IP address. I have already talked about that on the upside of the course, in which I talked about that in an operating system called Blackbox Linux or Alien Linux operating system. So guys, I hope this video wasn't too long. Yeah, it was kind of too long, but it was so important. That's what I have to explain all the things. So see you guys in the next lecture, and peace!
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So today we're gonna see how to make a proper port forwarding, or how to make a correct port forwarding. You have understand the idea behind the port forwarding, and this time we're gonna make our correct or our proper port forwarding. So I have checked a lot of Android devices, and I have seen that actually you don't have to make port forwarding, or you don't in your firewall, in your device's firewall. Even if you have a firewall in your device, like I said, most of Android devices, maybe you do have to make port forwarding in your firewall, in your Android device firewall, but actually this lecture won't work for you. Don't be afraid. Just if this lecture didn't work for you, just send a message to me, or direct message, of course, or just write on the Q&A section, and of course I will upload immediately the other lecture that you can use to make a proper port forwarding using a tool you call the ng-rock. It's like that. So just tell me, and or send me a message, just inform me, and I will upload the video immediately. But mostly, like I have said, this video will work for you. This tutorial would work for you. So I will repeat it another time. You don't have to make port forwarding in your device. So the only thing that you need to do is just make port forwarding on the router's firewall. So how to do that? It's depending on your router. So there is a lot and a lot and a lot of routers models on the world. So I can just make tutorial for every router. And this would take me hours and hours, tons of hours. So you have to search on YouTube. Unfortunately, you have to look up how to make port forwarding, a correct port forwarding in your router's version. So for me, I will do port forwarding on my router. I think that you don't have the same router that I have, but maybe you will get some ideas. So how to do that? Simply, you need to go to the Google Chrome and get to the configuration page, or the dashboard, or the panel, or name it what you want, of the router. This is the IP of the router that we have talked about in the previous lecture. So just get in, write the username of your login to your, like I said, configuration page of your router. For me, I have my username and my password. The admin, so if you don't know what's your username and what's your password, I can give you some things, maybe it would work for you. Write the username admin and the password admin. But the first thing you need to do is just to check your router's the ticket that it's stick in your in the bottom of your router. So in that stick you may find some username and password, but mostly it would work admin here and admin in the password, admin in the username and admin in the password. If you don't know, and if it didn't work, search up on Google. So sorry, I can't do that for you, because it's your own username and it's your own password. If you didn't find anything, just get to the provider of the internet, your internet provider company. Just get to them, and they will give you your login page, username and password. Just sign in. So that's the difference between my router and your router. For me, that's how it looks like. In your case, mostly it didn't look like that. So if it did look like my sorry guys, I will be there. So this is my login page of my configuration of my router's configuration page. Sorry. So what I need to do is simply, if you do have a page that looks like mine, just get to the advanced settings, get to the NAT settings, get to the DMZ, and in here write your IP address that we have made it last time, that we have fixed, or the static IP address that we have talked about the last time. Just make the DMZ enable first and write your IP address in here, save, and get back to the net and get to the virtual server. So in here, don't look at this first one because you wouldn't have this first line in here. For me, I will choose the second line because I don't want to lose the first line. It's just a port forwarding for my Kali Linux my Kali Linux operating system. Sorry. So this is how it works for me. Mostly for you it didn't work like that because you have another login page. I don't mean that it didn't work like that, but it's the same thing that I am doing and you are doing, but you would have a different style of doing this operation. So for me, I will name this application, for example, name it what you want. I will name it, for example, Termux. And for the protocol, if you don't have this all protocol in here, just open a port with the TCP and another one with the UDP. So do the same thing on TCP and UDP. For me, all means both of them. So just I would make all, and you would have to choose a port for your connections, for your incoming connections. So in my case, and I recommend to use of course I would like you to choose the same thing that I will choose, because you would of course watch my next lectures, and I would love and I would like to that we have the same data. So that's simply like that. So start port number, it's 222 4 times and 222 4 times on the end port number, and in here another time you will have to enter your IP address, this IP address that ends with 7. So just like that, and make a save, and we have this second line in here. So Termux all 222 222 and 222. So in here local IP address, it's our IP address. So just simply like that, and we have port forwarding our router. So the connections will get in surely. So how to make sure that the connections will get in, and how to make sure that we have properly make a port forwarding to our router, and we will have our victims. Of course, we are not hackers, and hackers will have their victims, and you as an ethical hacker, you will get your tests. So what we'll have to do is that we have to start a listener. So I have seen a lot of beginners that just open the port and they check it. Of course, it didn't work. It won't work because you have to use the port in order to check it. So if you won't check a port that it's not working, it doesn't work like that, because we have opened the port, but the port is closed till we use it. So we're gonna use it. We're gonna use the netcat. So you have to install the netcat. Just simply package install. It's our tool for testing port forwarding. We're gonna see a lot of tools and even frameworks. Of course, the famous Metasploit. You can use a listener by Metasploit, but in our case, I didn't want to install Metasploit now, so we're gonna just install a simple tool, which is the netcat, just like that. I have already installed it, so for me, it's simply like that, and for you, you have to type the yes, the Y, and you will install the netcat. How to use it? Just type netcat. It have a lot of uses, netcat, and it's a good tool if you want to learn about the netcat. So the netcat, we're gonna use our parameter, which is sorry, what are the parameters? I forget them. It's the NVLP. Yes, it's the NVLP. So I don't want to explain each parameter, each letter, because each letter signifies to an option or to a function I don't want to explain it because it's not our interest. You know that I like to talk too much, but this time, believe me, it's not our interest. It's just for testing. So, and we're gonna test our port that we have opened. It's the 2222 like that. So, and enter. We're gonna have something like that. And how to test our port? Just let's get back to the Google Chrome, get to a website. We can use the nmap, but I will make the simple test. So go to your website and just type in here, check ports and tape. I like this website. You get signal. I like this website. It's very simple. So just like that, get in here, and in here this is your external IP address that you are seeing in here. We'll talk about this in the now IP lecture that would come in the next lectures, so just don't care about that. And in here, tape to check our port that we have opened. Type check, wait a little bit, and it's a green flag, which means port 222 is opened on the 105.1. Of course, it's your external IP address, like I have said. So we have properly made a port forwarding to our Android device. So what's the use of the port forwarding? I have explained that. So guys, this is a proper port forwarding. Of course, if it didn't work, and it didn't work for a reason that you have just make proper port forwarding to your router. So just send me a message. I will show you another way, of course, and I will upload it in the course. But this one in here is the simplest way and the most effective. So guys, see you in the next lectures, and peace!
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good well with you. Welcome to your course. So I have decided to show you how to port forward using the ngrok. So if you had any problems, or if you are not in your own network, or if you are not on your home network, maybe you want to try some ethical hacking on a network that you can't access to its router page, configuration page to port forward. So you can use the ngrok. It's exactly port forwarding without getting in, or without access to the router configuration page. This method is very useful, and you can use it on your Android device, on your Termux easily, and also in your Linux system on PC. So how to do it is basically this thing is very simple. Just get to the Google, type ngrok like I have typed in here, get to https://ngrok.com and sign up. I will sign up and I will be back, guys. Or yes, let's use the easy way. Let's sign up using Google. So guys, just click in here and choose your email address. Let's wait a little bit, and here we are. So those are the steps that you need to follow. First of all, you need to download ngrok. Sorry guys for the break, but we're gonna continue our work. So like I said, we're gonna download the ngrok. It's very simple. Just long click on this bottom and copy link address like this. Then get to your Termux. After that, type in here the wget and paste. Do like we do always, just remove the P and write the P. Remove it like this and write it with the keyboard, then enter. Like this, you're gonna download the ngrok. And we have our ngrok here. So if we do ls, we will find it
this one in here. So we're gonna unzip it, unzip ng rock, then anything that came after ng rock, and if we do ls right now, we have this ng rock in here. If we do ls minus l to see the permissions, then you're gonna see that we have the execution, and the execution. So let's clear again and perform a simple ls. So the second thing that we need to do, you can follow these things in here. So in zip to install, then after this you're gonna copy your token in here. This one is your token. So copy all this command if it's copied in here and paste. Didn't copy it all. Sorry guys for wasting your time. I was gonna try to copy everything, but it doesn't. So ng rock auth token. So that's the first thing. Then let's copy everything. Do not copy, please. That's everything. Copy, and let's paste this one in here. Paste, enter, and like this, like you are seeing in here, auto token saved to configuration file. So connect to your account. We have connected to our account and fire it. For example, we're gonna secure the 80 port, and like in this example. To start an HTTP telnet or port 80, run this next. For example, on port 80, paste, and it's online in here, which means that we have telnet in our IT port. Sorry guys. So just wait for me guys for another minute. I'm so sorry. And here we are back guys. I'm so sorry for the break. So guys, like you are seeing in here, after port forwarding or after opening a tunnel on the port 80, we got this information in here. You might like see it like this. Just you can zoom out. It's so simple to see the whole thing, or just rotate your phone like this. You're gonna see, I think it will be clearly. So this is the point guys. That's the IP address it's not an IP address, but that's the domain that you will use in place of your IP address. What's this domain? I'm gonna copy it for you guys, this one in here. So try to remove the HTTP and also this slash. I will show you the domain. So to check if the port is opened or not, just get to Google Chrome or your browser and type check ports and look for you get signal. So you can just write in Google you get signal check ports. I like this website more than any other website. So like I have said, this is the domain name that you're gonna use instead of your IP address on every hacking operation. So don't use your IP address, forget it, and just use this one. Don't forget to remove the slash. So you will have just it's some kind of hard to copy on Termux. So you will just use only this one, starting from 7BD till AO. And let's check the port 80. If we type check in here, and the port 80 is opened. So like I have said, this is the domain that you will use instead of your IP address on any ethical hacking operation. I will not repeat this again because I have already said it like 4 times. And the negative points, of course, it will be negative points because it's not like you are opening ports or you are port forwarding your router
because if you are in your own network using your own router, you can do whatever you want. But in this one, you are using like a service, so it's kind of limited. For free users like me and maybe I think like you have the chance only to open one port, to port forward, or to open a tunnel, one port. You can only open one port, and you don't have the right to use the TLS ports. I mean for example the 443. So you don't have the ability to open the TLS ports, and you have only the ability to use one tunnel. And like in our case, we have used the tunnel which is 80, the port 80. So guys, I will use this method on our ethical hacking operations, and I hope that you won't use it, because right now I'm in the case that I have told you. I'm not in my own router, on the dormitory router, because I have moved from home to Moscow, and for now I don't have a router to configure my ports and to control everything, so I'm using the ngrok, and it was a good experience for you guys to learn how to use ngrok. So guys, I hope you have enjoyed the video. See you guys in the next videos, and peace!
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So guys, there is also some applications on Android that will help you to keep your host names, of course. You can create more than one host name, updated with your external or public IP address. But on Android, guys, actually I don't like them. So just use the manual way. Get onto your Google Chrome, sign in, and get to your no IP account. Then use Google Chrome. Just type my IP address in here, my IP address. You will get your public IP address, this one in here. Just you know how to do, copy it and modify it in here. Just click modify, and the same thing on the desktop or on the computer. So, and just update host name like that, and you got your host name updated. It may take some couple of minutes, up to maybe 5 minutes, to get your host name updated. Like we're seeing in here, it's updated, but don't take that on an important consideration, because if it didn't work, just wait a little bit for it and it will works. So like I said, there is some applications, for example this one in here, the no IP updater. I have installed it, and it works like you are seeing in here, but it takes a lot of time. Just write your host name in here, our host name, our user that we have used on our no IP service, and of course the password of the no IP service. Turn this on, and you will have this sign. I don't know how to call that on English, so just it's red, yellow and green. It will take a lot of time on the yellow part. So actually guys, I don't like this application, that's all. So the manual way for me using the Android is the better way. So, but in Linux or in Kali Linux or something like that, using the no IP official software is better, because it will automatically update your IP address even when it changed a lot of times on your computer. Even it changed a lot of times, it will update it automatically. Like I said, this application will do the same thing, of course, if it's still running on the background, but it takes a lot of time, and it have some problems, guys. Actually, for the final word, for me personally, I like to use the manual way on my Android device. So this is our lecture, guys, for today. So see you in the next lecture. Don't escape, don't take a lot of time to get back on the course, just take a lot of rest. See you guys in the next lectures, and peace.
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So, in this lecture we're gonna be seeing how to use no IP service using our second method of port forwarding, which is with the ng-rock tunnel. So how to do it, basically, you know that we have to start our ng-rock, of course. So let's just say, for example, http 80. Enter. And that's it, like you are seeing in here. Copy this URL and get to your account on no IP. So in your account, your no IP, I won't talk about that anymore, because I have already talked about that up on the port forwarding lectures. Just how to do it: create your account. If you didn't see that video, create your account, then click on active host names. Create a host name. Let's name it, for example, Udemy. Let's make small letters, Udemy 003, for example. Then domain name, you can choose one of those in here. I would like to choose the DNS.net. Then in here, choose web redirect. Then say that it's HTTP or HTTPS, like you want, because you know that we have in here HTTP and we have HTTPS. Let's stick with HTTP, it's simple. Then in here it will be your domain name, it will be your website. Actually, it's for websites, not only for ng-rock. So just write your website and remove HTTP and those things, or HTTPS or whatever, and click on create host name. And your host name has been created. So that's it. This is your host name, like we're seeing in here, and it's ticked, or it's relied with this target IP. So this is the IP address. So you know that when you start ng-rock all over again, you will have another thing of these things. You can't use an application for that, so just get in here, change it manually, no problem. Whenever you want to use the ng-rock, get in here, just copy, paste, and it will be so easy. So guys, this was our lecture for today, guys. See you guys in the next lectures, and peace!
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So today we're gonna install a tool which called the lazy mux. So you can clearly hear the word lazy. So in this lecture, basically I will teach you how to be a lazy and successful person. So I'm just kidding, guys. So in this video, actually, we're gonna install a tool which called the lazy mux. I don't care, lazy or active or whatever. So the more important that this tool will provide me a simple interface that can help me to install a lot of other penetration testing tools. So let's discover this tool. So to get this tool, actually we need to download it from the GitHub. So what is the GitHub? It's a website, a very beautiful website. I love the GitHub so much. So it's a website which contains a lot of open source scripts, modules, a lot of open source things. So just like that. So the lazy mux is actually one of these open source modules. Open source means some software or some applications that don't care about the copyright. It's just like that. So you can take this script and change it and do whatever you want to do with this script. So that's basically an open source. They are free and like that, simply like that. So we're gonna go to the GitHub, simply like that, GitHub. So use a simple research. So lazy mux, like that, GitHub. It's very simple, I guess. So GitHub LazyMux, there is only one LazyMux in here, like you're seeing. So this is the LazyMux. This is the GitHub. I always like to see the GitHub with the desktop site version. So this is the GitHub in here. You can find, I will teach you how to deal with the GitHub. It's not something that I need to teach, but I like to talk too much. So it's just for your interest, guys. So LazyMux, you can find the description in here. It's the README file for the script. So you can find the description, so screenshot. It's a picture actually in here, but it didn't show with me. So requirements Python 2.x, and like I said before, in some cases we don't need the Python 3. We have talked about that on the lecture that in which we installed some programming languages and some tools, and we said that a lot of creators still use the Python 2, so that's why we have installed the Python 2 and not only the Python 3. The most of script creators or of the developers, of the experts, use the Python 2.7 generally. So the installation and using the LazyMux donation, so we don't care about that. What we care about is just, let's click in here, clone or download, and let's tape on this button in here. Let's get to the Termux, our main subject. So in the Termux we need to download a tool which called the Git, which will help us to download some scripts from the GitHub. So a lot of scripts can be downloaded using this method that I have showed you, copying that URL from the GitHub and just get in here, type git clone. So first of all you need to download it, of course. You need to install it, not download it. So just package install double git, like that. It will ask you if you want to install it. Just type yes, I already installed it, so I don't need to do that. So the next thing that we need to do, of course, is that we will download our our script using the command git clone, like that, and type our not copy. I need to do paste, not copy. Sorry guys, I need to copy it another time. And get in here and wasting your time. So git, like that. Just type enter. Fatal destination LazyMux already exists. I already downloaded, so I will remove it. Sorry guys, I'm wasting your time, but I will teach you how to remove things from using the bash. So to remove empty directories, use the command rm there, like that. So only empty directories. To remove files, use rm, like that, and name the file, of course, and in here also name the file. So name the file and you will remove it. To remove non-empty directories, use the rm -r and then the name of the directory. This is for the non-empty directories. So I didn't waste your time, guys. I teach you another thing. If you already know this, I have wasted your time. I'm sorry. So just type LazyMux. Because I have already downloaded, I will remove it. Yes. Enter. It will keep asking me this question. And I will have the LazyMux again. To avoid asking this question in here or this question, I'm gonna use the rm -r F, another letter in here to force removing. So, and of course the name of the directory, LazyMux, and like that it will not ask me. So the ls command in here for listing what I have on my current directory. So just I have the LazyMux. Sorry guys, sorry guys. Mux, didn't it's not written like that. Another time. Just guys, learn from my mistakes. I don't like to edit videos. I always like to make myself on a live mode. So just like that, and we have deleted. If I type ls, you don't have the LazyMux again. So now we can download LazyMux, get clone like the previous time, and paste our URL that we have copied and enter. So like we are seeing in here guys, cloning into this this error, it will not show only for me, but it can show for you. It's problem on the Termux. So I really hope that they will fix it because guys, like you are seeing in here, the URL should finish with G, I and T, like in this one in here. So G, I and T, and I have copied one that ends with G, I and T, so it won't work for you. Of course, because we need to we are willing to download something that doesn't exist. Just try another time, and if it didn't work, I will show you the trick. Yes, it didn't work. It's trying to download in something that it didn't exist, and the trick, just make your phone on the vertical mode. Just rotate it and do the same thing again. Git clone, then paste like that, and we still have the problem. The Termux. So in the last time I had this problem and I have fixed it. Just let's try another thing. Git clone, and let's make our tree. Let's write it with ourselves like that. I have removed the T in here and I have wrote it with the keyboard, and I have downloaded like that. So this is a problem on the Termux guys, and we have lived such a live experience with, and I have lived such a live experience with you. It was embarrassing because last time it worked for me, but this time it didn't work. So just remove the T and just write it again. You will have these problems if the Termux didn't update this version and fix this problem. So what we need to do now is we're gonna type ls to see our LazyMux directory like in here. So, and let's get into that directory using the cd command, which means change directory. So changing our directory, what is our directory now? We can know that just by typing the pwd, which means print work directory. So this is our directory in here. So I'm teaching you the bash or the terminal at the same time. So I hope you like that. So after that we need to go get in the LazyMux. So the LazyMux should be written in here. Just type cd LazyMux. So the big letters are so important. L with the big capital letter. So LazyMux like that. If I write print work directory another time, and we have the LazyMux in here. So the complete location is data com Termux files home and LazyMux. This is the complete location. So if I type ls to list what is on the lazymux directory, I will have the lazymux.p, like we have seen or so, like we have so, I don't know. So we're gonna use the Python too, like on the GitHub in here, in the usage installation, so Python 2 in here, like we're seeing. .p, and like that. So enter, and we got into the lazymux. So in here, those are not tools, they are categories. So if we get onto the information gathering category, type in 1, and we have all these tools in here. If we type 00 to back, and we have another applications in here. So if you get into exploitation tools in here, so in 6 we got a lot of tools: Metasploit, the famous framework, and we got the comics, the SQL map for the SQL injection, the brutal, the ARAT, the WPSploit, and you know, a lot of tools. So that's the use of the lazymux. So guys, this is our lecture for today. We have installed lazymux, we have learned how to deal with the GitHub, and we have installed it, which is the Git. So see you guys in the next video, and peace.
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So this time we're gonna install the tool that we have talked about the last time, which is of course the harvester. From where we're gonna install this tool, of course we're gonna download it from the famous GitHub as usual. So basically we're gonna do the same steps as usually. Sorry guys. Get into Google, then type the harvester GitHub like that. Then get into this first website in here. Then get the desktop version. Then click on clone or download. Click into this icon to copy the URL. Get to your Termux, type git clone. Then paste the URL that you have copied, of course, to download it. Then remove the T and write the T to not have the same problem. Then you will download your harvester. I have already downloaded. Then I won't download it again. So I will remove it. You will have a directory in your home folder. Of course, if you type ls, you will find this directory in here, which is the harvester. Type cd then the star in here, which means everything that came from which we have only the harvester. So type enter, then type ls. You will find the harvester, this one in here, .p, which means Python, in white, like this. I will show you how you will find it. Sorry guys. Sorry. So that's how you will find it, in white, like this, which means of course you don't have the execute permission. So there is no permission to execute this program. How you can add this permission is basically by typing chmod or chmod plus, which means add the x, which means the execute permission, to the harvester.p. You can write it all or just type the, then star, which means anything that came that starts with the. And we have only one file, which is this file in here. No file in here, there is no file in here which starts with the. So then type enter, type ls, and you will find it green like that.
we have added the execution permission into the folder. So if we type ls -l to see what I'm talking about, I'm talking about this rw. So if we go to the harvester in here, we have added the x in here in our permissions. So the first mines represent the directory or the file or what's type of this file. Then the permissions came out 3. So no, 3, which means user, group, others. This is how it works. The user, which is you, have the rights to read, write, and execute. That's all. And the group and the others don't have any rights or any permissions. So if I type ls another time, then the second thing that you need to do is, sorry guys, I'm a little bit sick, so is what's written in here, the appendices in here. You need to do a pipe install request. You need to install the request. Just type pipe 2, not pipe 2, install requests like that. Enter. So for me, you have already installed it. You will have something like that. Just wait a little bit, it will end. Then what you need to do is get back to your Termux, type ls, then type python 2 python 2 then star, which means anything that starts with the. I won't repeat these words again. I won't repeat this. So sorry guys, I won't repeat that. The star means anything. So I have right the then star, which means I will execute with python 2 anything that starts with the. Then I don't care what's came after the. And I have only one file in here, which is this one in here. And you have your harvester run like that. So this is the harvester, and those are the parameters or the options. So guys, see you in the next lecture, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So this time we're gonna install the information gathering tool, which is the dem tree. So how to do that? Basically the same things, the same steps. I mean, the first step is following the same steps. I mean, the download step. So the first thing that you need to do is get to Google, write dmi try GitHub, then get into this website in here. You get your desktop site, of course, as usual, and this is the mtry. So it's not demtree. It's demtree is not a name of someone, but it's an abbreviation of DMI try, which means Deep Magic Information Gathering Tool. It's not someone who is called demtree. So as usual, get to this icon in here, click, then get to your home directory, then type git clone, then of course paste, and you will download your folder, which contains the mtry tool. So if you taped ls, you will find this directory near mtry, tape cd dm, then anything that comes after that, tape ls. You will not find these things in here, but I will show you how to get these things here. So the thing that you have to do is following these simple steps. First step is chmod plus the execute to everything. That's the same command that you need to do. Then the second thing that you need to do is basically preparing the environment of your Dimitri tool. So what you need to do is check the install file in here. So if you did cat, it's a text file. It's don't end with txt, but it contains text. Cat, it's not an editor, but it will show you what files contain. It's just simply like that. Cat, and then this thing in here, you will find this is the installing part. So the commands that you need to do is simply configure, then make, then open your Dimitri. 3 basic sample steps. So if you don't want to lose these things in here, slide this, I don't know how to call that, have a new section in which you type, like I said before, but change your directory. Don't forget to change your directory if you are not into the DM. I tried, so cd Dimitri I don't know how to call it, then make configure like it's written, configure with C. Sorry guys, configure. Sorry guys, I'm so sorry to waste your time. Then enter, then after that type make, then enter, then you have your Dimitri. So if you type configure, that's what you will have. I have made some screenshots for you guys. Then if you type make, that's what simply you will have. Then after that your Dimitri is set up. Type ls, then type, you don't have to type ls, of course, I like to type ls to see what's in here. You can install your Dimitri completely in your device, following the first step in here, installing Dimitri using the make install. I will install it with you guys, so I didn't install it. I will type make, simply make install, error, so don't install it. Just run it from the folder. I don't like to install tools, because if I want to delete them, I will just delete the folder. I don't have to delete anything. It's an error that you don't want to see, and they don't want to see, and they don't care about it. So how to run your Dimitri? It's like that. Try like that, and you will have your Dimitri like you are seeing. Usage, this is the options or the parameters, and like that you have installed the Dimitri. So guys, see you in the next lectures, and what tell me what, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So today we're gonna be talking about, of course, another information gathering tools, which is Whois. So how to use Whois and what's the benefit of it. So if we use the command Whois just like that, we're gonna have some information about the Whois, the usage, and some parameters. So I will show you the basic use of Whois. We're gonna type, of course, Whois, then the domain that we want to look for. For example, I will choose google.com to see some information about Google. So let's get in here, and we have this information in here. We can find the same informations in here again, not in here. So this information, let's just stick with this information in here. So this is the domain name, of course, google.com. The registry domain ID, this is the registry domain ID. The register Whois server, register URL, some informations you may need. So the last update date, and the creation date. So Google was created on 1997, like you are seeing in here. Register expiry date, some information about the registration. So the domain state, you some informations you may need. This is the name servers of Udemy, of course, of Google, of course. Some informations you may need, or you don't need. So if you use another example, let's use for example who is udemy.com. Sorry guys, who is udemy.com, just like that. And we have also another information that we can check. So about the register, about the IDs, we can find emails, we can find phone numbers, we can find like the previous time, update creation date and updated date. Accuracy, there are a lot of good information that are very useful. You may not need them, but they are actually very useful. Sorry guys, having phone numbers, having addresses, having emails, that's so important for a hacker to check who is the victim or who is dealing with. So this is basically the use of who is. So guys, see you in the next lecture, and peace. Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Another time, and welcome to your course. So this time I'm gonna install the big tool Nmap. I like the Nmap so much. So how to install it? We're gonna use the LazyMux that we have installed the last time. So what we need to do actually is type in ls, then cd LazyMux with a capital letter. So I will teach you something. If you want just to avoid writing this capital letter and waste a tape into the shift in here, or in the merge, or call it what you want, you need to rename the LazyMux just to write it with a small l. How to do that? To rename things on a bash on a terminal, you will have to move them. Yes, it's simply like that. There is no command that's called rename. So what you need to do is move it and change it. Move the directory of the file and change its name. So LazyMux, like that, then LazyMux. So the folder which named LazyMux with a capital letter, it will be moved in the same place in the same directory with another name which is LazyMux. So type like that and you will have LazyMux with a small letter, not with a big letter, not with a capital letter. Then get to the LazyMux, cd LazyMux, like that, then ls of course, and Python 2 lazy. I'm LazyMux. I'm not a LazyMux. So enter like that. Then tape 1 for the information gathering, of course. 1 is the information gathering. Then tape 1 for the Nmap. Installing Nmap. I'm so happy to install the Nmap. Then after this operation, so 25 megabytes of additional disk space will be used. So I will type yes to accept that, and I will stop the video, and I will be back after couple of minutes. And I am back. It didn't take too much. It's so simple. So we're gonna exit the LazyMux, type in the 0 0 0 10. So ls, I don't have to type ls, just I need to type nmap like that. and I have my nmap with its huge and its good parameters that I like it too much. So this is the nmap. So guys, we have installed the nmap. See you guys in the next lecture, and what? And peace!
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So in this video we're gonna see how to install the sudo. So if you don't know the sudo, of course you know the sudo, but I will just remind you, the sudo is the super user do, which gives you the privileges, or which gives you the rights of doing a lot of things on your Android device. Of course, if you want to do a lot of things, if you want to do more advanced things, you need to root your Android device. So guys, the first thing that you need to do is rooting your Android device. But just be careful guys, find some trustful method to root your Android device, because there is some methods that can destroy your phone. Simply like that. So what we need to do is that we need to get to the Google and type sudo termux GitLab. This time I'm in the GitLab, not on the GitHub. Why? Because the owner of the this tool in here didn't like the situation when Microsoft bought the GitHub, so it just got its stuffs and get to the GitLab. So the next thing that we need to do is simply git clone and paste. Remove the T, write the T, enter, and that's it. ls, we got this directory in here. So cd termux, then ls, then let's simply read the readme. So we're gonna do cat for the readme. So in the installation, it's very clean in here that the first thing that you need to do is to copy this command from package to the S. So from the P to the S, copy it and paste it to install some packages, as I have already did it, so I won't do it again. So the next thing that you need to do is to use these commands in here. So copy them, get to another session, get to the Termux directory, because you are in another section, you are in another session, you are in the home. So we got to the Termux session, type ls, I am in the Termux session, and paste. Enter. This is the first thing. The second thing is this second comment. Just copy it. Sorry guys. Copy it. I will copy it and I will. So this is our command. I have just copied it and pasted it in the same session where we paste our last one, and enter. So like this you have installed the super user, and you can do the command sudo. So for example, sudo vi, for example, vi not found, and you will see this things in here. And if you are rooting your phone, I have already passed that thing, it will open a window like that, in which you want to grant the Termux the super user privileges. Just type grant or yes or whatever, and you will have the super user installed and everything will be clear. So guys, this was our lecture for today. See you in the next lectures, and peace!
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So it have been really a lot of days since I did my last video, since I recorded my last video, because actually guys I was a little bit sick, but I'm getting back. So I'm recovering, and I have back my voice, because my voice has gone when I was sick, and I'm so grateful that I'm back to you and to complete my course and then publish it, of course. So today we're gonna be talking about installing a great project, which is of course the Metasploit framework. I'm so afraid to say, guys, that this method maybe won't work for you. Yes, I am so afraid to say that, because updating Metasploit, not updating Metasploit, there is so missing elements on after the installation of the Metasploit. It's not just install Metasploit and like that, but there is a lot of problems on installing Metasploit. And maybe after some few days it will have more problems, and maybe everything will be solved. And even today there is a lot of problems on installing Metasploit. Maybe I think that what I'm gonna show you will work, and I strongly believe on that, of course, because I have just installed the Metasploit. But I strongly believe that things would change after some time, and I hope if it will change for the better. So without talking too much, I will show you how to install your Metasploit. So the first thing to do is just I want to remind you to do some updates. So apt update and end apt upgrade, enter, and let's update our system. And like that, I have already updated, so I don't have nothing to install. The next thing we need to do is that we're gonna install maybe some tools that we're gonna need on the future. So I'm adding some things in here. So package install as usual, and we're gonna install the zip for zipping and the nzip for unzipping, and we're gonna install, did we install the Perl? I think that we didn't install the Perl last time. The Perl is programming language, of course. The curl, we're gonna need it maybe in the p root. It's needed on the Metasploit too. So enter to install these tools in here. I have already installed, so I won't install anything. So the next thing we're gonna do is that we have to download a bash script, which will start, or which will be the trigger, of course, which will be like in Windows the setup of installing the Metasploit. So from where we're gonna install it, of course, from the GitHub. So today we're gonna write a lot of commands, but I will give you these commands, guys, on the txt file on the description. I don't like to give commands, guys, because that will make you lazy just copying and pasting. I want you always to write your own commands, but today we have a lot of commands, so I will give you a txt file in which we will find all the commands of today's lesson. So we're gonna download it from the GitHub, but we don't have to get to the GitHub. You just copy and paste the command that I have added, or that I have mentioned on the resource files, on the file on the resource file. So I will get it for me. So this is the command. Just type enter and you will download the file. I won't download it because I already have it. So if you type ls after, of course, downloading the file, don't erase this command. You type enter, don't erase it. If you typed enter, then typed ls to list, you will have this metasploit.sh. You won't have this folder in here, Metasploit framework. The next thing you need to do, of course, is launching our Metasploit script. So how to do shell or script, how to do that? Use the command bash metasploit.sh, like that. I have already did that, so you type enter. I won't type enter, I will erase it. So after typing enter, you need to wait a little bit. You need to wait, not a little bit, you need to wait some long period, depending, of course, on your phone and on your network speed. After that, normally you have installed the Metasploit, but you will find a problem. So after doing that, type msf console like you will launch the Metasploit, of course, using the console. For you guys, the Metasploit for me will launch normally because I've fixed my problems. For you guys, you will have this problem in here. I've made a screenshot. This problem in here. If you don't have this problem in here and you have started your Metasploit just normally, then I think you have came after the update. Me personally, I am in the 4th September, like you are seeing in here, 2018. In my time, this errors shows. In your time, maybe in the future, this will be fixed, so you don't have to complete even the video. Of course, if you have the Metasploit launched without any problem. If you have this problem in here, we will try to solve it. So the Metasploit is launching. I will just start a new session. That you can start a new session, guys, from here on the Termux. I will start a new session. So if like I said, if that problem shows for you, that's what you need to do. Just type ls get into the cd into this Metasploit framework directory in here, Metasploit, and you don't have to write everything. Just type this star in here. This star means that I will change my directory into any folder, into the folder that starts with Metasploit and this mines symbol in here and whatever comes after that. And I have only one directory that replies to this characteristics, which is the Metasploit framework in here. So if type enter and type ls, I am on the Metasploit folder. So next thing you need to do is writing these commands in here: gem install bundle, like that, and enter. I have already installed it, so I won't you type enter. Next thing you need to do is gem install the same thing, install bundler. So if you are asking what we are doing, just we are installing the environment. We are installing what Metasploit needs to be launched on the Termux. That's what we are doing. Type enter. So I have already installed. I will erase it. Next thing you need to do, everything is written, of course, in the txt file that I have provided you, pipe2, and I will write all these commands like I said: install bundler, so bundler, like that. Then after, of course, enter, and after that just type bundle update. Bundle, what I have done erase everything, bundle update, and enter. For me, I won't do that, of course, because I already did it. So in this time you will receive, I think, of course, in my time, like I say always, you will receive this error message in here. So what you need to do actually is that you need to copy this thing that is shown in here, gem install Nokogiri with the version that Termux provided you from the source. This is the source. So that's what I have written in here. I think, yes, I didn't make a screenshot of what I have written. Just type this gem install Nokogiri version. Just make copy and paste. Of course, the last symbol or the last character that you will wrote is this code in here. So it starts with G and ends with a code. This code in here, not the last one, not this one in here. I mean this code in here. Exactly. So after doing that, get back again and type, of course you will write that or copy and paste it, enter, and after that get back and write the same command, bandly update, like that, and this time you won't have that problem. So after that, what you need to do is bundler and update update the Nokogiri that we have talked about. Nokogiri. You won't have any problem. Just type enter. So after doing that, what you need to do is you have to install the Nokogiri from the system libraries. So what you need to do is gem install and Nokogiri, of course, like I've said, Nokogiri, 2 main symbols and the blank 2 main symbols, and use the system libraries like that, and like that you will have another problem. So you will have another problem, which is this problem in here. Not exactly this problem. You will have problem, but if you have scroll up, you will find this thing in here. So what you need to do actually is, another time you need to copy this thing in here from the G to the double quote, or I don't know, sorry how to say what's the name of the symbol, but what you have to do is just copy from the G to this quotes in here. I don't know how to spell it or how to say it, sorry guys. After doing that, then type the same thing. So you will type this command, you will have that error, type what I have mentioned. Sorry if I'm talking too much. Type this one in here, copy and paste, then enter, wait a little bit till the process complete, then type again this command in here and type enter, and now everything would work fine. So what you have to do now, after doing that, your Metasploit is installed and set it well. So what you have to do actually is that you have to run, of course, your MSF console like that, and you will have to wait a little bit, not a little bit, you will have to wait a lot. Of course, like I say, always it depends on your material. So if you have a good smartphone, a good Android phone, then everything will be fast for you. For me, I don't have a good smartphone, unfortunately. I hope I will have one someday, but it's not a problem. Of course, it's not an excuse, so just wait a little bit. So guys, I hope that you won't have a lot of problems. So if you had more problems, just look on that problems you may have some commands or some additions that can fix your problem. So type that addition and type your command again, and I hope everything will work fine for you. So if it didn't work, just look on the web, look the internet. You have a homework. It's not a homework. I think that this course I haven't make a huge plan or the complete plan of this course, but I think it will depend a lot on Metasploit. So you have a homework. You have to install Metasploit on your Termux. It was like a dream for me. I mean, installing Metasploit on my smartphone, having a mobile Metasploit framework. It was like a dream on some few years ago. Maybe 3 to 4 years ago, this was a dream. And thanks to the technology that provide us every day with powerful smartphones, powerful materials that help us day after another to do what we want to do as mythical hackers. And like I seen in here, I have the Metasploit launched. So like you have saw in the beginning that I had some errors. I will find them, failed to connect to the database. So this is a problem, guys. It's not something usual. Failed to connect to the database. So how to solve this problem? I have also wrote this a command that will solve this for you guys. So we need to exit the Metasploit. Let's exit it, and let's so if you don't have this problem, don't type this command. If you do have this problem, we will start our PostgreSQL. I call it like that, just to not forget it. But it's post and the SQL is another thing that are in the beginning. I will write this command for you guys. So pg, then ctl, after that minus the database, of course, and we'll make a directory. Of course, directory on Termux must start with $. So on the prefix, it will be prefix majuscule or capital, not majuscule is in French. It's with capital letters, don't forget it. Of course you will copy it and paste it from the txt file that I have provided, or if you want to write with me. So prefix like that, then we will get to our directory var and lib, then PostgreSQL that I have mentioned. PostgreSQL, but it's not PostgreSQL. It have another meaning, but I just retain it in this method. I just do not forget it. I collected on one word and I have spelled it PostgreSQL. Just like that. So let's start our service. And server started like that. Our database would be connected. So database system is ready to accept connections. Done. Server started. So what you have to do actually is very simple. Start your MSF console and you won't have any problems. Let's try. Like you are seeing here, like I have said before, guys, there is a lot of problems on installing the Metasploit on Termux. I hope that everything would work fine and good for you, and I hope that you will install Metasploit. Just like I have mentioned, make it a homework. You need Metasploit on your device. Don't use your Termux without a Metasploit. So it will start the incorrect way. So I will pause the video, then I will be back. And we got our Metasploit. So you may notice something that showed on my terminal, which is warning linker and this thing in here. It's not a problem, guys. Everything is going good and well. So we have installed the Metasploit, and sorry guys, I have just realized that I'm doing a 20 minutes video. I hope that I didn't waste your time. Of course, we are not wasting time. You have installed a very big project on your Android device. It's a world-class project. It's the Metasploit framework, and I am so glad to see that I'm on this Metasploit on my Android device. So guys, see you in the I will make a screenshot to this Metasploit. I like it. Screenshot. So guys, see you in the next lectures, and peace!
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good. I'm all with you. Welcome to your course. So today we're gonna be seeing how to create or how to generate an encoded payload using MSF Venom. When I say encoded payload, don't imagine it like it's so encrypted and it's fully undetectable payload, because MSF Venom is so known by all the antiviruses, and even if they keep creating new encoders like they are named on the Metasploit framework, so even if they still making or updating their encoders, they will be detectable by the antiviruses because they are so known. And for creating a fully undetectable backdoor on Termux, it's kind of impossible. Sorry guys, because the Termux, is needed some environments. What I mean by that, it needs mostly, the more important thing is the wine. The wine is a software or an environment which is hired to execute the exe files. So he is responsible of executing exe files or executable files on a Linux machine. Maybe you have already heard of that. So the creating an encoded or fully undetectable backdoor on Termux is kind of impossible. So what are the tricks? It will be great if you have another operating system, Kali Linux, on your computer or something like that. And if you have that, you can create your fully undetectable backdoor just by following the lectures up on the practical lectures section, in which we have used the shelter. It's the most updated lecture in there. We have used the shelter to create our fully undetectable backdoor. Then create it from there and send it to the victim, and you can receive your hack, or you can receive your data. You can start your listener on Metasploit in the mobile. I don't think that it's kind of a big problem if you have Kali Linux. So just follow these steps, and in the local host and the local port will be different, and I will be talking about that right now. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to get to the Metasploit framework folder. Let's zoom a little bit, like that. Then we're gonna start MSF Venom. The next thing that we need to do is that we have to choose a payload. We're gonna choose Windows, Meterpreter, Reverse, TCP. For you guys who don't know where those came from, I mean those things, just keep clicking on keyboard like this and we will have them. It's the escape button and it's some useful things. So that's payload. Then the local host. In the local host, guys, if you are using the first method of port forwarding, I mean port forwarding through your router, the best thing to do is that, sorry guys, I forgot in here. So our payload will be an HTTP payload. HTTP payload. I will be talking about that. So the best thing to do if you are using your router as, or you are using your firewall's router to port forward, it will be great. As I always say, it's the best thing to do. And what you have to put in here, the perfect situation is that you put your no IP host name and keep updating it, of course.
if you are willing to hack externally, but if you are willing to hack internal of your network, just put your internal IP address. In my case, I am using ngrok, so what I have to do is simply start my ngrok, then http. Maybe guys, I said once or two times, or I don't know how much, that let's avoid the port 80. But right now, you have to use the port 80, guys. And if you are willing to use the port 80 and willing to use the Metasploit framework as a listener, that is something that you should have, which is that you should root your Android device. That's the main thing. So root your Android device. I think that you want to be an ethical hacker, and rooting your Android device is something very necessary. You have to root your Android device to be an ethical hacker. So rooting your Android device is very important, guys. On this lecture of creating a Metasploit or creating a backdoor, sorry guys, using MSF Venom, and also on the listener, when we start with listener and when we test our payload. So what we need to do, guys, like I've said, I will launch the ngrok. Then of course I need this thing in here. So copy, get in here. This will be my local host. Paste. My local port will be 80, because the ngrok is doing this thing. So I got some data into this URL, so this URL as an HTTP, then it redirected to this localhost dot not that this localhost through the port 80 also, of course, because if we are talking about HTTP, we are talking more about 80, the port 80. And what we need to do next is port 80, then we're gonna specify our encoder, and it will be Shikita Ganai. Sorry guys, it have been a long time since I used this encoder, because it's really useless in our days. It's just escaping maybe some antiviruses. Out of 60 antivirus, it will be maybe 5 to at maximum 10 antiviruses. Like I said, between 60 antivirus. So the encoder is Shikita Nagai like this, and we will encode it like let's say 15 times. Then what we need to do is that we need to set the format as exe file. Then basically the output should be on our home. Then let's name it, for example, pseudo.exe. I have already pseudo.exe, like you're seeing here. I have already created one, so I will name it, for example, pseudolinux.exe. Enter. And we're gonna wait. We have to wait some time. I will be back. And our payload is created right now. So like you are seeing in here, guys, this is our payload. So I think that creating the payload was so simple. So I will just point at some things. So if you are creating a payload using the first method of port forwarding, I mean through your router, in here, like I said, if you are willing to hack on the internet, in the local host, enter the no IP address and keep updating it. If you are willing to hack internally, just enter your internal IP address. But if you are using the second port forwarding method, which is using the ngrok, be always sure that in the local host you are entering the URL given by the ngrok, or
using the no IP service, and of course keep updating it with new URLs every time you open your section of ngrok as a free user, of course, guys, because if you pay for ngrok, I think that you can choose this URL and it will be fixed, and maybe you are not even obliged to use no IP service. And in terms of the local port, we are using, of course, the HTTP method. We have written on our ngrok. If you remember, we have said ngrok HTTP 80. So if you are using the HTTP, go with 80. Don't go with anything. It's the best thing to do. In the HTTPS, as a free user, you don't have the permission to use it. For the TCP ports, I have seen some guys on YouTube doing this TCP ports, and it works perfectly for them, but for me it doesn't work. And I believe if you are watching this video like after I made it of like, let's say 1 week or 2 weeks, I believe, and I'm sure that it won't work with you, because ngrok, they have like they have a problem on their software, and they have problem on their channel, because I like tested it and I scanned it using the nmap, and I found that it doesn't work. The ports are closed and everything is done. We don't have to ask anymore about that, because I have asked a lot about that. So don't ask about that. What you should do is that you should root your Android device if you didn't root it yet, and be sure if you are not rooting, or if you didn't root, sorry guys, your Android device yet, be sure that you will root it one day, because you want to be an ethical hacker, of course, and rooting your Android device is the first thing to do. So root your Android device, choose HTTP 80, choose in term of I mean the payload in here, choose the HTTP payload, and it's done like that. So in the localhost, as a free user, like I said, ngrok, enter your no IP and keep updating it. It's the best thing to do. One thing you can do it is just enter this URL given by ngrok. As a free user, also use the local port 80 and the payload reverse HTTP. If you are not free user, or I didn't try that, but I just recommend these things. So guys, I hope I didn't talk too much. Now I did talk too much, so I hope you have learned from this video. Even if you are using the first method of port forwarding, be sure also that one day you will have to use this method. Maybe if you are using mobile data, or if you are using some other networks, this method is really useful, so you didn't waste your time. So see you guys in the next video, and peace! Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good. I'm with you. Welcome to your course. So this time we're gonna be talking about starting our listener and testing our previous pilot that we have created on the last lecture, I mean the previous lecture. So what we need to do, of course, we need to run our MSF console. Who of you guys remember this command? So this command is for starting the Metasploit database. So always guys, be sure that you have entered this command and you have run it. So next thing that we need to do is we need to run our MSF console. You know that it takes some time, so I will pause the video. And here it is, our lovely Metasploit. So guys, in here you may not have the same output as me, because my database was already configured and everything was good. The main thing is that you don't have that error that we have in that video when we installed the Metasploit. So the first thing we need to do is, of course, we need to use the multi-handler for our listener. Multi-handler. Then guys, you can write even if we don't have that line, that command line, I mean, so you can write even in here. So we're gonna set our pilot as Windows Meterpreter reverse, but not TCP, like you know. We're gonna use the HTTP for the pilot that we have created the last time. Then our localhost will be lhost. So if you are using the ng-rock, you should always use this localhost. 1. And enter. If you are using the first method of port forwarding, which is your router, you should also always enter in here your local IP address that you can get it from ifconfig. I think that I was clear. If you remember, guys, we have used on our pilot creation the last time the port 80, which is the HTTP. So I will go with 80. Set local port. Sorry, guys, 80. And set localhost, set local port, and our pilot is set. Everything is going good. So guys, if you are not using the ng-rock, you can choose your port, choose whatever port you want, just like we used to do on the laptop version, on the practical course app, on the practical lectures section. So guys, we will have an error. I did that and I was knowing that we will have an error, so I will run it. There is no problem. That's the error. So I did that error, and I know that it will be an error because I don't want you to do this thing. You see, guys, that permission denied. That's why I said we should root our Android device. So guys, don't run MSF console without this sudo, and just keep asking why I do have this error. So I did this in purpose to show you this error and for you to remember that. So I will exit the MSF console and I will run the MSF console using the command sudo msf console and enter. So it will take some time. You will have this, of course, of the super user, just so don't ask me again, and grant the permission. Let's do it again. Check your spelling. Sorry guys, we got a problem. MSF console, not conlos. MSF console. Like this, and I will be back after I will set all the MSF console parameters and everything will be clear. And here we are back. So I have run the MSF console using the sudo, like in here you have seen, guys, and I have entered the parameters multi-handler, the same pilot, the same localhost, the same local port, and it will work perfectly with the sudo. So guys, I want just to add that this problem is happening only with the port 80. So if you are not using the port 80, if you are using the first method of port forwarding, which is through your router, so use any other port. It can be 111 to just choose any other port that you want, and you will not have to root your Android device if you didn't root it yet, but always I will recommend you to root it. Even if you are paying for your ng-rock, you won't have to root your Android device. You can just, instead of launching ng-rock HTTP 80, launch ng-rock TCP port, for example 1111. And on term of ports, when you create the payload, don't create the HTTP payload, create the TCP, I mean Windows Meterpreter reverse, not HTTP, but reverse TCP, and set your port as 111 and get to your listener and work perfectly with the same host, like I said always. And instead of port 80, put port 111. But if you are using the same method that I have did, which is the free method, you can do it only by rooting your Android device. This in case if the NGRock has solved the problem of their TCP protocol, because I have, like I told you guys, I wasted a lot of time on that, and I just I have just found that they have a protocol on their script. So it doesn't matter, just follow me, root your Android device, and everything will be free. Run, and let's wait a little bit. And here we are going. Started HTTP reverse handler on HTTP 127.0.0.1 port. So I will not waste your time anymore. I will just move the payload to my computer and get in app to launch it. So I'll be back. So I have moved the payload to my PC. And it was created perfectly like just we learned the last time, and I will enter. So I will execute it, enter, and let's see the NGRock first. The NGRock is receiving a request like you are seeing in here. This is the request that NGRock is receiving, and like you are seeing in here, Meterpreter 1 opened. And let's just wait for it, because like we're seeing, data in here is getting high, because that's how this payload works. So it creates a server on our attacking machine, which is the Android. It creates a server, and when the victim tries to connect to that server, it will send him some malicious malwares in which you can just simply hack it. So sorry guys, I didn't zoom, I guess. So I forgot to zoom, and that's it. This is our Meterpreter session. You can type the sysinfo to see the system's information, like you are seeing in here. You can type just simply help to see a lot of comments that you can use in here. So we have help, git, exit, we have close, we have scripts, kill, background to see the background. We have a lot of Meterpreter commands, guys. I will not explain all of them, of course. Dump patch, get sys, play an audio file, like you're seeing, webcam if the victim has a webcam, web record mic. So a lot of things that you can just learn by yourself. I don't think it's too hard. So guys, this was our lecture for today. See you guys in the next lecture, and peace!
Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So this time you're gonna be seeing how to install Apache 2 server, and this will allows you to create your own web server on your own Android device, which means that it will be kind of a folder in your mobile phone in which if you have provided the IP address of that folder to someone else, that one else he will be able to get some things he wanted from you. So it's be kind of you can upload in there your own website, for example, and just activate or start the Apache 2 service, and like this anyone can access to that website. It's simply like this, and for ethical hackers they use it mostly to for example, if I have created a software or malware, sorry guys, if I have created a malware and I want to test it, for example, on Windows machine, I don't know how to use like a USB cable to get the payload or the malware from my Android device to the Windows machine. I just upload it, or I just copy it to that web server, and I start my web server, and I got into my Windows machine, entering my IP address, and I will have this malware on that web page, in which I can download and use. It's simply like that. I have talked too much. So guys, how to install it is very simple thing to do. It's just package install Apache 2 like this. Enter, wait a little bit, and it will be installed for you guys. So how to find that folder in which you copy data, or how to find the index or your folder in which it contains your web server, just type cd and get back, type ls, get to user, usr like this, ls, then get to share, this one in here, which means cd share, ls, then this is the Apache 2, cd Apache, sorry guys, Apache 2, ls, cd default site, this one in here, ls, cd this folder, ls, and this is your sorry guys, this is your folder in which, if you have, like for example, uploaded a file in here and you want to download it from your browser in some place else, is simply accessing, which means that you will use the IP address of this smartphone, and after that click enter and you will be in your web page, and from that web page you can download whatever you want, or you can upload a website in here and send it, or if you are, for example, a web application developer and you want to test your website, just upload it in here and make your tests. And that's it, basically simple. If you basically simple that's it basically guys. If you typed brinkware directory, so pwd, this is this is the directory of the so you may need to copy it like from here, from usr. So just copy it from here, from usr, please Termux, please. That's what I hate in Termux. I love Termux, but this thing, it turns me on. So just copy this thing from share to in here. That's it. I will try to copy it for you. I will pause the video, guys, and when I copy, I will get back the video. Whoa, I did it, guys. So select only this thing, click copy, and for example, if you are, I will quit the Termux to show you guys. I will exit it, then I will get in again. So if you want to get to that folder again, just type cd 2 points / then paste. Like this, you are into bash cd, no such file or directory. cd 2 points, cd, like this, paste. What about this one? No such file or directory. Whoa. Let's see the problem. Let's type ls usr. No, sorry guys. There is a problem in here. I won't delete this part of the video. You know that I don't do this, guys, and I will do it again. You know that I don't do this. I mean by don't do this, I don't delete videos, I don't use montage, I don't edit videos, I just upload my mistakes for you guys to learn, of course. So what you need to do is cd, then 2 points, then please share not usr, then in here, then paste, and if you click enter, you are on this directory like you are seeing in here. We got back into that directory. So of course, to get in this directory you need to be in the home directory. What is the home directory? It's simply when you click your when you quit or when you exit your Termux and you get in, you are basically in the home directory. So guys, you need to copy this one in here. So this one in here, just paste it on a note or what you want to paste it, just save it or memorize it or do whatever you want to do. And we need it, guys, to test our piles, like I have told you guys. So guys, I'm so sorry for wasting your time on some things. So guys, to use Apache server, of course we need to configure it. How to do it? Just get back, type ct to get to the home, just to make sure that you are in the home. Of course, if you type ls, you will be sure that you are in the home, and just to remind you, pwd to make sure that you are in the home. So type cd 2 points, then cd, let's just get directly to the folder, usr etc and server Apache, Apache 2, enter. Now search file or directory Apache. So Apache, what I'm writing, Apache 2, that's it, ls and vi httpd.conf. So vi is the oldest file text editor, guys, I think, in the history, and we're gonna use it. Enter. And like we are seeing in here, we are in the first line, guys. So we are seeing that I am moving this cursor up and down, like we're seeing in here, guys. So VI is kind of difficult, guys, to use. There is a control mode and there is an editing mode. So to get to the editing mode, to enter text and something like that, just type E, then you are in the editing mode. Type enter to get a new line. Use the high or the above arrow, and I need you to type something which is very simple. Server, then server name, not only server name, my server dot my domain .com, just like that. Server name, my server, my domain.com. That's all what I need. Type on this ESC, which escape, just type it, ESC or eShop. In French it's eShop. I don't know what's in English, to be honest. Just type on it, and like we are seeing in here, you can't write anything. If you try to write, for example, and you can write it because you are in the control mode. How to exit? And we have entered our line that we want to enter. How to exit? Just we need to type 2 big Z's. This means exit and save. Z, then big, I mean capital Z, and like that. If we get another time to our file, we can see in here that the line that we have added is in there. So we're gonna exit another time, and what I need you to do also is Apache ctl config test. Enter, syntax okay. That's what exactly we are looking for. So in order to use Apache, guys, you know that we need the port 8080. So I'm gonna use the ngrok to run the HTTP on the port. It can be 80 or 8080, but like I say, guys, always I prefer 8080 on Termux, so always use 8080. And like we're seeing in here, the 8080 is running. Get into the first session and type Apache ctl, enter. Already in use, good with that. You might not have these things because I have I am already using the Apache server. For you, you might have you can have anything. That's the normal case. And to test our Apache server if it does work or not, we need to get in here and copy this address. Copy. Get to our browser. You might not have this is not good. And paste in here. Enter. And like you are seeing in here, our Apache server is running normally, and I have uploaded the pseudo.exe in there, and it's running perfectly. So guys, there is a problem on the Apache server. On the Android is that you can't stop it. I have tried a lot of things. I have tried a lot of solutions to modify the script. I don't know exactly what's happening with this script, but you can't simply just stop it. What you need to do to stop it is just exit your Termux like that and open it another time. So like that, you will be sure that you have stopped your Apache server. Or just reboot your phone. I don't like to get to this high-level solution, which is rebooting the phone, but I really don't recommend rebooting the phone. But you know that Apache service should be like kind of a paid service. I have already talked about that. So in the free version, it's kind of limited, a lot limited. You can't use a lot of things that we have already seen, which are, I think, cool things. So you need to pay for it, and if you paid for it, you don't have to stop the Apache server at all. You don't have to stop it, because the port 8080 won't be that necessary. It's needed only on web servicing, which can be, for example, using the social engineering toolkit for creating fake pages or for spamming. And if you are not using those kind of things, you can use another port and just let the Apache server works. There is no problem. On stopping the Apache server, like I said, guys, I got a lot of problems. I have tried to modify the script, but I didn't get a solution. So guys, this was our lecture for today. See you guys in the next lecture, and peace! Hi guys, how are you? Hope everything is going good and well with you. Welcome to your course. So, I believe that you have learned a lot of things on Termux. You have set your lab, and you have learned a lot of things in terms of the local hosts and local ports that you should use. And I think that you are ready to go by yourself. Of course, you are not going to stop in here. So, going by yourself means go explore that section, that upper section in which I have talked about the practical lectures of ethical hacking. You can do a lot of stuffs in there. So in this section we have just tested our lab and we have understood some things. So you can get in there and set your things, learn, find some new scripts on LazyMox, find some new tricks on the internet. Of course, like I always say, there is no complete ethical hacking course. You have just to keep learning and learning, and you will not stop. And I believe, guys, that you have a strong base to go with you in all your hacking or all your learning process. So I think, guys, that I have been useful in this section. So I wish you all the best, guys. Like I say always, or maybe I said only once, I wish that once you will put your name on a world-class hacking list, maybe on a big website, and I hope it will be in terms of ethical hacking and not hacking, because guys, we are learning ethical hacking, like I say always, not hacking. And either me or Udemy, we are not taking responsibility of what you are doing with this course. I hope that you will be not a hacker but an ethical hacker. I wish that you will wear the white hat, not the black hat. So guys, like I say always, I wish you the best. And right now in this section there is no see you in the next lectures, because there is no next lecture or next lectures. See you guys maybe in the next course or maybe in the next section, and peace!